Reincarnated as Gotham's useless beauty. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 8. The Eighth Day of Reincarnation. I didn't imagine what would happen to me if Batman arrived a few minutes late. I can't think about it. The countless possibilities derived from it will turn into a wave of fear and defeat me. I will lose the ability to fight against those who attack me. My mobile phone was pierced by a flying knife and completely destroyed. I borrowed a cell phone from Batman. Originally, I planned to run to the street and buy it from a random passerby. Unexpectedly, after a moment of silence, he actually pulled out a flat rectangular shape for me from some corner of his cloak. I called Pepper first to tell her she was safe, and then I started to do what I wanted to do after briefly comforting her. I took random pictures of the man who had been beaten into a pig's head by Batman, kicked him fair and square, and then dialed a series of numbers. The male voice on the other end of the phone drawled lazily, "This is Joshua Garcia." Joshua is a paparazzi who has made at least millions using my list of ex-boyfriends. Thanks to him, there are still rumors circulating in some celebrity gossip forums that Pepper and I were a same-sex couple. I said with a cold face, "Mr. Garcia, it's me, your friendly mobile wallet Lucille Crane." To make a long story short, I have a big news here. Do you want it? There was a surprised sound on the other end of the phone. There was a gasping sound, and then Joshua's suspicion. "You wish you could find someone to put a sack in an alley and beat me up, because you and I still dare not walk alone at night. You would actually sell me information? There are no eternal enemies," I sneered. I was attacked by someone who was a crazy fan of mine and had evil intentions towards me. Fortunately, Gotham is a city of superheroes, and Batman saved me. I'm going to see that idiot's face published tomorrow. Can you do this in all newspapers? Joshua took a breath. "Hey." He thought for a moment and made a quick decision. "What do you want me to pay?" "You don't have to pay anything." I gritted my teeth and said, "I want a quarter of the people in the United States to recognize his face tomorrow." TSK. Joshua sighed sadly. "Why bother with you? I have to ask them why." "You have to mess with me first. I want everyone to know that retired actress Lucille is being harassed by a group of crazy fans. Smart people will guess that I touched some people's cakes because of the Charity Federation incident. An unintelligent person would know that there is a group of gutter rats hiding in the dark, ready to attack me at any time. No matter how dare they make any move, whether they have something evil in their heart or they are just a coward. It is best to choose one of the two crimes." After lending me the phone, the mute Batman stood aside quietly and said, "You don't have to go to this point." I glared hard at him, and he added in an explanation, "It's not good for your reputation." I raised a cold smile and stroked the blonde hair on my cheek. "Anyone who is a celebrity and doesn't have any bad information, I will withdraw from the circle. No matter how many places people talk about, it won't stop me. When the police results are published tomorrow, people will know that his information is false." Being able to say this proves that Mr. Bat doesn't understand the entertainment industry at all. I raised my eyes and said, "The result of the police station is not important. The news I want to convey has been conveyed before then. What's more, the person who broke the news is my old enemy. They will naturally think that I am trying to protect myself, reputation, concealing information about the attacker." I pulled on my sweaty shirt and jacket, as if this would calm the fire in my heart. I put the phone into Batman's hand. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Pointy-Ears. In order to ensure the authenticity of the revelation, I am going to the police station to take notes. A person whose phone is damaged cannot call the police on his own." After thinking about it, I reminded again. "There is something wrong with the Charity Federation's accounts." "I know," Mr. Pointy-Ears said. "Originally, I planned to let them go for the time being even if I found out there was something wrong with the accounts. After all, it would be easier to see each other in the future if I were a good person. After a while, I will find out the situation of the Charity Federation, and then I can send them to the men's prison for reunion." I raised my lips sarcastically. I didn't expect them to think that my progress was too slow. "It's because I wasn't active enough," The parts of his mask that originally belonged to the eyes were covered with white film, like some kind of monitor lizard that had evolved an opaque eye mask. Protect yourself while isolating emotional communication with the outside world. The Gotham tabloids described it correctly. Batman was like a gargoyle on the city's rooftop that had become a spirit and dropped to the ground, terrorizing everyone who saw him with his ferocious face. "You did a good job," he said to me with this gesture. The energy that supported my actions suddenly disappeared, replaced by weakness and fear. I took a deep breath, squatted on the ground without caring about the image, buried my head in my knees, and imagined myself as a cactus free from the world. Like a cactus, I stretched out a hand and made an "it's okay" gesture. "Don't worry about me, I just want to take a rest." I knew that he didn't make a sound, but he stood beside me silently, and the hanging shadow wood I paddled in with my whole body. Through the gap between my crossed arms, I could see the small corner of his cloak and the large shadow drawn down. I stared at the small corner of the cloak and counted from 1 to 30, then stood up on my knees. The heel of the high-heeled shoe, which had been tortured during the escape, finally gave out and snapped off. I almost fell down, but was held up by one of Batman's arms. I hung on that strong arm with a broken blade, and I was speechless for a long time. Thank you. When a person is unlucky, he can't even drink cold water without filling his teeth. I took off the high-heeled shoes that were broken into 2 pieces and carried them as evidence of being attacked by crazy fans, planning to take them to the police station later. I took a few steps barefoot on the cold, rough ground and realized that there was one missing footsteps beside me. Batman was nowhere to be seen and I was alone in the alley. Didn't he even think about escorting a pitiful lady to the police station? I wasn't disappointed. Well, I'm a little disappointed, although I am just his girlfriend who is a shield for him to get what he wants. After all, we have been sleeping together for a long time. Can you really not give me a little bit of preferential treatment? Thinking of this, I walked a few steps angrily. The soles of my feet stepped on pebbles, which made me feel painful and cold. If I walked any further, it would appear that I was not thinking very well, so I sat on the flower bed with one bare foot, holding my evidence high heels and sulking. The familiar corner of the cloak dangled in front of my eyes again, along with a pair of flat shoes. The flat shoes were placed at my feet. I notified the police. "Just wait for them here." "Oh," I said blankly, "thank you." This was the first thank you I said. Already, I put my feet into flat shoes. The size is just right. Maybe it was these shoes that gave me the courage to talk nonsense. I grabbed the cloak that was always dangling in front of my eyes and said, "Mr. Pointeers." The other party responded with silence. "Can you comfort me, the poor victim?" Silence continued. For example, complimenting me on my good looks is acceptable. Silence. Awkward and suffocating silence. I realized that I was emotionally unstable, dangling my legs in the simple flat shoes I bought from Bat, kicking my left and right feet against each other, pretending that I didn't say anything. Well, did someone speak just now? Why didn't I know? The Bat monster stood in the middle of the alley, determined to be a living Easter stone statue. We waited in silence. The speed of the Gotham Police Department's dispatch did not disappoint me. In less than 10 minutes, I heard the roaring sirens. As soon as I turned my head, the big strange bat flapped its wings and flew to any corner of Gotham. His weight has gone up to 200 pounds. How did he become so light? I got into the police car with this question that was puzzling to me. I didn't even think about the answer to the question after I finished taking notes at the police station. I borrowed a police officer's phone at the police station and called my housekeeper to ask him to drive over to pick me up. The butler helped me buy a new mobile phone on the way to pick me up. I asked him to drive me back to the charity point. After asking Gordon for help, he put all of the paper accounts that were not exhibits into the car and brought them back to me. Small villa. I don't want to work overtime. They force me to work overtime, so they deserve to die. Within a month, I want them all to go to the men's prison for forced labor and dig graves and fill soil in the cold windy wilderness. As soon as I moved all the accounts to the study, which was used as a display, the villa's landline phone rang, and the housekeeper transferred it to the study. I thought it was Pepper and complained as soon as I picked up the phone, "Sister, you are right. Everything is a conspiracy by men to deceive you into working." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a full 10 seconds, and then Bruce's hesitant question rang out. "Senior sister, do you mean Ms. Potts?" I'm going to hang up. I tried to escape. "Wait." Bruce stopped me quickly. "Gordon told me you were attacked. Are you okay?" I glanced at the flat shoes on my feet. Plain black canvas without any patterns. Shoes are breathable and comfortable. I wore them home from the police station. Actually, I was a little scared. I told the truth. But when I thought about those stinky flies buzzing in my ears, I couldn't care less about the fright. I just wanted them to go to the labor camp and build the cemetery. "I'm sorry," Bruce said. "Absent at this time, I am indeed not a qualified boyfriend." He was lying again. He was obviously present. I stepped on my canvas shoes and used the toes of my shoes to grind the carpet under my feet, digging out a small rotating dimple in the pile. "So how are you going to make it up to me?" I flicked my tongue and whistled flirtatiously. "Are you going to comfort me with your beauty? When will you be free?" Bruce's voice seemed a little mixed. "Laugh. When I finish checking the accounts, they'll be screwed," I said viciously. "I want a celebration party." "Do you like circuses?" Bruce asked. The sound of paper turning and splashing reminds people of the endless flow of the river. Going deeper, it is the sunshine, the rustling leaves and the beasts with beautiful fur bending their necks to drink water by the river. Bruce was probably looking through some kind of flyer or something, and he found the information he wanted. "Harry's Circus will be touring Gotham in a while. Would Lucy like to sit in the same row as me?" Chapter 9. Reincarnation Day 9. I worked hard in the small villa for 4 or 5 days, working diligently from 6 to 10 in the morning, and finally went through all the accounts of the Gotham Charity Federation from its inception. Pepper's words came true. This thing was created for the purpose of laundering money. It is an out-and-out money laundering organization. Because I'm known as a crazy fan, I'm protected by the Gotham Police Department. Taking advantage of this safe time, I worked overtime to sort out all the problems in the accounts and submitted them to the Gotham Police Department as evidence. This part of my work is over for now, leaving the rest to the police and Batman to worry about. The police officer responsible for protecting me outside the villa in those days told me in casual conversation that the upstream of the Charity Federation was the Black Mask. Thanks to the questionable accounts I submitted, Black Mask was sent to the Black Gate for financial crimes and enjoyed a prison life where someone was responsible for 3 meals a day. Black Mask heard the news and evacuated first, but was punched into the wall by Batman, who jumped in from the window. It sounds really painful. I read the day's newspapers with pity and gloating. The ID photo of Black Mask being imprisoned was very strange because of the exposure, and the layout itself was not large, and the entire photo looked like butter on the verge of melting. I felt a pity that I couldn't watch his face being beaten into a pig's head by Batman in high definition. When the Charity Federation recruits a new batch of employees, I can leave my job quickly and live a comfortable life. The arrival of Harry's Circus seemed to ring the bell for the end of the stage play, and Bruce called me at this time. "I thought you forgot the celebration party," he complained first. "You didn't come to see me for 5 days." "What a coincidence. I thought you forgot me." I won't be fooled by him. I'm just working. This is a valid reason. A few days ago, we were so busy that we didn't even have time to transfer money. I was working the day shift and he was working the night shift. We were chasing each other around the Black Mask in the dark and in the dark. Today is the first time we have contacted each other in the past few days. Lucy is a strong woman who only loves her work and not her boyfriend. He pretended to be sad. It's a pity that without the bonus of his beauty, I remained unmoved and hard-hearted. Working is to stop working. If I finish all the work now, there will be no work for me in the future. Bruce was silent for a while, his voice suddenly serious. "Are you really not considering working at Wayne Enterprises, Lucy?" "Man, you don't love me at all. You just want to trick me into working for you." "I'm hanging up," I threatened. The other side laughed pleadingly. "I'll cover all the popcorn and coke. Please leave the villa and go on a date with me." "You're not sincere. At least you have to buy a double ball of ice cream." I pulled out the jewelry box and picked out some. I bought a new pair of enamel earrings and thought I could pair them with the necklace given by Bruce Zhu when watching the circus. Bruce asked carefully, "Then can I buy myself a double ball one?" "No, I closed the jewelry box and couldn't help but curl my lips. You can only have a single ball one. Knew the enamel earrings I bought were hanging on my earlobes the next day. When Bruce helped me unbuckle my seatbelt, I took another look at the necklace lying on my chest. You sent it last week. I'm sure what he was thinking. If you want, I can buy the whole store and give it to you. He launched another offensive of sweet words. Take whichever one you want. I recalled that night when Batman didn't even want to give a perfunctory compliment. I can't figure out how the same person can have such a huge contrast between inside and outside. I grabbed Bruce's chin, tilted my head and looked at it carefully. There was no trace of Batman on this square chin. Bruce cast me a puzzled look. I let go of my hand and patted his chest muscles hidden in the suit with ulterior motives. I think you look better today. The muscles seemed to be a little tighter, and it must be very comfortable to pillow on. Bruce looked confused. He raised his wrist and looked at the time on his watch. The show starts in half an hour. It's time for us to enter. A watch that looked ordinary in his hand had a market value of at least $860,000. The watch contains a fragment of a lunar meteorite that fell to Earth 2,000 years ago, which contributes to its value. We entered among a large number of differently dressed spectators. Several large and small tents occupied the open space on the outskirts of the city. Small carts selling various snacks and drinks were parked on both sides of the main road. The theme song of the circus performance was played from the speakers on the top of the tent. The sound almost drowned out people's discussions. There were shouts from vendors and vendors. Later the circus show will be held in the largest tent in the middle. Bruce and I handed our tickets to the ticket collector to have them punched. I couldn't help but look behind me, and I could faintly see the huge animal cage, with the shadows of ligers, tigers and elephants lying in the cage. There was a noise next to the cage. I followed the sound and walked a few steps inside. I saw a man arguing with an old man. The man was furious, grabbed the old man's collar, lifted him up, and punched him in the face. It is not a virtue worth promoting to attack the elderly. I interrupted abruptly. I suggest you deal with it peacefully. The man glanced at me, as if he was about to say something unpleasant. He put an arm around my shoulder and made an intimate gesture. I think so too. Bruce narrowed his eyes and looked at the man. What do you think, sir? No matter how dissatisfying the man is when someone discovers what happened, I can only give up. He gave us a hard look and stormed off. Bruce whispered to me, Tony Zuko. He is one of the gang leaders in Gotham. I crossed my arms and shook my head. It would be too cheap for a group boss to beat the old man himself. Even the underworld leaders are not qualified. Bruce shrugged helplessly, nodded to the old man who was sorting his clothes, and took me away. What flavor of popcorn and ice cream do you want to eat? I want the popcorn to be caramel flavored. I want 2 balls of ice cream. I held out 2 fingers, 1 strawberry and 1 chocolate. Okay, then I want vanilla. As he said that, he glanced at me with some resentment and emphasized, 1 ball. I watched him go away with a sullen smile. Standing on the roadside waiting for him, a man sitting in the back of the circus car looked at us briefly, then looked away when I looked back. Those golden eyes were like the sharp eyes of a pair of raptors, making people terrified just by looking at them. A circus performer? I secretly guessed. A female voice rang in my ear. Excuse me, are you, Lucille? Lucille Crane? I turned around, and a family of 3 was standing behind me. A young couple and a little boy no bigger than my waist. My wife, who was wearing exquisite makeup, looked surprised. You are Lucille, right? I heard that you returned to Gotham after quitting the circle. I didn't expect to meet you here by such a coincidence. Seeing my confusion, she prompted, I'm Jenny. My eyes widened little by little. Are you Janet? I looked at the man next to me again. Jack Drake? My eyes moved back and forth between the two of them. Are you married? Every city has its own upper-class aristocratic circle. Although it is incredible to say, no matter how the major families fight overtly and secretly in private, everyone must maintain the surface glamour and peace when they are active in the circle. Adults quarrel here, and children play and socialize here. In this way, the connections of the next generation are established at this time. The active ones in the circle are always Gotham's blue-blooded aristocrats. When I was a child, I was also taken to Gotham to play among the aristocratic children for a period of time. Janet and Jack were a few years older than me and they both looked after me. My parents in this life were still alive at that time, and they worked hard for the clan family to smoothly integrate into Gotham's upper class. In fact, I had heard of Bruce at that time. He was the king of aristocratic children, and he was as famous as his mother Martha for being lawless. So later on, no one among their old acquaintances doubted the absurdity of baby Brookie. After my parents died, my second uncle took over the management of the Crane family. I also withdrew from social circles and stayed in my villa every day pretending to be a quiet caterpillar until my second uncle sent me to a university for business management. "You're married," I said with certainty, feeling very cheated. "No wonder Jack always lied to me about playing the daughter and you playing the parents." Janet pursed her lips and smiled sheepishly. Jack, the decision to betray his son attracted fire. He pushed the little boy who was following him obediently in overalls to me. "This is our son Timothy, Timothy Drake." "Son, call auntie." "Don't call auntie," I hum. "Since I am your daughter, he should be called sister." The little boy raised his head obediently and looked at me, with a trace of baby fat on his fair face, and his blue eyes rolled around twice. "Then I'll call you Lulu." "Okay, you can also call me Tim. He's so cute." "I don't like children, but he's so cute." I couldn't help but squat down and rub his chubby little face hard. Tim covered his red face with a blank expression. I laughed out loud. "Hello, nice to meet you, Tim." Tim pursed his lips a little aggrievedly. "I was also happy to meet Lulu, but you rubbed me so hard." "So I wasn't, so I'm so happy." Little Carrot, who was only 2 or 3 years old, even complained in a babyish voice. I smoothly took the 2 balls of ice cream from Bruce. "Then I'll give you this ice cream and apologize, okay?" I gave the ice cream to Tim. "If you eat the ice cream, don't be unhappy." The little boy's eyes as soon as the light came on. I quickly went to see Janet. After getting Janet's permission, I happily took a big bite. "Thank you, Lulu." I rubbed his soft black hair. "You're welcome." Bruce took his own the single ball of ice cream, looked at Janet and Jack. "These two are Janet Drake and Jack Drake, my childhood playmates." I introduced to Bruce. "You should have heard of their names." Jack stretched out his hand to shake Bruce's hand. "I know you, Bruce Wayne, have long admired your name." Bruce was holding an ice cream cone in one hand, a box of popcorn under his arm, and 2 more on his fingers. Holding a glass of Coke, he stretched out his other hand to hold Jack's hand and shook it. "Well, it's nice to meet you." He carried a full bag and stood aside to listen to the greetings between me and the Drake family, until we separated and entered separately. He complained without leaving a trace. "Children tend to feel upset if they eat too much ice cream." "Oh, Wayne parenting master." I blinked innocently. "Why don't you give your ice cream to Tim, so it's just right?" He bit off the ball in one bite, put it in his mouth and rubbed it. "It's gone." "Wow, stingy ghost." I leaned forward and bit on the remaining cone, leaving a large gap in the crispy cone. "Taste it," I said confidently. We took our seats in the front row and a cheerful circus theme song played in the tent. The announcer stood in the middle of the performance venue and waved his tall hat to us. "It's not realistic to run out and buy an ice cream now." Bruce grunted miserably and stuffed all the chipped egg rolls into his mouth. "There is nothing now," he said proudly while wrapping a mouthful of egg rolls. Chapter 10, Reincarnation Day 10. This is my first time watching a circus. There are no boxes in the circus, so the best location is in the front row of the audience facing the performance venue. All tickets are treated equally in terms of seating arrangement, and you have to grab a good seat by yourself. Bruce paid double the price and switched seats with a young couple sitting in the best seats. He is truly an evil rich man. We sat in the best viewing position and watched the circus members perform on stage one after another. The clown juggles while tossing balls on a unicycle. The elephant carries the flute player slowly around the field. The lion shook its fur and jumped out of the blazing fire ring, bringing with it a few sparks. The bright silver flying knife passed through the swinging steel ring and hit the apple above the woman's head. Juice overflowed from the bright red peel. Every thrilling move will cause a burst of exclamations from the audience. I grabbed Bruce's sleeve, my heart beating wildly as they took turns. and I ruffled one sleeve of Bruce's expensive suit. He looked down at me, then calmly took the sleeves out of my hands, pulled them flat and stuffed them back. The flying knife grazed the woman's face and nailed the silver earring dangling in her ear. I was so frightened that I almost pulled Bruce's cufflinks off. The heartbeat became louder and louder, almost drowning out all the noisy sounds on the field. For a moment, I thought my brain was beating at the same rate as my heart, and the edges of my vision shrank and shrank, as if my whole body had turned into an ice cube soaked in hot water, melting rapidly in the boiling heat. Bruce grabbed my wrist. "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" I held my head and calmed down for a while. "It's okay. Maybe I'm a little too nervous." I took a deep breath and looked at the stage. Fly Grayson's trapeze act is the highlight of the circus. This performance is particularly important because it is the first time that 8-year-old little aerialist Richard Grayson removes the protective net to perform. Colorful spotlights moved on and off the field along with the music, quickly passing over the faces of every audience member. They illuminated the dim roof and stopped at the highest performance stage. A pillar of lamp was lowered, illuminating the grabbing pole and swinging rope in front. The performance stage was so high and far from the ground that the 3 actors in performance costumes were just 3 dots of the same color in my eyes. My vision gradually blurred from the border, leaving only those 3 points. I think I tried to open my eyes wide, trying to see the 3 people on the stage clearly. Amid thunderous applause and cheers, the music stopped suddenly and the cheerful theme song started from the beginning. The 2 taller actors did an easy takeoff, jumping upwards and grabbing the grab bars. The bright smiles on their faces magnified infinitely in my eyes, as if they were reflected deeply into my retinas. I heard my own voice, very soft, but deafening to me. "Bruce, I think something bad is going to happen." The swing rope tore in midair and broke into 2 pieces. It was caught in the hands of the man and woman who fell from the sky, and became a straw that could not bear the weight of life. Everything that follows is like one long slow motion in a movie. I could see the boy yelling something with his mouth wide open on the stage. I could see the 2 Graysons waving their grasping hands in vain. I could see the audience covering their mouths in horror. I could see Bruce accidentally knocking over the popcorn box. Every popcorn in it. Popcorn tumbled in the air. Even the circus music is stretching infinitely. Everything is like a frozen lake in winter, as if this can stop time and save the impending tragedy. Then, everything settled lightly. 2 lives, like 2 tomatoes smashed on the ground, turned the performance venue that once brought people laughter into a mess. This red bit by bit soaked into my eyes, firmly nailing the concept of death into my mind. I finally remembered this. In this city, people are dying every week, every day, every hour. Now, it just happens right in front of me, taking off the precarious fig leaf and showing me the cruelty of the world indifferently. The last remaining boy, Grayson, escapes from the dais. He knelt down next to his parents, trying to wake them up. The surging voices turned into a wave and engulfed him. Such a small body has endured so much sorrow. Tears overflowed from his body, connecting with the blood spreading under his parents. I held my breath unconsciously, as if I waited a few seconds, the man and woman on the stage would sit up, touch the child's head, and tell us that the performance in front of us was just an unfunny show planned by the circus. Bruce stood up at this situation. His teeth were clenched and his veins bulged ferociously. Grief engulfed him. It was not only Richard's relatives who died on the stage, but also his relatives, Thomas and Martha. Everyone gave way to the pain on his shoulders. Just like Moses parting the sea, he walked directly to the boy from the crowd who gave way, knelt down and let the boy hide in his arms. In a daze, the pitch-black armor returned to him, and the long and thick cloak turned into a huge bat, hiding the 2 frightened boys. The circus performance ended abruptly, and Gotham police took over order on the field. Bruce never left the boy named Richard. I asked Gordon to make a convenience for me and asked a police officer to bring me 2 cups of hot milk. I went to find them with milk in hand. Passing by the center of the performance venue, police officers from the forensics department came in and out, busy with various equipment in hand. I stopped and watched for a while, and out of the corner of my eye I saw the man with golden eyes hiding under a nearby tree, looking into the field with desperate eyes. as if he had just lost something extremely important in his life. He was not a circus performer and I did not spot him in the act. I met his gaze again, his golden eyes avoiding me. The man held onto the tree and turned to leave. I didn't pursue it too much and walked into a small tent nearby with the milk. Richard is taking notes accompanied by Bruce. The boy sat in a chair with a blanket draped over his shoulders, shivering. I handed the milk to him and Bruce and took my stand. A moment later, the inquiring police officer put away the transcript. "Thank you for your cooperation," he lowered his voice sympathetically, for fear of disturbing the numb-looking boy. "If there are any results from the follow-up investigation, we will notify you in time." The boy said nothing. Bruce hugged his shoulders tightly and nodded to the police officer with a tense expression. "Thank you for your hard work." The police officer seemed unable to bear to speak and glanced at Richard. Bruce also realized something and pursed his lips. Mr. John and Miss Mary seem to have no living relatives. Harry's circus is going on tour and does not have the ability to monitor little Richard. He carefully observed the boy's expression. He may be sent to a welfare institution to find out a suitable adoptive family. He won't. Two voices said at the same time. Bruce and I looked at each other and said in unison, "If he is willing, I can adopt him." The scene fell into an awkward situation for a time, and Bruce and I looked at each other. The police officer held the transcript and was speechless for a long time. Even Richard, who had been looking down at the table, looked up at us. I calmed down and opened my mouth to lay out my chips one by one. I don't need him to change his surname, and I don't force him to accept me immediately. But I promise that I will provide enough resources, money, and love to take care of him until he grows up. Bruce nodded. "Me too." The police officer's gaze increasingly empty. His head flicked between me and Bruce. "You guys." No one backed down. Bruce sighed, pinched his eyebrows, and said to the police officer, "Please wait a moment." He said to me sincerely, "Lucy, let's go out and talk." I also wanted to talk to him. We left the small tent where Richard took notes and hid in a deserted open space. "This is the first time our hypocritical couple has been honest, Lucy." Bruce chose his words carefully. "It's not that I have any dissatisfaction with your kindness, it's just that you may be a little impulsive. It is not easy for an unmarried woman in her 20s to adopt an 8 or 9-year-old boy." I was indeed impulsive. Taking on a boy's life is a heavy and troublesome thing. What's more, I have never had any experience in raising children, even in my previous life. I left that world long before the appropriate age. Maybe it was just the pain at that moment that hit me and made me act irrationally, but after careful consideration, I still didn't intend to change my mind. "You don't think I'm the right person to adopt him?" Bruce said. At this time, he was not like the eloquent Brucky baby who could lie lazily on the office chair at the head of the shareholders' meeting and chat with the shareholders. His expression was tense, as if he was facing a holy war. "I thought you understood me." "It's just because I understand you that I disagree," I said frankly. His face showed disapproval and petty grievance. I said bluntly, "I believe you will do your best to give him the best, and that you will love him as your child. But you told me that after you adopt Dick, you will give up the pain that hurts you every month. Extreme activities? Are you willing to stay at home and be an ordinary father?" He remained silent. "We know very well that the extreme activities he does are not the skydiving, skiing, and bungee jumping that he uses to fool shareholders and the media, but the more dangerous and secretive ones." Bruce Wayne was a man who stuck his neck into the noose before the gallows. He and I both knew that he would not give up this dangerous job so easily. And Richard, can this child really bear the pain of losing a loved one for the second time? After a long time, Bruce said, "I can't promise you." His voice was deep, and he gradually moved closer to the bat that walked in the night. "But I know his feelings better than anyone here. Hate, hatred, sadness, powerlessness, all the good things in the past will become a knife piercing your heart. These wounds cannot be healed by time." He looked back at the lonely small tent and whispered a guess. "All performance equipment will be inspected before the circus performs. The trapeze is a signature show. Without a protective net, the performance props have been inspected countless times. If it is an accident, the rope broke not because of natural wear and tear, but because someone applied strong acid." His gloomy eyes turned to me and suddenly revealed the biggest possibility to me. John and Mary were most likely murdered, killed. This time it was my turn to be speechless for a long time. I rubbed my temples, trying to make sense of this unbelievable story, and of Gotham as a city accustomed to murder. I realized that, at this point, I couldn't truly understand the pain of Bruce and Richard after my parents died unexpectedly. Only they can understand the anger burning in each other's hearts. But I still have reservations about whether Bruce can serve as a qualified guardian. I will not oppose you, nor will I support you, I told Bruce. Actually, we can't make a decision. It depends on who Richard chooses. Bruce and I agreed, and we returned to the small tent. Lee explained the current situation to Richard and the police. From beginning to end, Richard had no expression on his face. He lost his ability to perceive the outside world and trapped himself in a world of 1 second, accompanying his parents as they fell from high altitudes again and again. He raised his eyes from the police officers' chatter and took in the expressions on Bruce's and mine's faces. He asked the police officer, "Do I have to choose one?" The police officer kindly comforted, "Not necessarily, but this is a better result. At least you will not end up in a child welfare institution, where life is not guaranteed." He thought for a while and suggested to Richard, "The adoption procedures are not completed so quickly. You can temporarily live in a person's home first and not let the child welfare agency take you away. As for who to choose, there will be more choices." Time to consider. Bruce agreed with the police officer. He did not treat Richard as a child, but as a man talking to him. "Whether you choose me, Lucy, or anyone else, we all respect your opinion. There is no need to exclude our help. You have the right to choose." Richard's eyes trembled, and he looked at Bruce, started looking at this man seriously. "I know you," he said every word. "You are Wayne." This is one of the few times when the name Wayne does not represent power and wealth, nor does it represent the top of Gotham's pyramid. It represents pain. It represents a young boy losing his parents. It represents a murder. We all understand his choice, and of course he will make it. The calloused little hand pointed straight at Bruce. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 11, Reincarnation, Day 11. That night, Richard was driven to Wayne Manor by Bruce himself. I gave Richard my phone number and told him he could call me anytime if he needed me and I wouldn't turn off my phone. Bruce stood to the side the whole time and watched me pry his corner. "It looks like I'm suddenly the most unpopular person," he complained mockingly. I blew him a kiss and said, "If you are willing to let Richard live in my house, I will definitely welcome you to my house for supper." The two of us awkwardly tried to liven up the atmosphere, and Richard walked past Bruce and said directly, "Open the door and sit in the back seat." His resistance made Bruce and I look at each other worriedly. I adjusted Bruce's collar and took the opportunity to whisper, "He is a good boy. Give him some time." Bruce pretended to be relaxed. "I'm not worried about him. I'm worried about you sneaking into the manor in the middle of the night and using a sack to kill him. Get away." "You're wrong." I looked around. Richard was sitting in the back seat of the car and didn't look this way. I stood up on tiptoes and kissed his chin. "If you want to do it, you have to do something big." Of course, I put the owner of the manor in a sack and stole it away. "It's really scary." He winced twice. "Please prepare a bigger sack for me. I'm afraid one foot will be exposed." Maybe the two of us are so tired that even Pepper can't stand it anymore. "Did you know?" After knowing what had happened these days, Pepper said to me in an expected tone while approving the documents, "I don't see any tendency for you and him to be more interested in each other than in others." My eyes widened. "Don't accuse a good person. I only want his face. I don't want to know his deep and gloomy heart at all." My best friend showed no mercy on the other end of the line. "You guys have nothing to do except on the first day we met. Besides, are you going to walk by the kidney one day?" She sounded like she had put up with our nonsense for a long time. "You are just dating, eating, chatting, and getting to know each other. Oh, by the way, you didn't even hold hands." She closed the folder and threw the corrected documents into a pile like a hill. "Tony will cry for your innocence." "Then let him cry. If he does cry, Remember to take pictures and show them to me. I rolled my eyes. While I was talking, I was flipping through the Gotham Charity Association's foster home return visit program on my tablet. This is a bunch of messy and incomprehensible stuff. Putting a handful of rice on a tablet and letting chickens peck at it is better than the garbage they wrote. I angrily cleared the entire document and started from scratch. Pepper unfolded a new document and looked at me with the complicated eyes of a lost girl. She shook her head. When you graduated from college, you told me that you would never open any office software again in your life. This is only temporary, temporary. I repeatedly emphasized, don't confuse me with you. There's no way I'm going to work for my boyfriend. Pepper was non-committal, and I vowed, I'll quit this bullshit plan after it's done, and I won't have to suffer from work anymore. Why did you suddenly think of doing this project? Pepper could more or less estimate the general situation of the Charity Federation. Don't expect me to believe that anyone in that money laundering organization has a conscience and intends to do something practical. Of course not, I confirmed her guess. I put down the tablet, found a lollipop in the snack cabinet at hand, opened it and popped it into my mouth. The cantaloupe-flavored lollipops taste good. I'll bring some to little Richard to try next time. Pepper knew me well. She thought about what happened recently and asked, is it because of the Grayson child? I bit my lollipop and nodded. I learned that day that foster care was not considered a good way to adopt in Gotham. Child welfare agencies do not have enough time and energy to conduct follow-up surveys of foster families, resulting in the emergence of many flock families in Gotham who adopt orphans to earn welfare benefits. Therefore, for many homeless children on the street, instead of being sent to a flock of sheep families to learn all kinds of hardships, it is better to wander on the street, and if they are lucky, they can get involved with some third-rate gangs. I did some research and found out that the Charity Federation originally had an adoptive family return visit plan. I eliminated many people from the Gotham Charity Association and hired a group of new employees. Now is the time for them to contribute to the General Assembly. It won't be long before I can go back to my normal life. I said to Pepper, after I finish this job, I won't have to work anymore. Pepper nodded perfunctorily, yeah, I'll wait for you. The day I met the CEO of Wayne Enterprises, he informed me that I opened a bottle of red wine to celebrate. How could she miss me like this? I hung up the phone dejectedly. I firmly believe that there are fundamental differences between me and social beasts like Pepper. At least my boyfriend is not a tech geek who hides in the laboratory to work hard after delineating the direction of the company's development. I'm not the only one working overtime these days. Bruce is also busy from morning to night. It was his first time taking care of a child, and he was in a hurry. He had to wear a batsuit every night to investigate the case of Grayson's death. As he said, John and Mary were murdered. The murderer applied strong acid to the rope used by the Grayson family to perform before the performance. It was obviously a deliberate revenge. As long as you investigate which people who have conflicts with the Grayson family entered before the performance, you can delineate the general scope of the murderer. Everything I can think of, Bruce can certainly think of. He got to the bottom of things sooner than I thought. That day we stopped a man who beat an old man at the entrance check-in, Tony Zucco, who was the murderer of the Graysons. The old man we rescued was the leader of Harry's circus. He refused to pay protection money to Zucco. Unexpectedly, Zucco sneaked into the backstage of the circus to take revenge on them, putting an eternal end to the happy life of the Grayson family. At this point, Bruce and I were silent on both ends of the phone. I suppressed the dullness in my heart and asked, when are the police going to arrest that scumbag? Bruce didn't answer. I had a premonition and heard him sigh. We, the police, have no evidence. There is no direct evidence to prove that Zucco did all this. He can just say that it was Captain Harry who took revenge on him for collecting protection money and dragging him into the water. I pinched the bridge of my nose. I don't understand why the pursuit of justice is so difficult in Gotham. Maybe that's the point of Bruce stepping up, because the city lacks a rule breaker. I plan to tell Richard the truth. Bruce said, he needs an explanation. I understand what you think. I hesitated about this, but is it too early? We can't get it now. Find a way to bring Zucco to justice. I know. His voice dropped. I just want to give him something to hold on to. Bruce smiled bitterly. I'm still figuring it out with him, how to get along. Compared to Richard's age, we are all too young, and we are closer to an older brother and sister than our parents. I saved the document I had just finished and lay back in my office chair. If you feel you can't hold it anymore, tell me at any time. I lowered my voice deliberately and said seriously, I will place an order for the largest sack for you right away. Oh, thank you for your consideration. Bruce picked up his throat. I was immediately full of motivation. Like two idiots, we laughed out loud on both ends of the phone. I picked through the snacks in the snack cabinet and said, in a few days, do you mind if I drop by and bring you some lollipops? You're very welcome, Bruce said, as long as you don't bring a sack. Bruce and I agreed to visit him 3 days later. To this end, I called and talked to the executives of the Charity Federation with joy, and looked at them with the same kind eyes as a grandma looking at her mentally retarded grandson. On the day we agreed to visit, I set out early for the city, intending to buy something for Richard. As a well-known older child in Gotham, Bruce only knows how to coax his girlfriend with cars and jewelry. I think he is probably not very good at coaxing children. I took this opportunity to brush up Richard's favorability. Maybe he would give up the Wayne mansion and switch to a small villa. I chose some snacks that children like to eat, bought a few adventure novels that 7- and 8-year-olds like to read, and also selected things like skateboard pulleys and asked the merchant to deliver them directly to Wayne Manor. The time Bruce and I agreed on was in the evening, which happened to be a dinner at Wayne Manor. Winter is approaching, and Gotham gets dark very early. At only 6 or 7 in the afternoon, the neon lights on the streets light up one after another, decorating the city into countless dancing light strips. I was standing on the street with my big and small bags, about to take a taxi to Wayne Manor, when Bruce called me. Are you in the city now? I heard his voice was tense, and the originally happy mood suddenly fell to the bottom. Did something happen? I told Richard about Zuko. Bruce was obviously anxious. I was frustrated again. He's missing. He's not in Wayne Manor. I took a deep breath in my heart and immediately understood what Bruce meant. Zuko's activity place is in the city, right? Tell me where it is, and I'll look for it nearby. Find Richard. Bruce froze at this moment. This is very dangerous. Since you called me, it means you have made a decision. I told Bruce. We know very well that Zuko is a bully who is afraid of the strong. As long as my second uncle is alive, he will not dare to do anything to me. I never thought that one day I would take advantage of my second uncle's influence. When I was young, I hated his indifference, but now I find that, sometimes just not adding insult to injury is a thing worth being thankful for. After hearing what I said, Bruce no longer hesitated. I'll send you the location. That's Zuko's current location. I'll be there in half an hour. I didn't ask him why there was Zuko's location. Batman always. There are some small tricks that cannot be brought to light. Richard is unaware of Bruce's dual identity. When vigilante equipment is not available, half an hour from Bristol County to the city is ideal. I hailed a taxi and rushed to the address Bruce sent me. I guessed what Richard wanted to do. He wanted revenge and wanted Zuko to pay. This is normal. The young man lost everything one day. He just wanted to repay tooth for tooth and blood for blood, but he would not consider the price he had to pay and the future he had lost. It is very easy to stab your enemy, but it is very difficult to use legal means to make your enemy pay the price. Richard couldn't do the hard thing and had to choose the easy way out. I understand his thoughts, but that doesn't mean I agree that he wants to spend his life from now on being buried by a scumbag. The location on my phone kept moving. I held my phone tightly. As soon as the taxi arrived, I ran out of the car without even taking the things I bought. Zuko was only a block away from me, and he was across the street, swaying with a swagger. I looked around and saw a boy wearing a peaked cap among the sparse pedestrians. The peaked cap covered most of his face. After I glanced at him, he immediately turned away without hesitation and ducked into the alley at the corner of the street. I immediately caught up with my boots, which were not very convenient for movement. Chapter 12, Reincarnation Day 12. Things like boots are of no use. In addition, I am not good at sports. In terms of escapability, little Richard can give me one hand and one foot. I chased him into the alley and became disoriented as soon as I entered. Lanes extend in all directions, and narrow walls extend back to countless intersections. They are hidden behind telephone poles covered with small advertisements, beside rusty and broken fire escapes, and under balconies covered with moss and cobwebs. I only saw a piece of clothes disappear behind a corner in a quick glance, but when I hurriedly caught up, I could only see half of Richard's leaving figure. "Richard!" I yelled as I ran, unable to think of anything I could say to immediately calm this angry young man. I racked my brains and tried to talk to him. "I bought you some adventure novels. Do you read Harry Potter? Do you like Hermione or Harry the most?" No one answered, and he seemed out of breath from running. I feel like a big fool when I want to shout, "Do you like skateboarding? I see that this is popular among many children. I bought you a blue-printed one. Do you want to take a look?" No one answered me, except for my own words and the empty alley. Talking to myself, the only sound is the sound of the heels of my boots hitting the ground, stepping on garbage bags and sewage pools. Richard has been touring various cities with the circus since he was a child, and he is not very familiar with the streets and alleys of Gotham. After chasing and escaping, he got into a dead end. I finally caught him and leaned against the wall to catch my breath. The little boy leaned his back against the wall and raised his head, a tiny lip showing under his peaked cap. I took a step forward and he stepped back warily. So I stopped where I was and tried to appease him. "I bought you a gift and sent it to the manor. Do you want to go back with me and have a look?" He gave me a complicated look. "Don't follow me." At least he didn't say harsh words to me. "I have something to do." I don't know Richard, but I know that the little star of the circus was not a cynical child. He should have been happily lying on the bed of the RV, watching some late-night family bubble drama with his mother, and listening to his father complain about the Gotham baseball team losing to the Mets again, instead of walking on the road of revenge with something dangerous in mind like now. I took a deep breath and stretched out my hand to Richard. "Go back. We are all waiting for you." I promised him, "We will find a way to solve Zuko. This is a problem for adults to worry about. I guarantee that he will recover soon. It's a tough life." I coaxed gently. "Don't you want to see him go to jail? His jail note will be printed on the front page of the newspaper, and everyone will see his shameful mouth, and they will curse him. Accusing him will make him unable to hold his head up for the rest of his life." Richard's expression seemed a little melancholy. He seemed to be shaken, and his tense muscles relaxed, changing from an alert little beast back to an 8-year-old, sad child. "You're a good man," he said. He took off the peaked cap on his head and suddenly threw it at me. I subconsciously stretched out my hand to block it. When I raised my head, he had already grabbed the wall flexibly, and his sneakers were on the wall. "Wait, Richard." Richard sat astride the wall, looked back at me, and jumped to the other side of the wall without hesitation. I rushed to the wall and could only look up at the 2.5-meter-high wall stupidly. I lost track of Richard again and kicked the wall in anger. "Pain. I won't kick you again next time." I chewed on the top of my thumb and looked at Zuko's position on the phone and got an idea. Richard's target is Zuko, and no matter where he escapes, he will definitely appear next to Zuko in the end. In this case, I can catch Zuko just by guarding him. Thinking of this, I turned around and walked out, following my position in the alley. Every extra minute increases the chance that something unexpected will happen. The rain fell drop by drop from the clouds, and it soon tended to expand. I chased him to the location in the rain, and I happened to see Richard following closely behind the clueless Zuko, speeding up to catch up on the deserted street. My heart tightened and I almost shouted. The light rain was falling thinly. Zuko looked at the sky and cursed, then turned around and prepared to walk into the store next to him. At this moment, Richard pulled out the knife hidden in his clothes and stepped forward quickly. At that moment, I even forgot to breathe, and my eyes widened unconsciously, trying to keep the scene in front of me firmly in my mind. For a few seconds, the names of all the good lawyers I knew flashed through my mind, thinking about how I could get the best chance of exonerating Richard. Nearly 100 meters away from me, Richard pulled out his knife and was about to stab Zuko hard in the back when he grabbed him with one hand. Zuko twisted his wrist, controlled him firmly with the strength difference between an adult and a child, and slapped the knife out of his hand. He squinted his eyes and looked at Richard's face, showing a clear look. "Ah, it's you, the last Grayson." "Shut up," Little Richard struggled under his hand. "You have no right to mention this name." Zuko raised a contemptuous sneer and was about to say something. I rushed to them and grabbed his wrist forcefully. "I suggest you let go of my adopted son, Mr. Zuko." His disgusting eyes swept over me. Zuko threw away his wrist and easily broke away from my grasp. "Hold his hand. I heard that Bruce, the millionaire, intends to adopt this little bastard. When will it be your turn to be his adoptive mother?" Little Richard blushed, and I took the opportunity to pull him over, blocking him firmly behind me, and said. Zuko showed a completely annoying and arrogant expression. "We are in love, so it's right for me to say so." I raised the corner of my mouth, meaning, "Besides, Wayne and Crane, where do you seem to be? I can't afford to offend anyone." The gangster leader's expression turned cold. He took a step forward and raised me by half a head. The heavy shadow he cast made me feel guilty. "Wait until next time when I put on my 5-inch high heels that are at the bottom of my suitcase. We will see who is the dwarf, you beast." "Who do you think you are?" He smiled coldly. "You're just a loser who relies on your family. Being able to be with Wayne is the greatest luck for you and the little bastard." "Ah," he raised his head exaggeratedly. "That's it. He also wants to thank me. Otherwise how could he have a chance to enter the upper class?" Richard squirmed angrily beside me, trying to get out and punch Zuko. I held him down and stayed in front of him without giving an inch. It doesn't hurt to just take advantage of our words. The more sarcastic Zuko is, the more he proves that he doesn't dare to do anything to us. The rain fell harder and harder, dripping into my eyes, making me almost unable to open them. Zuko blocked our way. I tried to find a breakthrough and led Richard quickly away from him. His hand suddenly grabbed my chin and turned my face back. "Look carefully. Your face looks pretty good. When Wayne gets tired of playing with you, would you consider following me?" Facts have proved that garbage often passes. In self-confidence, even if I went to dig hot springs in the desert of the Middle East, I wouldn't want to look at his shoehorn face every day. I rubbed my hands and was about to slap him in the face to show him how arrogant the eldest lady was. A clenched fist made close contact with Zuko's shoehorn face before I could. The other hand held Richard and me in his arms, in a completely protective posture. Bruce wiped his hands with a handkerchief calmly, then threw the discarded handkerchief to Zuko in disgust. "You seem to be having some unwanted ideas about my girlfriend and adopted son." He frowned in disgust. "So Wayne's reputation is so difficult to use in Gotham now?" Zuko said with resentment. He got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "You are very brave, rich boy. You'd better not fall into my hands," he threatened coldly. Bruce turned around and left with us indifferently, ignoring his provocation. "Pray that your time in prison will be easier," I heard him say in a low voice. Although the Wayne Old Mansion is located in Bristol County on the outskirts of Gotham City, the Wayne family actually owns properties throughout the city. We were half soaked in the rain, and Bruce drove us to a nearby apartment in the city to take care of ourselves. Richard remained silent during the whole process, and Bruce remained silent as well. Sandwiched between the two mutes, I looked around and sneezed when I was about to make a sound to lighten the mood. "There are my clothes under the back seat. You should take them and put them on first." Mute number 1 spoke. After he opened his mouth, he paused and finished in one breath. "Batman has found evidence that can convict Zuko. The glass bottle with his fingerprints and acid residue has been handed over to the Gotham Police Department. We still have people's certificate. Richard," he glanced at little Richard and me in the rearview mirror. "It's not you, it's the other Richard from Harry's Circus. Your parents' old acquaintance, the man with golden eyes." He witnessed Zuko threatening Mr. Harry to ask for protection money, and also saw Zuko sneaking into the background. I felt Richard shaking beside me, and I put Bruce's loose clothes on him, covering this child who had lost everything overnight. Bruce said slowly, "Zuko has only been out for a few days. He will be arrested and imprisoned soon." He sighed. "Richard, your parents have never bowed to evil in their lives. In the end, they all maintained their noble personalities. I think they don't want you to be like Zuko." The kid next to me shrank into the oversized suit jacket and curled up into a small ball. The ball shook, and suppressed sobs gradually came from inside. The car parked below Bruce's apartment, and we sat quietly in the car without anyone disturbing him. From now on, he will always have a new and bright future. There are 2 bathrooms in the apartment. Richard and I went in to take a hot shower first. Bruce, who was not very wet, asked the supermarket to bring us a change of clothes and towels. I hastily finished washing and came out, and he was sitting on the sofa studying the model of the hair dryer. Seeing me coming out, he patted the footstool in front of him. "Do you need me to help you dry your hair?" I was not polite, sat down in front of him, and put my wet blonde hair in front of him. "Please," he whispered. I laughed softly twice, picked up the wet hair on my shoulders with my generous hands, and patiently blew it dry little by little with warm air. It was obviously a very gentlemanly move, but I felt a little uncomfortable and could not sit still in the warm breeze. The sound of the hair dryer drowned out other sounds, and he gently parted my knotted blonde hair little by little amid the constant hum. He seemed to think this was a fun job, combing his fingers through each hair carefully. He probably didn't speak. I may have heard wrong. Otherwise, how could I have heard him leave a vague sigh in my ear that I could not hear clearly? Chapter 13, 13th Day of Reincarnation. The 3rd day after we got Richard off the street, I visited Wayne Manor with the gifts I had bought. I worked diligently in the small villa for 3 days, arguing with all kinds of monsters at the top of the Charity Federation, relying on the fact that I invested a lot of money and had no worries. At least the adoptive family return visit plan has taken shape. Even if the senior officials are not optimistic about this opportunity, I will continue to invest money to make it work. With retirement just around the corner, I contented myself with making a phone call to my old paparazzi nemesis, Joshua. Ever since he discovered that I was a fat sheep ready for slaughter, my old enemy has become much more flattering to me, and has completely lost the ferocity he used when he was quarreling and taking pictures. "If you have any needs, just tell me and I will finish it for you within 3 days. I lay on the office chair and turned around. When I first renovated the study, I didn't think about office issues. I just chose an office chair at random, and my back was a little sore after sitting for a long time. I'll replace it with the best one tomorrow. It doesn't matter if it's expensive, as long as it's easy to use. Wait, I won't be able to use it anymore. It's not worth spending more money. There have been a lot of news announcements on the internet recently." I stretched out my fingers and looked at the shiny manicure on my hand, thinking about getting a red-bin-colored manicure in a few days. "It's about the Grayson child." Oh, Joshua understood. A circus juggler is a blessing in disguise. Once he achieves a class transition, it is normal for him to arouse jealousy. Compared with the benefits he obtains, it is nothing. Joshua has been in the media circle for many years, and he knows very well, the key is it is very topical. The poor boy turned into a golden phoenix. Regardless of whether Wayne will have other children in the future, he will receive a large inheritance. Ever since Bruce proposed to adopt Richard, the news exploded. Gotham's major media outlets, according to the current development of things, it is not surprising that Richard will be the first child of the next generation of the Wayne family. There are endless speculations and discussions, with less good intentions and more bad intentions. I don't think this is a good time for Richard to go around social media. I polished my fingernails and said lazily, "It's none of my business. I'm only responsible for paying them. How to make them shut up is your problem." A sum of money was deposited into Shuya's bank account. There is no need to make bad remarks disappear. At least outrageous remarks such as Lolita cannot be mainstream. "Then, you have to help me write a press release, focusing on Tony Zucco being arrested and imprisoned for murder." Joshua asked in surprise, "Has he been convicted?" "You will be able to see his prison photo in 3 days. It may not look good," I said coldly. "I will send you a copy of the photo, I promise." It's first-hand information. I left the matter of public opinion to Joshua, while I happily arrived at Wayne Manor with gifts. The old butler Alfred received me at the gate of the manor and led me into the manor. Wayne Manor is worthy of being the first of the 4 oldest families in Gotham. The entire manor occupies a very large area, connecting the hills and woodlands on the outskirts of the city. After we entered the gate of the manor, we first drove through the front garden and sculpture fountain, and then walked for about 3 minutes to the gate of the manor. Bruce opened the door, and there was a very appropriate surprise on his face when he saw me. This expression alone was enough for me to learn on the set for 10 years. He stretched out his hand to take the gift from me. "Thank you for the gift. You are so kind, Lucy." I handed the gift to him, then turned it into the hand of little Richard, who was following him. "Have you received the Harry Potter skateboard and badminton racket I promised you last time? Are they useful?" "Thank you." Richard took the gift with both hands and whispered, "I like it very much." He took out the small bag in his right hand and handed it to the old housekeeper who let me in. "This is not the first time we have met. I heard from Bruce that you like tea, so I brought you tea from China." The old man happily took the tea, said meaningfully, "It is Mr. Wayne's honor to associate with such a polite and elegant lady like you." He glanced at Bruce. "I hope that in the long run, Mr. Wayne can learn at least a little bit of your social etiquette. Don't discredit me in front of Lucy, okay?" Bruce said with a frown. He lowered his eyebrows, curled the corners of his mouth, and made an aggrieved expression. "I can't be the only one who has nothing, right?" I blinked. "Am I not enough?" Bruce's artificial expression became more subtle. I comforted him. "Funny. Don't worry. I haven't forgotten you." As I said that, I took out a watermelon-flavored lollipop from my pocket and stuffed it into his mouth, interrupting the expression on his face. Happy. I didn't tell him that I put a big bag of this brand of lollipops in the gift box for Richard, and there were 30 lollipops in each bag. I had dinner at Wayne House and Alfred's cooking was amazing. It was this old housekeeper who could do all the decathlons and raised a baby Brucky who could only call Afu. Even Richard remained silent and silently stuffed all the food on the plate into his stomach. After eating, we sat on the sofa and chose a movie to watch. Because I gave Richard the original novel, we chose the first movie version of Harry Potter for the movie that night. I vaguely remembered that I had also watched the Harry Potter movie in my previous life. At that time, Rowling seemed to have finished writing the novel and had made the last movie. I have only watched a few of them sporadically, and I only know the beginning and end of the story. Now that I think about it, things from my previous life are gradually blurring. Bruce went from being a symbol representing a superhero in my mind to a real person. I can close my eyes and recall the way he walked next to me, the frequency and span of his steps. The three of us occupied a long sofa, and Alfred brought us a bowl of caramel-flavored popcorn. Bruce and I sat on either side of Richard, just enough to reach into the bowl of popcorn in his hand. Only the wall lamp was turned on in the living room. The light from the TV screen flickered in and out in the dimness, and the aroma of popcorn floated beside me, lingering on the tip of my nose. Alfred moved behind the sofa, sorting the shelves. Leather shoes made a slight sound as they landed on the plush carpet. If I had to use one word to describe this feeling, I would call it home. Richard was so young after all that he was so absorbed by the plot that he stuffed the popcorn into his mouth and forgot to chew it. Bruce's phone vibrated slightly, and he took a moment to look at it, his expression becoming more serious. He stood up and apologized to us apologetically. "There is something urgent at the company. I have to go out for a while and I can't accompany you for the time being." Richard's attention was not on him and he just nodded blankly. He looked at me again and said, "The movie hasn't finished yet. You can leave after watching it. If necessary, let Afu drive you back." He didn't feel sorry for the old man at all. I guessed that the urgent matter was not the company's business, but Batman's business. I laughed and teased him. "It doesn't matter. Mr. Alfred is much more reliable than you." He reluctantly curled his lips, put on his coat and hurried away. Richard and I watched the first movie in the living room. He watched it with gusto and was completely immersed in the magical world. I looked at the time and saw that it was still some time before the child went to bed. "Do you want to watch the second part?" When I suddenly spoke to him, he curled up on the sofa a little shyly and asked in a low voice, "Can I?" He looked so young at this time, even smaller than when he was performing on the stage, just a child who was much more mature than his peers. I took out the second DVD, "Of course, but you should go to bed after watching it," I threatened him. "Children will not grow taller if they lack sleep." Richard pursed his lips and turned his little head. After looking around and confirming that Bruce was not here, he lowered his voice and said, "But Mr. Wayne is very tall. I noticed that he goes back to his room to sleep very late every night." It seems that some people's little secrets are not there well disguised. I smiled and avoided the topic. So you stayed up late too? Richard huddled into a smaller ball. You don't stay up late every day. Don't tell Afu, please. Look, Bruce Wayne and Alfred both got the nickname Afu from Richard, but you are still Mr. Wayne to this day. Shouldn't you reflect on this, or change the custody of the child to a more kind and gentle elder sister? I won't tell, I solemnly promised. I put the disc in the projector and returned to the couch. A small hand grabbed my sleeve. I'm sorry, the boy whispered, burying his head in his knees and unwilling to look at me. I will never leave you alone again. I stretched out my little finger. Do you want to make a promise? When I call your name, you have to stop and wait for me. He still looked like a little ostrich, with his head hidden between his arms and knees, with only one blue eye exposed in the gap. His little pinky hooked mine and shook it. As long as you call my name. Originally, I planned to accompany Richard to watch the second movie, and then ask Alfred to drive me back, but I worked overtime for several nights in a row and was really exhausted. Halfway through the movie, everything in front of me blurred into different color blocks and was replaced by hazy white. When I vaguely regained consciousness, there was no sound from the movie in my ears. In the darkness, someone carried me up the steps, and I leaned firmly on his chest, burying my head in the corner between his chest and arms. Lucy, are you awake? A familiar voice said softly. I ignored him, but tightened his sleeves and buried my head deeper. Judging from the feel, it should be a bathrobe. Due to my previous career, my weight is not heavy. It can be said to be very light. He held me very easily, as if I was just a fluttering skirt on his arm, or maybe a packet of medicine and a roll of bandages in his hand. I felt him push open the door of a certain room and carefully put me on a soft bed. He seemed to hesitate for a moment, lowered his head and kissed my forehead. Good night. I closed my eyes and grabbed his collar. There is a glimmer of light. I opened my eyes and took a while to adjust before I could barely make out his outline in the darkness. That's so considerate, Mr. Wayne, for not letting me sleep on the sofa all night. Bruce's voice was a little helpless. Unless I want to drink bitter melon juice for the next week. Although it is good for health, it is really not good. Drink. He seemed a little different from before he left. I used the street light coming from the gap in the curtains to touch his face bit by bit, stroking the bruises under his eyes and the wounds at the corners of his mouth. He was visibly stunned. The ray of light from the window shone into his eyes, and the usually bright and cold blue now seemed to have a faint hint of extremely bright gold, like the eyes of some kind of ferocious beast. I didn't speak, and he didn't make a sound either. There was only us and a dim light in the room. Suddenly, he tilted his head and rubbed his injured cheek against my palm with attachment like a tame beast. Black hair scratched between my fingers. Zucco was sent to jail, he told me, as if asking for a compliment. When the police were chasing him, he got wind of it and ran away. Batman got him back in the squad car, and Richard can watch it tomorrow. He was escorted into the Black Gate. Really? I ran my hand through his soft hair, reached behind his head, and held the back of his neck. Then this will be the best thing I have received in this time. News. He held my hand on the side of his face and closed his eyes. Chapter 14 Reincarnation Day 14. After working for several days, I seemed to have returned to the 7 to 8 working life of my previous life. Even my social biological clock automatically recovers and wakes me up at the right time. Reluctantly, I groped around the pillow for a while and pulled out my phone. It's 8:12 in the morning, plenty of time. I can still stay in bed for a while. Thinking of this, I retreated into the quilt again. A head was buried in my hair and muttered vaguely, "It's too early, go to sleep." I patted his hand around my waist. Bruce hummed a few times with unclear meaning, and was about to fall asleep again. My phone vibrated a few times and a message popped up. After our last circus meeting, Janet and I exchanged phone numbers and closed each other's Twitter accounts. Just now, Janet sent a message asking me if I wanted to go to their house. Considering that the age difference between Richard and Tim is not that big, letting Richard meet some new friends can just divert his attention. I'm going to ask Richard if he'd like to come with me to Drake Manor. In order not to appear to be being unfavorable, I poked Bruce. Janet invited me to be a guest, and I want to bring Richard along. "Do you want to come with me?" The person behind him seemed to have fallen asleep, and he let out a confused sound after a long time. He asked, "Who is Janet?" "Your neighbor." I don't expect the busy young Master Wayne to deign to remember his neighbor's name, but after all, it was a conversation with myself a week ago. A person who lives in heaven. I can forget all this. I can only understand that he has low blood sugar when he wakes up early and his brain is not working well. "So are you going or not?" I asked again. All he wanted to do was crawl under his pillow and return to sleep, and every ray of sunlight and every sound while Bruce Wayne slept had to be fined. I played with his fingers, which felt rough, and the fingertips, finger roots, and palm sides were all covered with thick calluses. I held the palm like this and kissed it carelessly. Only after doing this did I realize something was wrong. Fortunately, he didn't notice this detail. I let go of his hand and asked a second time, "Are you going?" He muttered for a while before he came up with 2 words that I could understand. "Whatever." I took it as his acquiescence and replied to the message asking Janet if she would mind if I brought a few more people over. "Of course," Janet replied. "Tim is looking forward to you coming over to play." Thinking of the child who had his face rubbed but just covered his face and complained in grievance, I began to think about buying some gifts for Tim to take over. What toys would 2 or 3-year-olds like? Do you want to check out the recently released Lego? Bruce is indeed Gotham's sleeper. I heard that Wayne Enterprises shareholder meetings are held in the afternoon because the largest shareholder can't sleep at all during the day. Until I spotted a Lego Big Ben set on Amazon and called the Gotham Lego store to have it delivered to my door. Bruce lay in bed, covering his eyes with the quilt and pretending it was still dark. I washed up slowly and went out in my nightgown. Alfred is really a magical old man. As soon as I opened the door, I saw him standing outside the door with a kind and teasing smile on his face. He handed me the newly bought women's clothes and said narrowly, "When I found that Mr. Bruce was not in his bedroom, I knew I could find him in your guest room." I took the clothes with a bit of enthusiasm. Recently I didn't rest well for a while and fell asleep without realizing it. I had promised to accompany Richard to watch the movie. "I can't give you an answer to this." The old butler winked at me intelligently, blinking his eyes. "You have to go to the restaurant to ask Master Richard and enjoy a delicious hot breakfast." After saying that, he changed his expression to a cold expression. "Now, I'm going to wake up Master Bruce." Although it's so big, the probability is that it is a hopeless attempt. But the most important thing is to have the courage to charge against the impossible. I watched in awe as he stepped into the room steadily and found the toilet in the next room to change clothes. The size is just right and Alfred has pretty good taste. Hearing the complaints from the guest room and the protracted 5 more minutes of sleep, I understood the unspoken rules of the Wayne family. In this family, the old housekeeper is the devil who rules everything with early rising and bitter melon juice. But the souffle he makes is really delicious. I was sitting in the restaurant picking out a table full of desserts and thinking, what are the chances that Bruce and I would break up and that he would be hired as a butler in my cottage? I am easy to take care of. I can eat, sleep, and be obedient. I will never let the old man get distracted. Bruce didn't expect that I was secretly thinking about the possibility of poaching. 3 days later, he obediently drove Richard, me, and the Lego Big Ben in the trunk to the Drake Manor. Janet and Tim were waiting in front of the manor gate. Tim wore a simple shirt, shorts, and a pair of small leather shoes today. After we got off the car, he said hello to us calmly, "Welcome to my home." The next second he couldn't keep his serious face, and he jumped up to me like a little rabbit and hugged me happily. I bought him Lego, thank you, Lulu. I rubbed his soft little face and said hello. "You're welcome. Can you play with Richard?" Then I knelt down and whispered in his ear, "If you just want to play by yourself, I can buy new Lego for you." Tim cast a small look in the direction of Richard. His eyes were bright, and he obviously recognized Richard. "Chad, the little circus trapeze artist," he whispered in my ear. "I'm playing with Richard. Can you give me another set?" He gestured. "This way I can invite Richard to come home to play again!" Cunning and cute little carrot head. I ruffled his black hair and looked at those blue eyes looking at me pitifully. "Little slippery devil." I flicked his little head full of whimsical ideas. "Go and play. Tomorrow you can get a second set of toys." "You spoil him too much." Janet complained. "This is exchanged for cuteness," I smiled. "A boy who doesn't work hard will become the plaything of a bad sister." Richard pulled my hand and raised his head. "You call him Tim. But you call me Richard." "What do you want me to call you?" "Rick." "Dick," Richard said. "Call me Dick." "Okay, Dick." I pushed his back. "And let's play together." Tim had been coveting this little star for a long time and had been watching eagerly. As soon as he got Janet's permission, he ran away happily with Lego in one hand and Dick in the other. Bruce whispered to himself behind me, "God, is the Drake Manor so close to the mansion?" "Yes, so you are a fool who has not known your neighbor's last name for more than 20 years. Janet came over and took my hand affectionately. "Now it's time for the ladies to talk." She glanced at Bruce. "I think Jack would be happy to chat with you about some men's topics." "Okay," Bruce muttered, walking away knowingly. Girls' whispers. Janet and I were walking arm in arm on the lawn in front of the Drake Manor. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, we could see Dick and Tim sitting on the carpet, building Lego. They got along more happily than I expected. Bruce and Jack held badminton rackets in their hands and walked from the side entrance path to the sports ground. It was still some time before lunchtime, so they had plenty of time to compete. Janet narrowed her eyes and stared at the backs of the two men. "To be honest, when I saw you at the circus, I thought you and Wayne were going to break up tomorrow. What do you say?" "I have a paragraph. My time is not in Gotham, and my focus is all on the entertainment industry, so I don't know much about the inside story of Bruce's romantic affairs." Janet curled her lips. "Wayne, he is very famous in our circle. He has a routine with all his girlfriends. In certain social occasions such as dinners and performances, it only takes less than 3 hours to find a girlfriend. Wayne's new girlfriend is out." She shrugged and thought she was telling ordinary gossip. The difference was that the target of the gossip was my current boyfriend. After waiting for a while, maybe less than a week, he will find various excuses to leave. Company affairs and illness are the most common reasons. Someone has counted the number of times he has been sick, and finally we concluded that he has at least 2 illnesses in a year. "I'll be in bed for 100 days. Janet didn't have any dissatisfaction with me. She sincerely believed that Bruce and I were about to break up, according to his past rules. Now is the time to find reasons to leave me behind. She looked at my expression carefully and found that I was lost in thought, so she kindly advised me, "Don't talk about relationships with Wayne. There are too many girls trying to get into his heart, but they didn't get the results they wanted." Finally, we concluded, tell the truth, just enjoy his face and ABS, and forget about the rest. It can be seen that Bruce's reputation is really bad. From Janet's point of view, there is no difference between me and every previous girlfriend of his. The relationship process can be said to be replicated 1-to-1. That's why she rushed to persuade me to jump out of the fire pit. Is it because I brought Bruce and Dick to Drake Manor? Thinking of this, I suddenly woke up. To put it bluntly, my behavior was to bring my boyfriend to my best friend for inspection, and I wanted to integrate our social circle from the smallest point. Bruce, who was equally happy, followed me here to play badminton with a neighbor he had not known for more than 20 years. Regardless, he has never failed me in any way during our relationship. He is very good to me, but we haven't reached the stage of the relationship yet, I said to Janet. Janet looked at me suspiciously. "Do you know that you are very much in love and can't extricate yourself?" "That's not true." I made a dumbfounded expression. To end this unpleasant topic, we went to the sports field to watch Bruce and Jack play. The two have won 2 out of 3 games, and now it's time to draw 1-to-1 and compete fiercely for the final victory. Bruce drained the entire Gotham Bay. Otherwise, with Jack's frail body, they could end the game and go back to the living room to have snacks in 5 minutes. When the 4 of us returned to the living room, Dick and Tim's Lego Big Ben was only half finished. The 2 children were watching the magic show on TV without blinking. The performer was Zatanna, a very famous female magician during this period. She was seen holding a magic wand in her hand and tapping lightly on the edge of the flower pot on the stage. The pink-purple buds bloom shyly, and the petals rotate layer by layer, like the hem of a woman's skirt. Not long after, a blooming rose hung slightly on the branch. Janet's eyes lit up. "This rose is so beautiful." We happen to be short of a few yellow roses in our garden. We can choose this one." Tim, who was sitting on the ground, said doubtfully. "But Mom, what about that? The flower is obviously blue." Dick supported Tim's point of view. "I also saw it was blue." Just as the picture on the screen switched back to a close-up of the rose, Jack looked at it again and again, and was convinced. "It's yellow." "Sexy." Bruce and I looked at each other, and I moved my lips without making a sound. "Pink and purple." Bruce nodded with an indistinct expression. Chapter 15 Reincarnation Day 15. What I saw was yellowish. I decided to follow Janet's lead. "Me too," Bruce said without changing his expression. "People of different ages see different colors. It's really a wonderful magic trick." Jack was doubtful. "Is this the principle?" "I guess it's some kind of optical illusion," I interrupted, opening up the topic. "Am I the only one who thinks the name Zatanna sounds familiar?" Bruce glanced at me calmly. Janet mused. "I have some impression that she seemed to have stayed in Gotham for a while when she was a child." "She was my childhood playmate," Bruce said, his voice slightly weak. "Oh," I drawled meaningfully, "childhood sweetheart." I didn't feel bad about it. After all, when I was young, everyone didn't think about it that much. Technically speaking, Janet, Jack, and I are childhood friends. I just think Bruce's face that wants to say something but hesitates and can't hold back the last word is very funny. After lunch we said goodbye to Janet and Jack. Tim stood by the door and reluctantly said goodbye to Dick. In just a few hours, the two children quickly became familiar with each other, rubbing their noses together like two furry animals. Drake Manor is adjacent to Wayne Manor. If Dick wants to play at Tim's house in the future, it only takes 15 minutes for Alfred to drive him. Bruce invited Tim to play in Wayne Manor for a few days, and the two children reluctantly separated, agreeing to play with new Lego next time. We got in Bruce's car and headed home. The car stopped in front of Wayne Manor. Dick jumped out of the car and followed Alfred, who came to pick us up with an excited look on his face, like a cheerful bird chirping. Bruce turned to look at me. "Should I take you home now?" I joked intentionally. After all, I'm not Master Wayne's childhood playmate. It doesn't seem right to stay in the manor for many days. "That's not the reason." Bruce touching his nose in embarrassment. He had that depressed expression on his face again, with his blue eyes lowered and his expression melancholy. "Unfortunately, I fall into this trap. I have added another mark to the monument of human beings who are deceived by beauty. I really deserve death. If you can send me home, maybe I will let you have dinner." I grabbed his tie, leaned over and kissed the corner of his mouth. "You think so, new dad?" "I just a dozen years older than Dick," Bruce defended with a grimace. "I don't remember that he allowed you to call him by his nickname." "Maybe he will be willing to do so in a few days." We looked at each other and he frowned innocently. "Okay, man with inner turmoil." He smiled and took out a small velvet bag in the middle of his suit. "I wanted to give this to you from the beginning, but Dick was in the car, so it was not convenient." Bruce opened the small bag and shook out a necklace. The thin silver chain is decorated with a snowflake of the same color, with a sapphire inlaid in the center of the snowflake, giving it a very gentle and calm appearance. "Given it to me?" He put his hand around my neck and tied the necklace around my neck. "Promise me not to take it off at any time." "Are we familiar to this extent?" I raised my eyebrows. "Are you asking me, sir?" He tied the necklace and looked at it carefully for a while, then smiled and pulled up the handbrake. "No, I'm asking you." Maybe I was really attracted by him. I was so confused that I didn't take off the necklace for several days. So much so that Pepper rarely came to Gotham for a business trip and spotted it at a glance when we were having dinner in a restaurant. "Your necklace doesn't match your clothes." I cut the steak and hummed symbolically to express that I knew. Pepper sat across from me and slowly raised an eyebrow. "Are you going to tell me that Bruce Wayne gave this to you?" "He gave me a lot of things." I chewed the steak. Rich juice exploded in my mouth. "The crepe shop we started eating at was given to me by him. It may not be considered a gift in the narrow sense, but he paid for it anyway, which is no different from giving it to me." Pepper narrowed her eyes wearily and looked at me for a long time. "Did you know that there are rumors on the internet that you are the true love of Gotham, baby?" The steak on my knife fell into the plate. "Huh? You guys are dating?" The time has passed for Wayne to update his girlfriend every month. Pepper rested her chin on her hand. This week's cover girl is still single, according to past rules. One of the Gotham babies and the richest man in New York must be on the cover of that month. The girl launched a pursuit offensive. It is a pity that the two contestants this month are both well-known, and the major media are missing at least 3 pieces of entertainment news to use to perfunctory netizens. I was a little hesitant. Pepper was not Janet. There were some things I wouldn't tell Janet, but I could say them in front of Pepper. I don't know what to do with the rest of our relationship. I bit my fork. Then let it be, Pepper said, pouring me a glass of champagne and pushing it in front of me. I don't want to comment too much on you and him being in love, but since you are thinking about this issue, it proves that you must have feelings for him. I was surprised. Do you think so? Pepper looked at me with a very indescribable look. She eats very quickly, a habit she developed in her fast-paced work. She has put down the knife and fork in her hand and picked up the wine glass to take a sip. Tony is not a good partner in the eyes of the public. Well, according to universal standards, the distance is from New York to New Jersey. But you love him. Yes, I love him, Pepper readily admitted. It was like this before he loved me. He is an openly identified superhero, and becoming his partner means that I will always live in the anxiety and uneasiness of him leaving me the next second. Do you think it's worth it? Nothing is worth it. She pursed her lips and raised her eyes to smile at me, but failed to raise the corners of her lips. I am a new panic on his shoulders. He is afraid that the conspiracies against him will implicate me, and I am just a helpless mortal. Pepper showed the watch on his wrist, and C. Tucker's logo is printed in the most conspicuous position. He requires me to wear this watch 24 hours a day, which means he can detect my location, heartbeat and vital signs at any time. It is not friendly to personal privacy, but friendly to his hypochondria. I felt more than a little worried. Pepper's obsession with Stark is so deep that I'm afraid she will one day be harmed by it, both physically and mentally. I thought we would break up one day, Pepper said suddenly. I was startled. Maybe we will get back together again, because I can't let him go. Her eyes gradually gained a blurry light. When you meet someone, he is so special and stands out from all other living beings. It will be difficult for you to forget completely. Go accept others. She leaned on the table with her head propped up, and her long hair, which she usually neatly combed back, hung in front of her collarbone. But it won't affect my life. He is very important. He is not everything to me. Love is a process of weighing one's balance. It is up to you to decide which end of the scale is heavier and which is lighter. Pepper drunk. She wasn't an outstanding drinker when we were in college. She worked in Stark Enterprises before the death of Stark Sr., until Stark Jr. adjusted the direction of the company's development, until Stark Jr. announced to the media that he was Iron Man. She is Howard's assistant for Anthony Stark, and she is the only person that Stark has publicly declared to trust. From the moment she stepped into Stark Enterprises, her life had been preparing for young Stark, and it had nothing to do with love. They are too involved. People screamed outside the restaurant, and a flash of flame rushed straight towards us. The gold and red tin cans were suspended in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, right in front of us. Pepper put her finger against the floor-to-ceiling window and drew a crude smile. She was smiling. Hey, dazzling lasers surged at the fingertips covered with steel armor, and those lights stayed in the air, which was also a badly painted smile. The tin can's mask opened, revealing the face that always dominated the headlines of various newspapers. Little Stark curled his lips at Pepper. Hey, I stopped cutting half of the steak and looked at the couple separated by a glass, speechless for a long time. High heels with 7-inch heels have value in this world. I forked the steak and took a big bite. The drunken Pepper was picked up by Stark in a high-profile manner. Before leaving, the blacksmith tech geek had a little bit of conscience to share with his girlfriend and best friend, and asked me if I wanted to take me home by helicopter. I smiled politely and said, no, this is Gotham. My butler will take me back. Haha. There is only one butler and one maid in my small villa. The housekeeper does not stay in the villa overnight. He leaves at 6 o'clock every night and returns to the villa at 9 o'clock the next morning to take care of the day's affairs. The maid Ellie has her own bedroom on the second floor of the villa, and she will also go back to her home to rest on Saturdays and Sundays. Today is Tuesday, and Ellie is in the villa. The housekeeper sends me back to the small villa before I can go home from get off work. I didn't let him walk me in. I got off the car and pushed open the front garden door. I admired Ellie's gardening works on the way, and then I stood at the door of the villa and rang the doorbell. Warm light shines from the window of the villa, which means someone is waiting for me to come back. I waited for a while, but no one came to open the door for me. Ellie might have been upstairs and didn't hear the doorbell. I dug my keys into my bag and opened the door. As soon as I entered the door, the first floor was empty, and there was no sign of Ellie except for the lights on. I took off my high heels and shouted, "Amy, do you still have the brand of bath bombs I mentioned last time at home? I want to take a bath." I bent over, holding the edge of the high heels with my hand, and found that wrong. There was fresh mud on the carpet at the door. Ellie is a responsible and fastidious person and would never allow mud to stick to any plush items in the house. I stood up tremblingly and saw only an afterimage. Some stick-like object hit me on the head. I suddenly lost consciousness. I don't know how much time had passed when I regained consciousness again. The strong smell of gasoline made me frown my eyebrows. I waited for a moment before opening my eyes. Familiar furniture, dim light, and reflective transparent liquid splashed around. The continuous outlines of pieces of clothing in the shadows outline more corners that can be used for hiding. I'm still in my villa. This is the fitting room on the 3rd floor. I moved my fingers and found that my hands and feet were handcuffed to the chair with heavy shackles. A man in a suit stood at the door of the fitting room with his back to me, admiring the poster posted on the doorway that occupied half of the wall. That was last month's poster, a magazine cover with me as the model. Ellie specially printed it out and posted it here. Although I felt a little ashamed, she was happy and I let her go. The man turned around, his figure reflected in the full-length mirror at the door. He was like a monster torn apart and put back together by two people. Half of the suit is solid black and half has orange stripes. Half of the face is that of a handsome young man, and is usually an ugly lump of flesh. A bit of silver light was thrown up and down in his hand, and some kind of sticky liquid dripped down the wound on my forehead without blocking my sight. I recognized it as a coin. "This is our first meeting," the man said. "You may know us. They call us Two-Face." Chapter 16 Reincarnation Day 16. No one in Gotham doesn't know this name. Those in the know will mention an older name when talking about him. Harvey Dent, Gotham District Attorney, the Upright Light Knight, a member of Gotham's Iron Triangle. These pronouns must be marked with the word once. Now he only has one name, Two-Face, a paranoid schizophrenic, a terrifying criminal that everyone avoids. Fear crept from my heart into my chest. I tried my best to press my trembling lips and pretend to be calm. "I assume you are not here for the money. Don't tell me you are here for the beauty. I will be proud." The coins were thrown up and down in the hands of the two-faced man, and he hid them in the palm of my hand. "I don't know the pros and cons." "You're very smart." He came closer to me. I almost trembled, my hands cuffed on the armrests curled up unconsciously, and my nails dug into my palms. I didn't want to show my cowardice, so I tried my best to sit up straight and prevent myself from shrinking into a pitiful little shrimp that could be slaughtered. Two-Face stopped 3 steps away from me. He leaned over to look at me. Half of his face was as ferocious as a devil, and half of his face was as handsome as a god. The two completely different faces had the same pair of eyes. Those eyes stared at me, as if they could see through everything. "You know his secret. You guessed why we are here." His hand reached towards me and grabbed the snowflake necklace around my neck. "He is the only one related to danger around you. Of course you understand who put you in this crisis." The clothes on my back were soaked with sweat, and the fabric was wet against my skin. I pretended to be stupid and said, "I don't understand what you are talking about." He used a little force, broke the silver chain, and slowly crushed the snowflakes that fell on the ground with the heel of his leather shoe. The crunching sound of broken metal made my scalp tingle. The two-faced man looked at me and grinned. The muscles on his face were squirming like worms. "Now you have no hope." A cold feeling surged from the bottom of my heart. After Pepper told me that Tony had added a location detection function to her watch, I had a vague idea of why Bruce asked me to take the necklace with me. But as Batman's former comrade in arms, Two-Face also knows his old friend's tricks very well. Seeing that pretending to be stupid was useless, I desperately searched for information about Two-Face in my mind to try to gain a chance for myself. My eyes were fixed on the coin he put in his suit pocket. Don't you think everything about a person is determined by fate? In that case, why don't you look at my luck? Do you want to give it a try? The Two-Faced man opened his palm and handed the coin to me. I squinted one eye to prevent the blood dripping from my forehead from seeping into my eyes and reducing my vision. Do you want to play this game? I looked up at him. If I lose, I accept my fate. If I win, you let me go. You want to bet your life with us? He showed me the twist on his fingertips. Coins. The 1922 Gotham City commemorative coin is as shiny as new on one side and scratched on the other. We are willing to participate in the game. He gently tossed the coin upwards, and the silver circle continued to rotate in midair. The heads and tails flashed past my eyes, and landed on the back of Two-Face's hand. He covers the coin before we can see the answer. The sound of my heart beating was so loud that it made the back of my head pound. Under the close gaze of two pairs of eyes, the Two-Faced man slowly opened his hands. Reverse side. Deep scratches scratched the design on the coin. He said sarcastically, "You lose." I let out a shaky breath. The strange smell of gasoline kept irritating my nerves, and I held back the countless things I wanted to say. I didn't originally place all my hopes on the gamble with Two-Face. I was just stalling for time, hoping that Bruce would discover my crisis in time through the gadgets in the necklace. The Two-Faced man did not continue to show off his power in front of me. He walked to the door and glanced at the quartz clock hanging on the wall. "Where is Levi?" I asked. "You mean that maid? She is somewhere else, and I tied a bomb on her body." He turned his back to me and sneered. "We know exactly what you are planning, because we were once the same, being an idiot and pinning our hopes on her." "On a madman dressed as a bat," I gasped. He turned around and looked at me with a half-smile, the corners of his mouth pulled apart by the red muscles on the disfigured half of his face. "I kidnapped the mayor's family. They are located in different corners of Gotham. Each of them has a bomb. The bat is running around in the streets and alleys." Two-Face sentenced me to death indifferently. People will remember you." He closed the fitting room door, blocking my connection with the world. I heard the footsteps gradually move away from me, leaving only me, the gasoline, and the gorgeous dresses filling the fitting room in the darkness. The mirror at the door reflected my mess in the dim light. I closed my eyes and thought of looking up at the clock again before Two-Face left. "It's 2:15 in the morning." I suddenly understood why he played the coin-tossing game with me. Like me, he was stalling for time. The mayor divorced early in his life, and there were only him and his daughter at home. Counting Ellie, there were 3 people in total. 3 suicide bombers are hidden in 3 corners of Gotham. Only if you add me, there will be exactly 4 people. 2 by 2. Two-Face did not give up his paranoia about 2. He was waiting. He had to wait until 2:22 in the morning for all this absurdity to come to an end. In other words, I still have 7 minutes to escape from here. I dragged the chair with difficulty, bit by bit, to the closet, lowered my head, opened the drawer with my teeth, and took out a brooch. Just these few simple movements made me sweat all over, and my fingers could hardly hold the brooch thrown into my lap. I flicked the brooch open and poked the keyhole with the tip of my needle, praying to hear the snap of the shackles opening. But I don't know this little skill at all. The only knowledge I have is that I saw a similar plot in a movie script, and out of curiosity I searched online. Time passed by minute, and the tick-tock of the second hand seemed to hit my eardrums. I found to my despair that there was only half a minute left until 2:22. The person who could save me might be on the way, or he might still be running hopelessly back and forth across the city, saving other people's lives. It's more likely that he doesn't know I'm here and doesn't know what happened to me. I can't save myself, and no one can save me. At 2:22 in the morning, the mirror in the fitting room was detonated by a small bomb, and the reflection in the mirror shattered me into pieces. Sparks ignited, the gasoline poured on the ground, and the flames spread along the meandering water traces. The flames surrounded me in an instant. Those exquisite and gorgeous dresses rose and curled in the flames, and every crystal diamond dotted between the fabrics sparkled in the firelight. The temperature, the smell, the red flames that took up all the sight, and the crackling sound of the burning wooden furniture. They forced me and struck me in the heart again. A small piece of burning embroidery flew at my feet and turned into ashes. I recognized it as the first dress Bruce gave me, the dress I wore during my first hijacking in Gotham. The billowing smoke choked me to tears, and on the edge of losing consciousness I heard a loud noise. Black, bat-like shadows charged at me from the other side of the flames. A heavy cloak covered me, and someone used this action to unlock the shackles on my hands and feet. I grabbed a corner of the cloak and asked hastily, "Where's Ellie?" "She's saved," he explained briefly and wrapped me in the cloak. My feet didn't touch the ground, and I realized that he was holding me to escape from the burning villa. Metallic iron gas replaced the smell of gasoline. Then came night breeze. I struggled to get my head out of my cloak and saw my little villa turned into a sea of fire under the dark night sky, and every flower in the yard was reflected in the color of the flames. A hand hesitantly touches my face, the cold leather brushing away the tears. "Don't cry," the voice said patiently. "Oh." I rubbed my face and took a deep breath. "Put me down." I stood side by side with him, watching my home in Gotham turn into a ruins in the fire. "Where is Two-Face?" He was knocked unconscious and locked in the Batmobile's backup compartment. He paused and carefully observed my expression. "I will send him to the police station later." I gathered up my windbreaker. The night wind is too cold, but I felt very hot, as if I had not escaped, but stayed in the villa, burning into a few broken bones like the dress Bruce gave me. The person standing next to me kept looking at me, so I turned to look at him too. His lips opened and closed. "Is there anyone here?" A sudden voice interrupted what he was about to say. A policeman ran over from the road at the other end of the villa, waving the flashlight in his hand. "Has anyone reported a fire here? Is anyone injured?" He ran a few steps closer, saw Batman, and slowed down hesitantly. Do we still need to call the police?" "Call Gordon over." I sniffed and walked towards him. "I need to do a property damage assessment and file a lawsuit against Harvey Dent." "Okay." The policeman put his hand into the middle of his clothes. "Do you want me to lend you my cell phone, ma'am?" "Where is his walkie-talkie?" Before I could think about this problem clearly, Bruce behind me suddenly took a step forward and blocked me tightly in his arms. At the same time, I saw the so-called policeman take out a bottle from his arms and pour the liquid inside into my pocket. For many nights thereafter, this sound became my nightmare. Sulfuric acid. The bottle contained sulfuric acid. Most of the liquid was blocked by Bruce's cape. While blocking the sulfuric acid, he threw out a multi-ball animal trap to trap the fake policeman. The sulfuric acid on his cloak dripped along the curve of the special material and burned yellow spots on the cement floor. A small bit splashed onto my arm, causing horrible, sharp pain. Every part of the skin that was splashed was burning. Bruce quickly and decisively tore off my sleeves and pulled out a wet wipe from a small compartment on his belt to absorb the remaining sulfuric acid. He took a water bag on the Batmobile and used a small stream of water to wash my wound. His voice was so low that his emotions could not be heard. "Just bear with it for a while." After doing all this, he turned towards the policeman disguised as an angry Black Panther. People pounced. The muffled sound of punch after punch echoed in my ears. I grabbed the water bag and poured water on the wound. I was sweating from the pain. At this moment, I strangely understood what Two-Face was thinking. A double killing move. His real purpose was not to burn me to death, but to destroy my face with sulfuric acid. He wanted me to be the second him. Chapter 17 Reincarnation Day 17. In the early hours of this morning, I lost my little villa. Two-Face caused me nearly $200 million in property damage, not including the psychological damage he caused me. I just started talking when I was taking notes at the police station. At first, I felt dizzy and nauseated because I was afraid of being ignored. I vomited while holding the trash can on the spot. A female police officer named Renee scolded Officer Harvey Bullock, who was taking my notes, and immediately sent me to the hospital. The diagnosis revealed that in addition to minor burns on my arms caused by sulfuric acid, I also suffered a slight concussion from Two-Face's head-on blow. There were varying degrees of scratches and burns on his body and hands. Thanks to Two-Face, I am now a poor homeless man who just happens to get a bed in the hospital. Pepper got the news and flew to Gotham for the second time in no more than half a day. She blamed herself. If they could have sent me home, I might not have had to suffer this trip. I was lying on the hospital bed, wrapped in bandages like a silkworm baby. I opened my mouth and ate the strawberries that Pepper had washed, and comforted me. Two-Face is not a fool. If Iron Man comes to my villa, he will definitely retreat temporarily and wait for the next action. She accepted this answer, feeling in her heart just barely feel better. I enjoyed baby-level pampering, and even fruits were fed to my mouth by her. She sat next to me and helped me peel the apple, and asked casually, "Where's Bruce?" I paused for a moment and made an excuse. He doesn't know about it yet. He knows. Of course he knows. The world, there is no second weirdo wearing a Batcave suit to fish me out of the fire. He was just maintaining his persona and pretending not to know. Pepper cut off a piece of the peeled apple with a fruit knife and fed it to my mouth. "Tell him quickly and let him take care of you when I'm not around." I sighed quietly. I'm going to do it now. There are too many things to do, and love is not on the list. I counted my fingers. I want to sue Two-Face, and I don't know if I can get compensation. The lost files of the Gotham Charity Association need to be backed up in the cloud. Thanks to the brilliance of technology, I still need to find a new house. I can't live in a hotel for a long time after being discharged from the hospital. That's right. I sat up. There is something wrong with the law in Gotham. I have some ideas. Poe put a finger on my forehead and said, "Make a phone call." She pushed me back onto the pillow and covered my eyes with the quilt. Number. My phone and my villa were burned to ashes. I don't remember his phone number. That's a lie. I truly regret having deceived Pepper at this moment. I couldn't see Pepper's eyes, but I could completely imagine her helpless look. At such a young age, am I about to become Tony Stark too in Pepper's mind? Seriously, refuse. If you have doubts in your heart, Pepper said, think about it for a while. She didn't know what happened between me and Bruce, but she still stood firmly on my side. I quietly exposed my eyes under the quilt and blinked twice. Pepper threw a cherry on my head, and I put it under the quilt and ate it. She looked at her watch. I have a board meeting this afternoon, so I have to leave first. Before leaving, she told me, if you need anything, just call me and I'll make arrangements. Do you understand? I nodded obediently and watched her leave the ward. Then he took out his cell phone from under the pillow like a thief. The female police officer named Renee bought this for me to facilitate my contact with the Gotham Police Department. As for Bruce's personal number, I saw it so many times on the landline in the cottage that I could recite it backwards. I don't want to call him. I can't tell you the specific reason. It might be because he didn't take the initiative to contact me, or it might be that I was hesitant about our relationship. In retrospect, Two-Face probably didn't know that I knew Bruce's true identity at first. He simply lied to me, intending to use Batman's secret as the straw that broke my back. It was me who exposed a flaw and gave him an opportunity to take advantage of me. He wanted me to hate Batman's existence as much as he did, and every word he said and everything he did was digging holes for my anger. The villa caught fire at 2:22 in the morning, which was the end of his plan. I was the last victim, the last one in Bruce's rescue plan. A little later and I'll be the one abandoned by Batman. I have no resentment for disappointing Two-Face. All victims are lucky to be able to lie in a hospital bed and eat fruit. I just figured out one thing, and as Pepper said, I started comparing blues to other things on opposite ends of the scale. I was unconsciously thinking about whether I was willing to take all the risks for him and whether I was willing to let people around me take the risks I suffered. Ellie is the one who shouldn't have to endure this. She is a good girl who is cautious and responsible. If she had not been implicated by me, she would never deal with a double-faced person in her life. She was the third person rescued by Bruce. Fortunately, apart from excessive shock, she was not seriously injured. I received her resignation text message while I was still taking notes at the police station. On the second day after I was hospitalized, I heard that she hurried back to her hometown after finishing the notes and did not have time to see me. I couldn't do anything else but give her a large sum of money so that she could buy a small house in her hometown and live in peace. I can't apologize to her, because no one in the world except me, Two-Face, and Bruce knows that the cause of these 4 kidnappings originated from me and from Bruce, who seemed to be indifferent. Can I really afford this? Can I pay what others pay for me? Can I guarantee that I won't have any resentment against Bruce and Batman for the rest of my life? I can't give you the answers to these questions. I just feel them intuitively. On the 3rd day of hospitalization, my second uncle finally remembered my unlucky niece and transferred a huge sum of money to my account that was enough to make up for all my financial losses. His secretary personally visited me in my hospital room, gave me a very delicate but not very tasty fruit basket, and handed me a new real estate deed. I have a new house that I can move into at any time, and I no longer have to worry about which hotel is more comfortable. I also retrieved all the documents of the Gotham Charity Association from the cloud, and most of the excuses I used to delay in front of Pepper were completed. I struggled from morning to afternoon, gritted my teeth, and dialed Bruce's phone number before dinner. No one answered. He's pretty good. He avoided me, but I became more energetic and dialed the Manor's landline. After Alfred answered the phone, he immediately apologized for their rudeness. "I'm sorry, Miss Lucille. It's really shameful that I didn't go to see you right away. I must insist that my family education was not such a failure." At this point, he seemed to stop and look. I glanced at someone and sneered at someone's expression before continuing to talk to me. "Unfortunately, Mr. Bruce recently developed allergic symptoms and cannot eat any high-protein substances. He cannot answer your call now. He is lying in bed drinking bitter melon juice. Please convey my concern to him, and at the same time, I will Huang Lian recommends it to you," I said coldly. "It's good for your health." Dick's noise came from the other side of the phone. I faintly heard him shouting, "Those who engage in cold violence are just stinky pigheads." "Well said, Dick. Just for your words, you deserve a new box of Lego." The little boy grabbed the microphone and said to me worriedly, "Are you okay, Lulu? I heard you were hospitalized. Are you seriously injured?" "It's just a scratch," I comforted. "Don't worry, I'm in the hospital because my house burned down and I have nowhere to go." "Tim and I are worried about you," Dick discussed with me carefully. "Are you free tomorrow? Will Tim come to see you tomorrow?" Before I could reply, I heard him turn away from the phone slightly and hum to the person next to him. "If I don't take you with me, I won't take you with me." I couldn't help but laugh. "Dick, can you give me a message?" "Wait a minute," Dick said. "I'm going to let you know." There was a beep when the button was pressed. I found myself grabbing the quilt unconsciously and crumpling a corner of the white quilt into a mess. I let go of the rumpled sheets in my palms, not sure if he could hear me. "The necklace you gave me was trampled to pieces." It took a long time before a soft voice came from the other side. "Yes, the skirt you gave me was also burned. I like that skirt very much. You can do it again, buy it." "All the files from the Charity Federation are gone. I just found the backup in the cloud today." "You did a good job. Don't blame yourself." There was a long silence. I held my breath and stared intently at a bird flying past my window, pretending that the following words were not spoken by me. "Will you come with them tomorrow?" He took a deep breath, as if every word was stuck in his throat and he couldn't say it. "Lucy, Stop," I shouted to stop him. "Stop talking. Doctor is here." The bird flew away and flew out of my sight. "We have something to talk about tomorrow." I hung up the phone in a hurry and threw the phone to the other end of the bed, as if it were a nasty, hot brick. I covered my face, rested on my knees for a while, then slowly got up and grabbed the phone in my hand. I also know Pepper's phone number by heart, thanks to my good memory. The phone rang for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and was answered. "This is Virginia Potts. How can I help you?" "Senior." I may or may not have cried a little. It turns out that until now, I am still a naive little girl, thinking that running away can solve the problem, thinking that I will not be an orphan by hiding in the villa, and thinking that becoming a star will get the love of many people. I thought that if some words were not spoken, they would not count. "I don't want to break up," I said. "I should have thought a long time ago that this love is just a show of love, and there is no room for any heartbeat. I didn't treat each other sincerely at the beginning, and I didn't control my feelings in time. I forgot." Break up in a heartbeat. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 18, Reincarnation, Day 18. There was a squeaking sound, and the sound of liquid splashing onto the ground. Half asleep and half awake, I immediately sat up from the bed and looked around with my eyes wide open. Outside the ward, a nurse was complaining that her colleague accidentally spilled all the coffee, leaving the floor dirty and sticky. When I heard it was coffee, the tension in my heart faded away, and I sat relaxedly on the bedside. Pepper and I spent the whole night on the phone, and her worthless look was enough to make it into the top 3 of the history of Lucille's madness. I didn't sleep well all night and I just woke up. Dick and Tim made an appointment to come to the hospital to see me today. I glanced at the clock on the wall opposite. It was still half an hour before our agreed time. I got out of bed, washed up, tidied myself up briefly, and called the crepe stall to order 4 crepes. On reflection, I didn't double the chocolate chips for Bruce's crepe. He deserved not to be able to eat the chocolate chips, and the money for his toppings was used to give Dick and Tim an extra popping candy each. Perhaps the 2 children were secretly attracted to the popping candy crepe. They and the store's takeaway barged into my ward. Tim ran ahead, and Dick followed behind, carrying a bamboo basket in his hand. I looked behind them and there was no one else. "Lulu," Tim called as soon as he walked in the door. He lay down next to my bed and let me ravage his baby fat little face. "We saw the news, and your parents are very worried about you. They said that if you have no place to go for the time being, you can stay at my house first." I touched his head. "Thank you for your concern, but I won't be reduced to nothing yet." He is like a 3-year-old rice cake, warm and soft. For a moment, all the disappointment in my heart was forgotten. I gently grabbed his face with both hands and kneaded the rice cake. "Make a grinning expression." Dick put the bamboo basket on the table and told me, "Afu asked me to bring this here. He made some desserts for you to eat," he said to me in a very serious tone. "Afu made it. The food is delicious. I wonder if you two have room for a roll of crepes." I propped up my chin and glanced out the door. 1.5 will do." Dick nodded like a little adult. "Not for Bruce. Children should not worry about adults' affairs." I flicked his forehead. "Where is he hiding?" If the people who sent them here were Afu or Janet and Jack, they would be sitting in the ward chatting with me now. Only a certain shrunken bat would hide in a corner of the hospital and smoke. "Oh, and Bruce doesn't smoke." That is to hide in a corner and perform a painful drama with only him in the audience. Dick covered his head and made a small report. "Sir, Tim and I did some reconnaissance before we came up. The enemy is hiding in the small garden downstairs." He worked hard to take credit for Bruce and searched for it in the bamboo basket. He brought out a set of ointments. "Bruce asked me to bring this to you after searching for a long time." Mild burns from sulfuric acid and fire were spread all over my limbs. I can guess the purpose of this box of ointment with my toe. I pinched the bridge of my nose with a headache, stood up and picked up the 2 crepes on the table. Dick and Tim looked at me with their mouths bulging. Dick licked the cream from the corner of his mouth. "If he is mean to you, just tell me. I will go back and tell Afu to drink bitter melon juice." Bruce should have covered his face and cried at these words. Tim's cheeks moved from chewing. "I heard that there is something called Chinese medicine in the East, which is very good for the body." These 2 little carrot heads matured earlier than the other. I glared at them deliberately, and the 2 children laughed and hugged each other. Scout Grayson's intelligence was very accurate, and I found Bruce on a bench in the hospital's small garden with 2 crepes. There are a few inpatients here walking around accompanied by their family members or caregivers. Most of them are victims of an accident. There are always a lot of surprises in Gotham. Compared to them, the minor injuries on my body were so minor that I felt like I was wasting medical resources. Bruce sat on the bench with his hands on his knees and his eyes fixedly focused on the void. This was his thinking look, which he would show in front of me occasionally. I don't believe he didn't know Dick would report his location to me. He's waiting for me to come to him. I thought again of what Pepper had told me last night. Avoiding solves nothing. Maybe I was just looking for a less than stellar cover. I walked straight over and threw the rolled crepe with chocolate chips into his lap. It was thrown by mistake, not on purpose. While he was stunned, I took the seat next to him. We ate there before, and now it's my shop. He didn't answer, and I couldn't find the topic. We sat on the same bench and were speechless for a while. In order to cover up the unspeakable silence, Bruce opened the package and took a big bite of the crepe, and the sweet and dark chocolate chips fell all over his knees. I flicked the crumbs off his legs. Those cobalt blue eyes looked at me, then quickly looked back the next second, like a hare poking its head out of a hole in the back garden. I searched for a topic among so many ideas filling my brain. I'm going to sue Two-Face. Faced with my hostility towards my old friend, he just responded softly and asked, "Do you want him to be sentenced to death?" I watched the crepe in his hand getting bigger and bigger. The younger, holding his chin, said, "As much as I want to. We all know that there is no death penalty in Gotham." He looked at me, with a small shadow of blonde hair reflected in his pupils. "Do you want the death penalty reinstated in Gotham?" "Now is not the time," I said. In the city of Gotham, criminal capital and an outrageous judicial system complement each other to form a den of snakes and rats. They go to great lengths to hold each other back, empowering the real damned ones and leaving the scapegoats with no way to escape. The death penalty is only a trivial part of the equation. It can only decide whether the poor man who was sent in to block the gun will die in the electric chair in front of everyone, or whether he will become a corpse floating in the sewer. This is Gotham, such an unreasonable city. It is no more civilized than the most backward jungle. It created Batman, and Batman used the most brutal methods to fight against it. Fist against fist, blood for blood. I consider myself a civilized person, so I'm very pragmatic. I just want money. I compared a number to Bruce. I'm looking for a lawyer to sue Two-Face. He has to pay me at least 200 million, otherwise I won't let it go. He twitched the corner of his mouth. This is very difficult. Of course it is difficult. Otherwise the victims would not be cared for and housed at Wayne Enterprises' expense. But that doesn't mean you can't make money from Two-Face. Criminal activities require financial support. A bomb that can detonate a building is worth at least 10 million. And in the hands of Arkham celebrities, they are as worthless as a child's glass marbles. In the past, these financial flows hidden under crime were quietly divided up by countless black hands hidden behind the court after Batman and Gordon brought the prisoners to court. Everyone who sees it gets his share, and as a victim, I think I should get my fair share. I shrugged. If you don't catch the fleeing sheep, you won't get the wool. Bruce smiled, and there was a hint of relaxation in his tone. Experience understanding. The atmosphere at this moment gave us some kind of illusion. The illusion was shattered in the next thought. The crepe in Bruce's hand only had a little bit of cream left on the wrapper. He balled up the wrapping paper in his hand and changed the subject unexpectedly. "Lucy, we have known each other for almost 2 months." The smile on my face suddenly froze, and I realized that now is the main topic of our meeting today. So I restrained my expression and tried my best to raise the corners of my mouth. "Yes, I became the magazine's cover girl last month. I don't know who this month's cover girl is yet." He tilted his head, his face put on a flirtatious smile. That persona stood between me and him, which meant that I was shut out of his inner world. "Angelina, she is a beauty." His smile was an exaggerated sweetness. "We can get together and get away easily, so now I can still be called a loyal partner." "You don't know, is it rude to express your love for other women in front of your current girlfriend?" I simply interrupted him. "If you plan to perform an opera in the hospital, there is no need for you to come to see me." I looked away. "Go somewhere else and close your eyes hard. You can obviously break up with all your ex-girlfriends like you did before, get into a car accident, break a leg while skydiving, and hit a rock while skiing. Then tell me that you want to stay at home to recuperate, and naturally fade out of my life." The persona disappeared. "I'm sorry," he said. "I just wanted to come and see you." He added, "Oh, then you saw it." I fiddled with my fingers. "Is there anything else you want to say?" I ruthlessly reached out and covered his mouth, blocking what he was going to say next. "Let me guess, you will definitely say next, I don't know the real you." "The real you is a dark, timid, Paranoid man with not many advantages. In order to stop the loss in time, we'd better get together early and leave early. My right hand trembled, and his lips made my palm feel hot. I tried my best to speak the next words gracefully and smoothly. Actually, I'm also hesitant. Sometimes hesitation itself is a kind of rejection. But, forgive me, I'm still a little unwilling. I turned my head away and stared at a tree with all its leaves on the side of the road. This time not even the sound could maintain a precarious calm. I want to know ... Have you had a happy time in the past 2 months? A hand was put on my shoulder, and he only touched it restrainedly. I heard his voice, as if floating in a dream. I'm very happy, thank you, Lucille. The footsteps became farther and lighter. I regard myself as a ship, departing from an isolated island that I happened upon in a fleeting glance. I sat up straight, holding on to the maturity and dignity of an adult, and watched him go away from me with a not very embarrassed expression. You shouldn't have given him the crepe with toppings. Waste. Chapter 19 Reincarnation. Day 19. New York is not a nice place. The gold-selling dens of the rich and the sweat fields of the poor are where people who pursue their dreams are frustrated. In the end, they find that they are not only just a little and under the hands of capital, but also have to be constantly alert to the crazy scenes of criminals from all walks of life. But to me, Pepper is here and it's just the place to be. Don't you think you are disturbing others? Said the person sitting across from me. He put one hand on the back of the booth to play with Pepper's hair, and with the other hand he raised the dice cup on the table and shook it twice. He opened the dice cup, and we all put our heads over it. 1, 3, 3. The man's quick eyesight and quick hands hurriedly put the dice cup back. You're just shaking it. It doesn't count. Huh. I laughed mercilessly. That's so weak. At the same time, the needle point on my hand finally opened the padlock lock cylinder, and he cheered. 1 minute. 1 minute is too long. The blacksmith tech geek sneered. If it were me. He put a small metal square on the table and raised his chin to signal me to take action. I reached out and poked him doubtfully. There was a click. The handcuffs, which were transformed from small squares, cuffed my hands tightly to the table, let alone struggling. I had no room to move. I smiled but said, "Anthony Stark." He snapped his fingers, and the handcuffs were released and he shrank back into a small, quiet and harmless square. The key to the magnetic levitation handcuffs is that there is no keyhole. You can't find the locking core anywhere. Tony raised his eyebrows. To be honest, I think it would be better for you to buy some self-defense equipment produced by Stark, I said coldly, pointing out the problem. I remember that several of your products have not yet passed the approval. The people above feel that it should not be promoted as some kind of high-power weapon. Tony snorted disdainfully. Any criminal can get a gun and bullets. It's used as a pillow. But self-defense equipment is included in the contraband. It's an American joke today. He threw the small square at me. It's yours, huh? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a cold feeling in the small square. The female voice said, "The voice print has been recorded." I put the small cube into my handbag. "Then I'm welcome. Thank you, smart Stark. You are willing to go back early and not disturb your lover's date. I will be happier. I suggest you go to sleep before you can have a good dream." The two of us glared at each other and looked away. Pepper rubbed her forehead. "Please, tell me, your combined age is more than 3 years old. I am a sad beauty who has just lost love, and I ask for preferential treatment," I said, emphatically reminding, "and I unlike someone else. The adoptive family return visit plan has officially started running, and I don't need to keep an eye on it all the time." The waiter served us 3 drinks. Tony picked out my favorite glass of peach juice sparkling water, took a sip, and said lazily, "But I have Pepper. Man, I have seen through you a long time ago. You really tricked Pepper into working." I glared at him, and Pepper sighed helplessly and changed the subject. "Have you found a lawyer willing to help you sue the two-faced man?" "No," I said distressedly. "There are a few people who are willing to take the order for money." "I still thinking about it." "Is this why you came to New York?" Pepper thought. "I can recommend a few good lawyers to you, but I can't guarantee whether they will be willing to take this case." "It doesn't matter." I chose mango juice among the remaining 2 drinks. I came to New York this time just to interview a lawyer. Tony raised his eyelids in surprise. Who is it? I recalled the lawyer's name. Matthew Myrtle Murdoch. I must make it clear that my main purpose in coming to New York was not to talk to Pepper about my broken love. After I was discharged from the hospital, I was very busy. I had to arrange for moving into a new home, keep an eye on the progress of the return visit plan, prepare to sue Two-Face, and help mediate the family conflict between Dick and Bruce when he called. Why should I help my ex-boyfriend mediate family relationships after we broke up? Forget it. Just for Dick's cuteness. The little boy was very dissatisfied with Bruce's breakup with me. He couldn't interfere in the affairs between Bruce and me, so he could only call me and complain every day. Thanks to this little spy, I even know exactly what time Bruce gets up at noon these days and how many pieces of broccoli he eats for lunch. The little spy was horrified that I came to New York. He thought I was heartbroken by Bruce and ran away. He hung up the phone and complained to Alfred before I could explain anything. I hold the phone as it hangs up and can only pray that Bruce eats healthy this week. Anyway, eating more bitter melon is good for the body and not the loss. Lawyer Matthew's main activity is in Hell's Kitchen, New York, and we met to discuss it. The first time I met Matthew at the law firm, I almost closed the door and quit on the spot. It's probably not my imagination. Lawyer Matthew's appearance is somewhat similar to Gotham Baby's face. I walked in, almost thinking that Bruce couldn't stand the pain of vegetable juice and Dick's nagging, so he took a helicopter to escape Gotham overnight. Facing my surprise, Lawyer Matthew took it for granted. I know that the richest man in Gotham looks like me, which shows that he is handsome and well-deserved. He stretched out his hand towards me. Matthew Myrtle Murdoch, just call me Matt. I held his hand. I'm impressed by your handsomeness and your eloquence, Matt. I'm Lucille Crane, Lulu or Lucy, whichever you choose. The corners of his mouth curled up. He cocked his head and looked in my direction with dull eyes. Let's go to my office to talk, Lucy. Lawyer Matt, compared to his reputation as a gold medal lawyer in Hell's Kitchen, his more legendary feature is his eyes. He is a blind lawyer. In terms of mobility, Matt looks like a normal person. His brisk steps made me feel that the guide stick in his hand was purely used to make things difficult for me. I'm sorry, my assistant is on leave today. I'm afraid I can't get you a cup of tea. He sat behind his desk and took the braille document I handed him, groping for each word with his hands. What is your demand? He asked. I mean, do you just want to sue Double-Face to relieve your anger, or do you really intend to get compensation from him? This is a question without any suspense. I want money, and you have to vent your anger, Matt said thoughtfully. It's difficult. Although I'm not afraid of challenges, I still have to warn you in advance. Gotham is a municipality, and its laws are just toys in the hands of capital. Laws. We should protect people, I said, instead of stabbing a victim like me in the heart. Since the jury likes to watch sad dramas, I guarantee that I am more worthy of sympathy than Two-Face. The corner of Matt's mouth smiled a little. Expand. He is a blind man, but he has been observing me since I entered the law firm, and now I have passed his test. I've taken your case. It's a pleasure to work with you, Lucy. He extended his hand to me, and this time we shook hands solemnly, announcing the beginning of cooperation. Looking forward to your performance in court, Matt said. After breaking up with Bruce, I thought about a lot of things. About me and him, about Gotham and Batman, and about Two-Face. The danger in Gotham lies not in its disproportionate number of lunatics and its ubiquitous low-level criminals, but in its special status as a municipality and therefore its independent legal code. It turns Gotham into a ghost ship adrift on the sea, the primordial breeding ground for all evil. The strong use it to make profits, but the weak cannot use it to protect themselves. Lawyers are a special profession in Gotham. Most lawyers are poached by major families and gangs before they grow up, and a small number of unlucky ones with stubborn sexual orientation may be thrown into filling cement or feeding fish. Two-Face, Harvey Dent, was once an exception. He transformed from Gotham's youngest outstanding lawyer to Gotham's most beloved district attorney, forming an iron triangle of pursuit, detention and conviction with Batman and James Gordon. Batman takes down criminals, Gordon arrests them, and Harvey judges them. Trinity? That was originally the best time in Gotham. This exception was eventually erased. It was in court that he was completely changed by the gang leader Maroni with a bottle of sulfuric acid. To this day, there is no second lawyer in Gotham who can take on this important task. I want to take this opportunity to see how likely it is that my idea will come true. Besides that, I came to New York for another reason. This year's New Year's auction, with items jointly provided by charity federations from various places, will be held in New York. The lots from the Gotham Charity Federation arrived in New York 3 days ago, and I came to the banquet on behalf of Gotham's former money laundering organization. Thanks to Two-Face, my couture dress, jewelry, and my previous relationship were burned to pieces. Clothes and jewelry are easy to handle and can be purchased directly with a credit card. The problem is that I can't find a suitable male companion for a while. All my ex-boyfriends fired me as male companions, and I only chose Little Stark to wait for the day when I went to the hospital for brain treatment. Other celebrity friends I know in the industry either have no interest in attending the meeting, or have already found female companions. I only have one idea left. I handed the invitation to Matt. Would you like to do it for me? Matt clicked on the ornamental guide stick. The question is, do you mind? I definitely don't mind. We hit it off immediately, and I helped Matt choose a matching dress. When the auction started, I happily entered the auction holding the lawyer's arm. There was the usual dinner before the auction, and Matt and I hid behind the dessert table and picked something to eat. I consider myself to be low-key in behavior, and my clothes are not out of the ordinary. Maybe I'm too allergic, and I'm always suspicious of other people's eyes scanning past me and Matt again and again, just in time to finish a brownie. Joshua, the dedicated paparazzi, called me. Is lawyer Matthew your new boyfriend? He asked straight to the point. Huh? I can't imagine Joshua rubbing his hands on the other side of the phone, his eyes shining with gossip. Please, this is big news. If you let me grab this headline, I'm willing to write a press release for you for free. I had a bad feeling in my heart. Wait a minute, tell me clearly, what do you mean? Do you think it's okay to write like this? Joshua was completely trapped in his own world. Former actress Lucille was hurt by love after she broke up with Brucky Baby. Her new boyfriend Matthew is very similar to Brucky Baby. He is suspected of being Lucille's beloved substitute lover. Tell me more. In one sentence, you are a dead person. I threatened with a ferocious expression. Chapter 20. Reincarnation Day 20. Matt and I sat in the seating area behind the dessert table. With a stiff smile on my face, I received waves of onlookers joining in the fun. Are these rich people so free? Why don't you care about your company's stock price and the number of your Twitter followers when you have time? You deserve not to be the richest man. Matt's expression was hidden under the sunglasses that covered half of his face, making it difficult for me to see the depth. He brought a plate of red velvet cake, ate half of it with restraint and grace while everyone watched, and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. Who came over to chat with us just now? I drank champagne to cover up my embarrassment. My ex-boyfriend. What about the person who asked me for a business card and said he would take care of my business in the future? Ex-boyfriend. He shook his head meaningfully, picked up the cherry on top of the cake and put it into his mouth. In the booth on the right side opposite us, I felt a very dazzling gaze. Is that one of your ex-boyfriend's army members? Are you really blind? Are you lying to me? I forced a smile and said, it's normal for beautiful women to fall in love several times. It's also normal for rich beautiful women to have rich partners. To sum up, it's normal for everyone to be at the same dinner party. Matt applauded. You shouldn't if you are a star. You should come and join me as a colleague. I smiled humbly. Thank you for the compliment. I looked at each other, the celebrity lawyer Matt, whose face was covered by sunglasses, and we both gave a rare silly smile. This tacit understanding was quickly broken by a chirping child. A small cannonball rushed out of the crowd. Lulu. Dick, wearing a serious little suit, made a subtle sudden stop in front of me. You are also in New York. What a coincidence. Matt raised an eyebrow. Isn't this a member of the army? I said like in that. This is the adopted son of my ex-boyfriend. By the way, This is a gathering of rich people. Isn't the richest man in Gotham famous? Brookie baby. I thought he would be at least 2 hours late today. I have fully seen your charm. Matt sighed. Dick frowned and looked at the man sitting next to me, his little face gradually distorting as the observation deepened. He took a half step back in horror and grabbed the sleeve of the man behind him. Bruce, do you have any brothers living abroad? The ex-boyfriend himself and Matt looked at each other calmly, then smiled. No. I glanced at him, his eyes narrowed, and he looked away from me. Matt made a mouthful of wow, and the Guatian turned out one of his business cards in his suit pocket. My name is Mr. Wayne. I'm Matt, a lawyer. Hello, Mr. Matt, nice to meet you. Bruce did not take Matt's business card, but put his arm around Dick's shoulder. I want to take Dick to recognize his friends. Let's go first. He hurriedly talked to me at this time after a quick glance. You guys talk slowly. Dick pursed his lips, expressing his displeasure at becoming an adult's excuse to escape. He hooked my little finger expectantly. We will stay in the presidential suite at night. It has a huge living room. You can come and play with us. After saying that, he glanced at Bruce sadly again. Or I can go find him. You can play. I smiled and rubbed the worried little adult's head. The auction will last for 2 days. We have plenty of opportunities to meet. I can take you to New York for a walk tomorrow. The little boy reluctantly took one step at a time. Wang was taken away by Bruce. Matt witnessed our awkward meeting, from start to finish. Bruce and I didn't say a word to each other. He folded the unsent business card in half and threw it into the trash can. He sighed sincerely. Your ex-boyfriend is very difficult to deal with. If he wasn't difficult to deal with, we wouldn't break up, I said honestly. After the dinner, there will be an auction, which will be divided into 2 events, tonight and tomorrow afternoon. 2 dinners were held before and after the meeting. All funds raised from the auction will be distributed to local charities for charity activities. The main auction items are all tomorrow. The auction item provided by the Gotham Charity Association is yuan jings and blue and white porcelain, which is scheduled to be auctioned at the second auction tomorrow. Tonight everyone just tested the waters and took pictures of a few gadgets. One of my former boyfriends in the industry took a picture of a gemstone necklace and gave it to me. He is still active in the industry, and I know he has no intention of getting back together, but just wants to take advantage of my scandal. When we broke up peacefully, I didn't refuse his gift. Matt was the center of attention, calm and composed, and he was able to calmly ask the waiter for lemonade. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I lowered my voice. I can ask an entertainment reporter to write a clarification. Don't worry. He pushed up his sunglasses. This trouble is not my fault. I think it's quite interesting. Although he didn't care, I still felt sorry for it. Just tell me if you have anything you like. I still have plenty of room for tonight's auction. He pulled down his sunglasses. His dull eyes he accurately caught my gaze and said, it's better to be respectful than to obey. Having said that, Matt didn't find anything he liked at the auction, but I took a photo of a ring. It was a 2-finger ring with a simple shape, which did not fit my usual aesthetics. It's hard for me to explain why I raised the sign in a rush of thought. It was as if someone held my hand. When I came to my senses, the auctioneer's decision was made. Despite feeling guilty, I didn't go looking for Dick after the auction. The hotel where guests stay is in the same building as the auction hall. The hotel building is on the ground and above, and the auction hall is on the 1st to 3rd basement floors. Matt and I's room was only a deluxe room on the middle floor. Bruce and Dick's presidential suite was on the highest floor of the hotel. Although we lived in the same building, there was basically no chance of us meeting each other. I fell on the bed after taking a shower. I recalled that Bruce didn't even want to say hello to me today, so I gritted my teeth and rolled around on the bed angrily. I originally thought Bruce wouldn't come tonight. He usually participates in Gotham's internal activities. Besides, tonight's auction is not of high standard. If he just wants to go through the motions, he can come back tomorrow. Just as I was tossing and turning on the bed and thinking, there was a sudden loud bang outside the window, and the glass of the window seemed to tremble. I covered my racing heart and ran barefoot to the window to open the curtains. A large hole was broken in the roof of the warehouse on the far side of the hotel, and black smoke billowed out. Before I knew what was happening, I heard the hotel's intercom phone ringing. I picked up the phone and it was Matt. He told me to stay in the room and not to open the door to others. The warehouse where the auction collection was stored was attacked, and a guest died in the warehouse. Later, the waiter and the police on standby in the hotel will come to check our safety. I responded and looked out the window. I think I can guess why Bruce attended the auction. There is a suspected explosion in the warehouse. Is he still safe? No, he's not safe. Batman is never safe. I hesitated for a long time, and finally my anxiety overcame my timidity. I opened the window to see what was going on over there in the warehouse. A big black bat hung outside the wall and looked at me. He wanted to run, so I subconsciously reached out and grabbed his cloak, and he almost dragged me out with his slippers. Fortunately, he reacted faster than me, retracted his hook with a click, and jumped into the room holding my shoulders. We took a big heel on the carpet. The caped crusader with pointed ears was extremely angry. His voice was hoarse and low. "It's too dangerous. Don't do it again next time." I knew I was wrong, but I didn't want to bow in front of him, so I choked back confidently, hanging in the middle of the night. "Is that you, the person outside other people's windows?" Strange. I consider myself to be a person who is not lacking in love experience, and I can treat my previous boyfriends with a normal attitude after breaking up. Only in front of this difficult pointy ear, I feel awkward and careless, as if I just graduated from kindergarten yesterday. Batman was silent for a moment. "Sorry." He simply apologized and turned towards the window. I grabbed the corner of his cloak again and pulled the black cloth straight. "It's too late for you to go back now. The presidential suite should be the first to be inspected." Silence again. "Come here," I said helplessly. "Your wound is bleeding. Let me bandage it for you." This scene was very inexplicable. I rummaged around the room looking for a medical kit that should have been there. Batman sat on the chair in front of the window, covering his arms with his cape, for fear of blood dripping into my room. For a hotel of this size, the room is equipped with a medical kit. The problem is I don't know where it is. I looked around the room and couldn't find even a band-aid. A hand handed me a roll of bandages. I carry the necessary medical supplies with me. "Oh." I took the bandage and the alcohol cotton he found in his belt, waited for him to take off his gauntlets, and lifted up the tight uniform on his arm so that I could treat the wound. Bruce was right to break up with me. I was never close to his world and was not prepared for the dangers. I am just a flower planted in a greenhouse, unable to face the storm of the outside world. I remembered the first aid techniques I learned a few days ago and wrapped a crooked piece of Batman's noble arm. It is obvious that there is no way to sharpen one's weapons before the battle, and it will lead to disgrace. No matter what I do when finishing, the bandage always swaggers down ironically. I took off the accompanying sticker provided by the hotel and stuck the hotel's logo on the end of the bandage until it was barely visible. From the corner of my eye, I noticed that he slightly twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Just laugh. I accept the ridicule." "That's not what you meant." The slightly curved lip line was retracted. I faced the albuginia on my mask. The albuginia shrank and started to change the topic. "How did you recognize me?" It was an affirmative sentence, not a question. I made it obvious enough. I had not been angry all day, and my anger arose in my heart, and my hatred grew in my guts. I slapped his strong chest and squeezed it generously. "At least I've slept on it before," I said indifferently. "It's pretty easy to recognize." White membrane's eyes focused on my face, to my hands, and then to my chest muscles. Finally he ducked back imperceptibly, before the harasser and the victim could discuss the issue. The doorbell of the hotel room was rang. I almost had a cardiac arrest. I hurriedly pushed the large piece of contraband into the bathroom and closed the door. I adjusted my expression before opening the door. Outside the door were the hotel waiters, the police, and Matt, who came to check on me. My toes claw at the insoles of my slippers when I think about what gadgets are hidden in my room. My smile must be very distorted at this moment, because my acting skills have never been good. "What happened?" The waiter didn't tell me the truth, but used a slightly euphemistic expression. "There was an explosion near the hotel. Let's see if you need anything. At the same time, I remind you not to walk around tonight. Please wait in the room. The police are conducting a preliminary safety check on the hotel." I closed the door anxiously and said perfunctorily, nodding, "Understood, I have no other needs. I'm safe. You can go to the next room." Just as the door was about to close, he put a hand between the cracks of the door. Matt opened the door with a frown, and gently pressed the hand holding the guide stick. "Who is in the room?" "Matt. Matthew, Lawyer Matthew. Your bonus is gone." Even God couldn't hear my inner cry at this moment, and the sudden sadness rolled down my heart like a waterfall. As a price for not believing in God, God taught me that there is always room for things to be worse than you imagine. The bathroom door was pushed open from the inside, and under the stunned gaze of a group of people, a wet Brucky baby wrapped in a bathrobe came out. The man with messy forehead held me in his arms and gave Matthew a provocative and romantic smile. "Are you looking for me, Lawyer Matthew?" "That's it." I trembled at the suddenly bright eyes of the police officer and the waiter. "All is lost," I thought desperately. Joshua must be very happy. Chapter 21 Reincarnation Day 21 I slumped on the sofa, like a salted fish that had been salted and hung on the balcony to dry for 7 days and nights. "I will never forgive you in this life," I said weakly. Bruce shut up quietly and consciously packed up the equipment he had just thrown all over the bathroom. "Joshua, you are amazing." I changed my position and continued to lie paralyzed. Bruce didn't speak, just pretending to be a mute. As I spoke, I punched the pillow beside me viciously. "Isn't it said that the best ex is the one who disappears from your world? You are afraid that Joshua will have no material to write about and can't make a living." Turning his head, he put on all the equipment and stood in front of me fully armed. In the room, I changed the order of my feet on the coffee table, and narrowed my eyes to look at him who was standing in front of me like a model in a mall. Bruce half knelt in front of me, took out various gadgets from his equipment belt and put them in my hands. There is a trigger mechanism inside the glove. When activated, a safe voltage will be released. There is no need to worry about harm to the human body. There is a special electric current on the ring that will bounce people away. It is the same set of equipment used in the Batmobile. He actually also packed a cloak compressed in the equipment belt. He shook out his cloak and draped the black fabric over me. Waterproof and fireproof, it can withstand most damage from thrown objects. You must use this to protect yourself. Stop for a moment. I grabbed his wrist. "What do you mean by this?" Bruce tied the hidden buckle of his cloak. I went up and asked an irrelevant question. "Have all the lots for tonight's auction been delivered to you?" I was startled. Before the auction ended, today's lot was delivered to my room by the waiter, including the necklace my ex-boyfriend gave me and the ring. I took the photo myself. His words were too suggestive, so I quickly reacted, grabbed his arm and asked, "Which lot is the problem?" Bruce's face darkened, and before he could answer, the glass outside the window was violently smashed by some unknown object. Countless glass shards flying around, the strong wind blowing outside the high-rise building blew the curtains wildly, like ghosts and gods dancing wildly. "This is the 18th floor." I was covered tightly by Bruce's cloak, and I only felt small shards of glass hitting me. Bruce reached out and pushed my head down. "Hide in the bathroom." My eyes blurred. The ceiling lamp in the room was smashed by someone throwing something casually, and the room suddenly became dark. Only the inner gauze of the curtains was rolled up to reveal the white inside. In the darkness, Bruce hid in the shadows and fought with several people dressed as ninjas. The sharp blade hit the broken blade on the armor, making a scalp-numbing sound. I shrank in place, the coldness running from the soles of my feet to the top of my head, and it was extremely difficult to even move my feet. I wanted to move, to listen to Bruce and hide in the bathroom, but my body was beyond my control. A ninja broke through Bruce's defense and slashed at me. I didn't have time to react at all, so I threw what I was holding tightly in my hand in panic. The small smooth square deformed and reorganized in the air, grabbing the ninja's wrist head-on. The magnetic handcuffs came together into a block, tightly clasping the ninja's hands together. A hand wearing a tactical glove grabbed the ninja's shoulder, kicked his knees, and turned the ninja upside down and threw him to the ground. With a crunching sound, he forcefully twisted the ninja's arm. Several more ninjas jumped out of the window behind him, and one of them seized the opportunity and stabbed him in the neck. "Be careful!" I must have yelled so loudly that the people who jumped in outside the window had an extremely brief pause. Fortunately, this did not affect his performance. With a flick of the guide stick in his hand, the thin wire tightened around the ninja's neck and dragged the attacker directly to his feet. With the addition of helpers, the balance of the battle began to gradually tilt. I managed to calm down my breathing and regain my composure, wrapped myself in a cloak and hid in the bathroom, using the equipment gloves given by Bruce to electrocute a ninja who tried to attack me. All the attackers fell unconscious. The two men tied up the fainted ninja one by one. I carefully held the door and leaned out, and the night wind outside the window came in. The hotel room was in a mess, with overturned furniture and numerous tiny glass shards. The bedding and pillows were torn with knives, and cotton wool was flying everywhere. They threw the fainting ninja into a pile in the corner and stood facing each other. The person standing opposite Batman is wearing a red tights, and the logo on the chest is two overlapping D letters. Like Batman, he also has two small horns on his head, which I guess are antennas capable of receiving radio waves. Daredevil, he introduced himself simply and clearly. I looked at the chin exposed under the mask, and it seemed familiar to me. I looked at Batman, then at Daredevil, and the two superheroes turned to look at me. Two identical chins. My pupils trembled. Matt, don't be casual. Wait. Daredevil number 2 in fancy dress suddenly turned his head to look at Bruce, shock written on his chin. So, you are. Nothing was said. Middle. I covered my face in despair. You've never met before, have you? No, Bruce said calmly. I know. I should have discovered this chin earlier. Matt mused. I sneered. Men who put on pretense, their personas are thousands of feet thick, and their quick actions are worth 10. Liar. Baby Brucky is not a lively and cheerful baby at all. Matt, are you really blind? Are you lying to me? I pinched the bridge of my nose, stepped on the broken pieces of the coffee table, and dug out the two items for today's auction in the drawer, a green gemstone necklace and a two-finger ring. So, I asked Bruce, carrying two things, which lot is the problem? The necklace. Bruce almost squeezed out the word. That's not a gem, it's kryptonite. I want to know about my ex-boyfriend. Are they used to defeat me? When I go back, I will throw all my emeralds and jadeite to an appraisal agency for testing. The League of Assassins cooperated with Luthor to collect kryptonite from around the world. There were several kryptonite products in this auction. The guest who died at the door of the warehouse had a private transaction with the auctioneer, skipping the auction process and directly trading the next day's products. Lot. A piece of kryptonite the size of a fist. I tried my best to find out some information about kryptonite, Luthor and the League of Assassins from the memories of my previous life. Except for Luthor, I can remember that he is from the Lex group based on my memories of this life. Chairman, I know nothing about the others. I gave up on maintaining my image in front of two men in costumes who were dancing around all night, and just sat on the overturned bin bag and rubbed my face. A helpless exhaustion welled up from the bottom of my heart, swallowing me into the illusory sea. I threw the kryptonite necklace to Bruce, rubbed the simple patterns on the two rings with my fingers, and calmed down my mood with simple mechanical movements. I don't mean to accuse, and I don't want to complain. I closed my eyes. I know you just found out about this, otherwise you would have taken this dangerous item at the auction to prevent it from falling into my hands. I took a breath. I'm sorry that I disrupted your plan. But for such a long time, you didn't have any idea. Do you want to tell me what will happen? People told me that Bruce Wayne was made of alkaline water, salt particles and compressed biscuits. If I don't catch you, are you going to be a silent guardian, solve all the troubles without my knowledge, and then replace the kryptonite necklace with the expensive necklace you bought? I clenched my fists, with two rings firmly stuck in my palms, and asked word for word, do you have any hero movie complex? This matter can obviously be solved in a simple way. I understand why he did this. I don't understand why he can do this. I stood up, my heart burning with anger. You think we broke up because I can't accept the dark side of the world, so you simply gave up cooperating with me and planned to handle everything yourself. Explosions, swords, and bullets can all be destroyed by the world behind you. The black cloth is blocking it. I grabbed his shoulder, and my voice was slightly crying. Can you protect me like this for the rest of your life? Do you really think I will be happy about this? I leaned on his shoulder, clutching his uniform, blinking desperately to keep tears from falling. Even if I meet you, I'll be unlucky. You can't let me continue to be unlucky without knowing it. He didn't pat my back to comfort me, nor did he say anything to comfort me. That intimacy no longer exists between us. I heard him whisper, yes. This was the answer to the previous question. He can protect me for the rest of my life, and he will protect me for the rest of my life. This black bat, who wears a Halloween costume and haunts various dangerous areas every night, is a naive and soft-hearted idiot. His decisive and cold business acumen has not been inherited at night work. I've never hated myself so much for being just a weak woman who couldn't help but punch him and Matt in the jaw to help everyone differentiate between the two. In addition to the whistling wind in the room, I was the only one left sobbing from time to time. I pushed Bruce away, found a few usable tissues in the drawer to dry my tears, and stood in front of the window, hoping that the cool breeze would blow away the dull thoughts in my head. At this time, a man tremblingly broke the silence. I said, Matt, whom we had forgotten for a long time, stood in the corner of the room, as innocent and harmless as a mushroom growing freely in the ruins. Since you two are still in love, why not ... The rest the words were chewed over and over in his stomach several times without being spit out. Matt racked his brains and couldn't find a suitable solution. All the cases he had handled in the past were of no use here. After careful consideration and steady analysis, my lawyer friend looked back and forth between me and Bruce, then spread his hands and said, hey, I don't know what to do. He gave up directly. Just let nature take its course. Chapter 22 Reincarnation Day 22 Awkward. This was my first thought after sorting out my mood. Bruce and I performed a 3-minute agonizing scene right in front of Matt that could have flowed seamlessly into a late-night family soap opera, served with plain popcorn. By the time the hotel staff and police arrived, the two night walkers had already jumped out of the window and left. In the ruins of the hotel room, I was the only one sitting on the big cotton-covered bed, lost in thought. I was invited to rest in the presidential suite, next door to Bruce and Dick's room. The moment I stepped through the door I got a call from Joshua. Thank you, he said affectionately. You will give me a perfect Christmas. Oh, I hung up the phone coldly. I won't read the newspaper this week, and even if I do, the entertainment section will be cut off. Although Joshua himself is quite talented in literature, I don't really want to see him use youth trauma literature to describe my relationship with Bruce and Matt. It's okay, Matt comforted me. I don't care. I do care. I smiled stiffly. After being attacked last night, I spent most of the night cooperating with the police and taking notes and reconstructing the scene, until this morning when he fell into bed and fell asleep. The promise that Dick had originally made to go shopping with him had not been fulfilled. When I woke up, the world was turned upside down. Everyone I met looked at me like a scumbag, and looked at lawyer Matt next to me with pity and anger for his misfortune. Especially after the second auction started, Matt sat next to me as my best man. Dick, who was 3 rows behind, came out to greet me, but Bruce pushed him down. For a moment, the place was filled with the gossipy whispers and hot glances of this group of wealthy people. I forced a decent smile on my face, but my heart was filled with despair. Matt sat next to me and leisurely opened the snacks distributed on the seat. I don't think you read today's newspaper. Matt took a sip of lemonade. Actually, everyone agrees that you have 4 subordinates. In addition to me and Wayne, there are also the Night Stalkers who both appeared last night. Batman and Batman. The decent smile disappeared. Matt comforted, look on the bright side. The auction will end tonight, I said expressionlessly. Yes, and then you come back to Gotham with me, just in time for the people of Gotham to catch up with the sequel to the love triangle. He sighed and shook his head. He pushed up his sunglasses and said, but that's none of my business. I'm just a weak and helpless blind substitute. Did you follow Joshua's serialization in the entertainment section of the newspaper? A weak blind stand-in who can knock people flying into the wall with one punch? While we were whispering softly, tonight's auctioneer finished his opening, clapped his hands, and the first lot of the night was sent to the exhibition stand by the staff. Learning from last night's lesson, I'm not going to participate in the auction tonight. The reason I'm sitting here is because the Gotham charity auction goes up tonight. The yuan jings and blue and white porcelain provided by the Gotham Charity Federation naturally did not qualify for the finale, and was placed 8th tonight. After the auctioneer finished his introduction, people began to shout out prices. I propped my chin up and looked around. Not many people took action, and everyone was waiting for the finale. My mental estimate is $4 million, and it would be a surprise if it exceeds this price. The blue and white porcelain started at $1 million, and the price increased step by step. The price increased by $200,000, and now it has increased to $2.2 million. Just as I was about to get close to what I expected, a child's voice suddenly sounded from the field. $5 million. Ah! I kept holding my chin and was stunned. Matt whistled meaningfully at me. The bidder hesitated for a moment, then added a little more, $5,200,000. Dick did not hesitate. $6 million. All the excited eyes in the field were focused on the 2 rows of Dick and me, and everyone seemed to, after understanding something unspeakable, they all sighed with emotion. What on earth do you understand that doesn't exist? I took out my phone and sent a message to Dick. I didn't have time to type, so I sent 3 question marks in a row. Dick's voice paused briefly, then added, $7 million. At the same time, he messaged me back, "It's okay. Bruce promised to buy me something at the auction. He made you unhappy. I took pictures of your things to apologize to you." What a considerate kid. But that's not necessary. I held my forehead in pain. When Dick shoots things and Bruce pays for them, everyone assumes that Bruce is the one who gives me the money. Now that Dick was crushing the crowd and about to pick up the fruits of victory, a lazy voice added, $10 million. I turned around and saw that Tony, who was not present at the dinner yesterday and tonight, was sitting down at some point. In his VIP seat, he lay crookedly in the chair and joked with the people next to him. Seeing my glare, he made a casual gesture. "You're welcome. Who wants to be polite to you? You are here to muddy the waters with no work to do." Does Pepper know? The price of more than 10 million yuan is somewhat higher than the original value of this bottle of yuan quinoa. Dick hesitated a little. This time the increase was smaller, 10 million to a million. Tony held up his sign while drinking Coke. 13 million. Wow. There were shouts one after another on the field, as if I'm not in an upper-class auction house, but in a melon field harvesting under the moonlight. Dick sent me a crying emoji and cruelly raised the price. 13.5 million. 15 million. This time it was not Tony, but another rich man I didn't know. Like Tony, he also made his debut tonight. Noticing everyone's attention, Oliver Queen from Star City shrugged. To be able to have Tony and Bruce fight over this, I think this is probably a very precious thing. Matt dug into the small cake he asked from the waiter, exclaimed, "I don't understand the entertainment methods of you rich people." I almost choked. I don't understand either. Just as Oliver was about to take away the fruits of Dick's victory, another voice added in, 20 million. The whole place was silent. I silently raised my hand and covered my face with the auction brochure, pretending that I was not there. Looking at the bright side, this money should be used to build the Gotham Charity Association. From this perspective, Bruce is not taken advantage of. Wow. Tony sighed and continued to raise the fire. 25 million. 30 million. Bruce looked at his watch, leaned on the backrest and held up the sign casually. There are other auction items. Let's end it quickly. 50 million. The whole audience was in an uproar. I closed my eyes with a heart attack, deceiving myself that I was hallucinating. Bruce Wayne, you are the one who has been taken advantage of. There is no way I will let you. The honorary vice president of the Charity Federation, hold real power. The auctioneer repeatedly confirmed in disbelief. 50 million? 50 million. He picked up the auction hammer and prepared to hit the base. 50 million for the first time, 50 million for the second time, the last time, 50 million for the third time. The auction hammer hit the base with a crisp sound. Dealed. Matt was satisfied. There will be new material in the entertainment section tomorrow. So you are indeed chasing Joshua. Serialization. How do you, a blind man, read the newspaper? Are you lying to me? Thanks to Dick, Bruce, Tony and Oliver for the great show. No one was paying attention to the rest of the lot. Entertainment forums are posting posts at a rapid refresh rate, with various conjectures and theories emerging one after another. As the center of the whirlpool, Dick and I had a late-night snack at a small fast food restaurant in New York. Although he failed to use Bruce's money to take the blue and white porcelain, he got Bruce's money to make me happy. This junk food will be paid for by Master Grayson. I'm sorry, Bruce is just a big idiot. The little boy sat opposite me and took a big spoonful of parfait and stuffed it into his mouth on a cold day. I will tell Afu when I get back and let Afu educate him well. If he wants to invest money into the charity association for which he is the honorary vice president, I said with a fake smile, he can directly deposit it into the account of the charity association and just tell me, "You are welcome to invest money." Dick sighed old-fashionedly. "Don't be angry." He pushed the dessert platter in front of me. "Eat something sweet to calm down." I chose a popcorn cookie, used it as a nasty chin with pointed ears, and took a big bite down. The kryptonite necklace last night brought a great psychological shadow to me. I contacted a jewelry appraisal agency and threw all my green jewelry there for appraisal when I got back. I touched the two-finger ring on my hand and suddenly felt a little uneasy. Could there be something wrong with this ring, right? Matthew is sorting out the information on the Two-Face case and is temporarily unavailable to work for me. I took a photo of the ring and searched it in my browser. After skimming through a lot of invalid information, a post appeared. The poster posted a photo of a ring of the same style as mine and introduced the legend about this ring. It is said that this ring is related to the evil god, and that some evil power originating from darkness is sealed in it. Because the statement was so outrageous, only a few people laughed at the post owner, and no one responded. Skeptical, I clicked on the poster's profile and discovered that he had left his own Twitter link. I changed my Twitter account, took a photo of the ring on my hand and sent it. The poster replied instantly, "How did you get this ring?" "I can't tell you." I looked confused. "What on earth is this ring? Can I keep it with you?" The poster said deeply, "This don't keep things, it will bring disaster to people." He said seriously, "Its name is the hanging ring, and it is a magical weapon used by a group of evil pagans. It will swallow up your spiritual power and make you bald, become poor, and eventually you can't even use Wi-Fi. What kind of holy weapon can make people lose their hair and go bankrupt? It's so vicious." "You can't lie to me." I looked up at Dick. The little boy's black hair was soft and fluffy. One look at it made people want to take advantage of him. I asked the poster, "What should I do to get rid of the curse of the hanging ring?" The poster sent me an address. Quite coincidentally, his address is in Gotham. Professional items need to be handled by professionals. In this way, you send the items to me and I will help you exorcise the evil spirits. Because of your sincerity in asking for help, I will only charge you $500. It turned out to be a lie to me. I smiled coldly and sent the address he gave me to Gordon. "Hello, Director Gordon. I'm reporting someone for fraud." Chapter 23 Reincarnation Day 23 Sunglasses obscured Matt's expression, but could not hide his affectionate words. I sat at the plaintiff's table, and in time with his stomping of the guide cane. I took out my handkerchief and pretended to wipe my tears, covering my expression that was so stiff that it would make any director despair. The defendant caused nearly $200 million in economic losses to my client, and at the same time brought an indelible psychological shadow, allowing an intellectual, elegant, and decent woman to live in darkness forever. My client Lucille. In just 2 months, I lost my job, my shelter and a rare and sincere love thanks to Mr. Harvey Dent. Matt sniffed. "I'm sorry, I may have lost my temper a little." I continued to wipe the non-existent tears from the corners of my eyes with a handkerchief. There is also a well-known name for fooling juries in the absence of key evidence. Matt's ability to fool around is far beyond that of the jury members. He took off his sunglasses, his eyelashes covered his dim eyes like glass beads, and he blinked. The water in his eyes was full of water, and his handsome face was full of melancholy. "Ladies and gentlemen, my client Lucille Crane was severely traumatized after being attacked by Mr. Dent. I think everyone knows this in the recent newspapers," he said here. I clenched my palms and tried my best to hold back the word "shut up." Matt took a handkerchief from one of the jury members and wiped his eyes, bursting into tears. Imagine that Miss Crane is a rich and wealthy woman. Suppose it is someone else, or even me, after suffering a triple blow to the economy, body, and soul. Can their future life be guaranteed? This world is full of people. We are all killers, mercenaries, superpowers and alien invaders. How can we ensure that we have the strength to stand up again after encountering misfortune? Harvey Dent has enough funds to maintain criminal activities, and exposed Miss Seal deserves some financial compensation that is better than nothing. Matt put on his sunglasses, turned around and picked up a stack of documents on the table. According to the evidence provided by the Gotham Police Department, we can prove that Mr. Dent owned some small private property of his own at some point after leaving Arkham Asylum. His tone suddenly became lighter, compared to letting this amount funds become the support for Double Face's next criminal activity, and I am more inclined to let it become a ray of comfort in Miss Lucille's unfortunate life. At least money will not break up with Ms. Lucille, and neither will dollars and pounds. There is a substitute relationship. After Matthew's speech, the entire jury applauded him, and I clapped stiffly among the excited people, struggling to squeeze out a smile that probably meant being moved. The happiness was theirs, and all I felt was the noise. No, at least I still have money, and I think they are noisy. Matt is an excellent lawyer. In order to show my misery, he even put the blame for my attack in the hotel on the head of Two-Face, who is still in jail. We achieved a preliminary victory. At least the jury unanimously agreed that poor and haggard Ms. Lucille should receive some monetary compensation. We successfully took the first step and got approval from the court. The next step is how to actually get the money. Matt's work wasn't finished yet. I originally planned to invite him to dine at a private restaurant in Gotham, but he declined. Mr. Lawyer, who is obsessed with his work, even asked me to order takeout to be delivered to a charity spot in the East End that we were going to visit later. I went there to check the implementation progress of the adoptive family return visit plan and the direction of the donations. Matt accompanied me purely for safety reasons. We took a taxi directly, which was 10 minutes faster than takeout. When the takeout was delivered, I was still struggling with documents in the reference room. Matt moved a stool and sat guarding the door, looking like a doorkeeper. He casually picked up today's newspaper on the table and fumbled with his hands to read it. We got along peacefully until he suddenly said, "Have you ever considered getting back together with him? Have you considered?" I blurted out half of the sentence. Only then did he realize that he had been tricked, and turned to glare at him. Matt shook his head because he couldn't see my expression and sighed. "You are simply obsessed with him. As a friend, I want to remind you to stay away from love." "I don't." I slapped the document angrily and scratched my head. Fa emphasized, "Come on, a man with a good-looking face and super nice breasts and butt. He is full of secrets. He wants to put the word mysterious on his chin and only reveals a few things to you. True love and dependence. Don't you fall head over heels for him?" "I won't," Matt said calmly, "because I'm not gay." He blew the dust off his sunglasses. "I'm not bisexual either." The takeaway has arrived. I shook my phone indifferently. "It's been at the door for a few minutes. Could you please bring it in for me, sir?" "You're welcome." Matt touched the guide stick and turned around to go out. I lowered my head thankfully, and as soon as I flipped through the files on my computer, I heard a commotion outside, including Matt scolding, "What are you doing, kid?" I hurried out and saw Matt holding a handheld. He was carrying takeout, and he was holding a little boy of about 6 years old in one hand like a kitten with its teeth and claws spread out. Unable to escape, the little boy tried to kick Matt in midair, but Matt quickly dodged it. "I saw him getting our takeout," Matt explained. The boy was wearing a dirty red sweatshirt. It might have been worn for a long time and it no longer fit him well, so he hung on Matt's arm and exposed a portion of his belly. Matt subconsciously wondered, "It's so light." "He doesn't weigh as much as a cat." The little boy glared at him. "Don't insult me." I noticed his thin little chin and flat belly, and subconsciously asked, "Do you live nearby?" The East Side is a well-known slum area, and the families with children who live here are usually not too wealthy. The child immediately looked at me warily and closed his mouth. Unfortunately, his stomach refused to obey his will and growled inappropriately. I understood that he might not have eaten for a while, And then he saw a bag of takeaways forgotten by two fools on the roadside, so he had bad thoughts. I walked towards him. "Where are your parents?" The boy's eyes widened. "Don't come close to me," he shook in fear. "Otherwise I want you to look good." Matt put him down, still holding one hand on the boy's shoulders. I ignored his childish threats and looked over him, finally unable to restrain his fear. The boy suddenly trembled and curled up into a small ball. "I know I was wrong. Please don't hit me." He was malnourished and unattended, and there were wounds pulled out by belts on his forearms and back. Scars. The little boy obviously did not receive the care he deserved from his parents and may even have been exposed to domestic violence. I reached out to him, and he reflexively closed his eyes and tried to twist into a position that could best protect himself. I searched his pocket for an extra button, took out my share of takeout, and stuffed it into his hand. His tearful blue eyes widened in surprise. I knelt down halfway so that he could look at me levelly. "Stealing is wrong," I said. "When you encounter difficulties, you can ask others for help." The boy didn't take my lecture seriously. I poked his forehead. "In case you don't want to accept help from others, I can also provide you with another good way." In exchange, I raised the button in front of him. "Use what others need. Exchanging what you need is a fair trade, just like I exchanged my dinner for your button." The boy looked at me suspiciously. "A good meal is worth much more than a button." "Whether it's worth it depends on the wishes of the person involved." I smiled slightly. "I just need a button, and I can order dinner later." "Really?" The boy looked distrustful. "Really?" I nodded to Matt. As soon as he let go of his hand, the boy jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on and ran towards the corner of the alley, disappearing in a few moments. Matt raised his sunglasses and glanced at me. "Don't you go and see what's going on at his house?" He also noticed the boy's plight. I shook my head. "He doesn't trust us and won't accept our help." "Then let him leave like this." Matt raised his eyebrows. "I can still catch up with him now." "Where can he run?" I raised my lips. "This is the East District. He lives here. We will meet again soon." "Don't you think you are getting closer to the Black Bat when you talk?" Matt walked in carrying his takeaway. "Let me tell you first, I won't share my dinner with you," I said calmly. "I'll order a new one, double the amount." By the time I got back to my new residence, it was already close to 10 o'clock in the evening. I was busy with work and didn't take another look at the Twitter account, because in my mind the deceitful poster should be drinking tea with Gordon in the interrogation room right now. I didn't expect that there would be a follow-up to the issue of the ring fraudster. Before I washed up and went to bed in the middle of the night, countless messages popped up on my phone, all of which were Twitter private messages from the poster. "How can you report me? You actually told the police my address. You are going too far. I must come to confront you in person." I replied inexplicably, "Because you are a liar, so I just reported you. If I have so much free time, why don't I use it to work overtime?" The poster cried loudly, "I obviously want to help you sincerely. I want to collect money sincerely." There was a 2-second pause, and then he said angrily, "If you can, we'll confront him face to face. Just stay where you are and don't run away." I waited for a few seconds, but nothing happened. I sent a question mark and a period. The person on the other side said coquettishly, "Can you take a picture of your current position for me?" I squinted my eyes, ran to the bathroom and took a picture of the bathtub. Just as I pulled my hand back to close the bathroom door, a spark appeared in the air. The spiraling sparks draw a full circle in midair, as if a layer of canvas has been peeled off, revealing another scene behind the circle. One foot steps out of the circle. The thin and frail young man walked out of the circle and said angrily, "We need to talk." The next second, he saw my luxurious bathtub covering an area of 3 square meters and the single side of the wall that occupied an entire wall next to the bathtub. Floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Change your mind instantly. Dad. Chapter 24 Reincarnation Day 24. I don't want this sudden extra big boy. The old man was sitting on the sofa in my living room and said flatteringly, "If you have any needs, please tell me." I noticed that he had a 2-finger ring on his index finger and middle finger that was exactly the same as mine. "What exactly is a hanging ring?" "What?" The young man said. "It's not convenient for me to say. I took out $100 bill from my wallet and pushed it on the table. The young man smiled happily and quickly put the money into his pocket. "Boss, just call me Keenan. Thank you for your generosity, boss." After saying that, he put on a serious expression, took off the hanging ring from his hand and put it to me. The hanging ring is a magical weapon controlled by the guardian of the temple. It requires the user to have extremely strong mental power to master it. He warned me, mystery attracts mystery. Although you got it by chance, boss, I don't recommend you step into the world of mages. It's very dangerous. The problem is not that I got it, but that it found me. I took off the hanging ring from my finger and played with it. Escape cannot guarantee my safety. Keenan scratched his head in distress. Having said that, if you want to learn how to use the hanging ring, you can only go to Kamatage, the master's spiritual retreat. I thought for a moment. You take me there? Just as Keenan was about to refuse, I pulled out another wad of $100 bills. The young man was quick with his moves, and the money was in his hands in the blink of an eye. Keenan beamed and counted the money in his hand over and over again. "When is the boss going to leave?" "I'll contact you after I finish handling my affairs." I put away my hanging ring. "You don't have to worry. Even if I decide not to go to Kamatage, the money will still be yours. If you are willing to take me there, I will thank you later." "Okay." Keenan and I exchanged contact information in midair. He opened a circle filled with sparks and jumped in. The boss is always in contact. I couldn't help but suspect that what he said before about mages not being able to use Wi-Fi might be true. After all, as a member of the mage, Keenan is very willing to bow down for 5 buckets of rice. Matt is following up on Two-Face's payout. I ordered takeout from a restaurant for a month and asked the restaurant owner to deliver it to the charity point. I placed a glass jar on the windowsill outside the charity point, put the buttons I got from the boy into the glass jar, and put a note on the glass jar: buttons, glass beads, triangular stones. Finished the day after these. Keenan and I hit the road to Kamatage. On the southern slopes of the Himalayas, the hometown of snow, lies a city called Kathmandu. The entire city is gray-yellow in color, like unfinished clay products. Telephone poles and small advertisements are everywhere in sight. Keenan led me to a magnificent temple, where people were coming and going, and it was the most conspicuous building in Kathmandu. I couldn't even see the top of the building when I raised my head, so I asked with difficulty, "Does the mage act in such a high-profile manner?" "You know it very well," Keenan said, turning sideways to open the inconspicuous small wooden door behind him. "Welcome to Kamatage." He stepped forward and knocked on the door 3 times, turned to me and said seriously, "Boss, please contact me if you have any questions." After saying that, he took a clever step back and disappeared into the crowd, and he was invisible in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the wooden door was pushed open, and a tall black man came out. "What's the matter?" I looked up at the black man, and couldn't help but put on a serious expression. "Do you need Wi-Fi here? In other words, can it be solved with money?" "None of the problems are problems. I would like to vindicate Kamatage here. They have Wi-Fi and the signal is full." When the big black brother knew that Keenan had brought me here, he murmured a few times and reluctantly led me into the temple of Kamatage. "This is the residence of his master, Ancient One." There were several men dressed as monks in the temple. I glanced around and saw a smartly dressed woman. The top of her head was as bright as Luther's, and her eyes looked at me with a smile. I asked tentatively, "Are you Master Guyi?" "I'm glad you can recognize me at a glance." Master Guyi poured me a cup of tea. "Thank you." I took the tea and took a sip. It was slightly astringent in my mouth, but I felt better afterwards. "Master, I have something to ask for." "You want me to help you understand your true intentions?" "This is not the job of the temple. We only use mystery to fight mystery." Master Guyi smiled, with smile lines at the corners of her eyes. She was a very gentle woman, and she could not make people dissatisfied even if she said words of rejection. She came closer, held up my left hand, and showed the hanging ring in front of both of us. She changed the subject. "But you can stay at Kamatage to learn skills. I can't guarantee that you will get the answer in the process, but you will always gain something." "Why did you stay with me?" I asked. I don't think Kamatage's standards for accepting disciples are so loose. Master Guy reached out and touched my forehead. In an instant, all the memories of my past life were spread out in front of my eyes, from when I was born as an ordinary baby to when I was in the hospital bed. Close your eyes. Then in this life, I was born without knowing anything, lost my parents, entered the entertainment industry, and met a persona at a dinner party. When I woke up from the dream, I suddenly looked at Master Guyi, who still had that calm expression. You are a soul from the original universe that wandered into this world. You did not originally belong here. When I opened my eyes wide, she changed the subject lightly. Your practice starts tomorrow, and I am looking forward to your performance. Maybe it's a mage's inherent style to speak in a garrulous manner, and I understand this. That night I got a dormitory room in the Temple of Karmadaj. Lying in a completely unfamiliar place, I had no sleep all night. The origin universe refers to the world where I lived in my last life. All superheroes are just comic book characters. In the modern society, with the rapid development of entertainment, they have been put on the big screen and become more widely known, including Bruce. Even if I don't know American comics, I know that he has countless fans and is one of the most famous superheroes. Wandering means that I am reincarnated into this universe. But she said I don't belong here. Is this why I always encounter misfortunes? Because the world is rejecting me? Maybe Master Guyi just said it casually, but I tossed and turned over it. When I looked in the mirror the next day, I found that I had two rare black circles under my eyes. No matter in the previous life or this life, I was not a poor student with learning difficulties, except for acting. But the courses for masters are very different from those for students, and the masters at Karmataj are completely opposite to my imagination. I imagined a mage to be gentle and thin, someone who could do anything with a wave of his staff. However, the first lesson I saw in the cold wind early in the morning was that the mages were fighting hand to hand with their own spells. I was shivering in the wind and asked the black man next to me, "Is this how mages fight?" The black man's name was Madhu. He glanced at me in surprise. "Otherwise, when you lose your magic weapon, what will you use to fight with it?" "Others fight." Sorry, I was abrupt. There is no need to rely on magic. Each of these mages punches 3 of us. Madhu waved to me. "Let me try your skills." I looked at the knotted muscles on the black man's arms, and then at my own thin arms and legs. "Didn't you tell me that being a mage means you'll get beaten?" Madhu smiled with bright teeth and said, "Just to see your reaction speed." A few minutes later, I sat limping on the steps and dusted my legs. Madhu was full of apologies. "With your reflexes and physical fitness, it will take about 10 years to reach the average level of physical skills of a mage." "Thank you, I will wait for the next life." The theory class was taught by Master Guyi himself. The lesson is a collection of the riddles of the ancient master. Every day I knelt down opposite her and listened to her lectures, as if I was participating in some kind of riddle contest. I've heard there's a criminal in Gotham named the Riddler, and I'd love to know what a great scene would be like for him to meet the Ancient One. I exercised as much during my time at Kamal-Taj as I did in the 10 years of my previous life. During the day, I went to class in the cold morning wind, and at night I fell asleep next to the pillow, and I was in a trance back to my senior year in high school in my previous life. Pepper called me midway through. I hesitated for about 3 seconds and told her honestly, "Actually, I'm studying magic in, the Himalayas." She hung up the phone, leaving me staring blankly at the phone. She called back quickly, "Sorry, I thought the other person was a fraudster." I sat cross-legged on the hard wooden bed in the dormitory. First of all, let me state that this is not some new type of scam, and I have not joined any pyramid scheme cult organization. "I barely believe you are not a fool," Pepper said, and I heard her take a deep breath over there. "But can you make it clear that you suddenly went to the highest peak in the world to learn spells and cook potions, and you stayed up late at night to watch it?" "Harry Potter?" "No," I murmured humbly, "it's here." "In my lifetime," I heard Pepper's sneer. "Isn't Bruce Wayne also at the auction? Why don't you get back together by the way?" I whimpered pitifully. There's nothing Pepper can do about this. If she were in front of me right now, she would definitely pinch my perfunctory mouth. In the end, she just sighed. "No matter what you do, I will support you." She didn't wait for a few seconds before I was moved, and then said, I don't want to see you lying in the emergency room with Tony next time, do you understand? Understood? I said softly. I didn't come to Kamaltaj to learn my craft so that I could debut as a superhero like Tony. As it turns out, my abilities are very far from that of a true superhero. I am naturally disadvantaged in terms of physical fitness, and my reaction speed is not sensitive enough. My magic skills are at the level of a first-grade elementary school student, and I can barely keep up with the rhythm of morning exercises after practicing at Karmataj for nearly half a month. The only good thing is that my reading habit allowed me to browse through many of Kamaltaj's books in a short period of time and learn a bunch of theories that I have not yet practiced. Knowledge here is shared. Librarian Wang told me that snacks are also shared. Wang and I were sitting behind a small table in the library, with a stack of books piled beside us. Wang ate the biscuits I bought and comforted me, who was buried on the table pretending to be a dead body. You have just started. It's good to have come this far. I jerked my head up, with a grimace on my face. Master Guyi doesn't know how. Throw me out of the small wooden door. I haven't learned how to use portals yet. Strictly speaking, I can't successfully draw the portal, but I can't cross it no matter what. A door that cannot be stepped out is no different from a one-way mirror. Wang is a kind little fat man, and he tries not to irritate me with harsh words. You have never thought about why you came here to study. You are just studying for the sake of learning. This is really a euphemistic version. I knew I was wrong, so I frowned and thought hard. The Charity Federation is now running very well. Matt is helping to follow up on the situation of Two-Face and the boy's family. I don't have a grand ambition to save the world. Is it difficult? I was shocked. Am I to get back together with your ex-boyfriend? Wang cast a small look, which clearly said, so you are such a love brain. But although I am reluctant to break up with him, I have also thought about getting back together with him. I gestured, but I will not do something specifically for him, not to mention that it is dangerous. You understand? I asked the confused Wang. I'm willing to get back together with him, but I won't do anything I don't want to do to get back together. Wang stuffed a handful of biscuits into his mouth. Tell me, it's no use. There was a hint of sadness in his tone. I don't have a girlfriend. I'm sorry for hurting your fragile heart. I don't know how Master Guyi knew about the conversation between me and Wang. Anyway, she knew everything, and Master Guyi was omnipotent. In the theoretical teaching class the next day, Guyi placed a copper tripod filled with water between her and me. Instead of talking about those magic spells with me as usual, she changed the subject. I heard your ex-boyfriend was Bruce Wayne. What's going on? Has Bruce's playboy reputation spread to the Himalayas? What kind of brand building is this? If he had put this heart into the external promotion of Wayne Enterprises, Stark Enterprises would have been acquired by him. Guyi did not explain. She smiled nostalgically. That young man sought help from magic. Initially, he did not just focus on technology and the primitive power of human beings. He looked for various methods in an attempt to save his hometown from evil. Solve it. I was a little surprised, but I haven't seen him use magic. I blinked and understood, because his magic talent is not enough to support his great career. You know him very well, Guyi the master said. She motioned me to look at the bronze tripod, and there were slight ripples in the calm water. Actually, his talent is far from bad. He is even better than most people, but it is just too far away from his dream. Circles of ripples rippled on the water, reflecting a figure. My eyelids twitched. Ancient Yi continued, there are taboos in magic. If he wants to pursue power, he will transcend the taboos. He can't afford the price, and mystery is not suitable for him. I raised my eyes and looked at Ancient Yi. Then am I suitable for mystery? Ancient Yi smiled. Not all of my disciples inherit my mantle. There are various schools of Kamataj's magic. Her smile narrowed. Not all of them have extraordinary muscle strength. I felt embarrassed. He lowered his head and stared at the figure on the water. He seems to be experiencing an adventure that I don't know about somewhere. And there are scenes of swords swinging across the water and piercing his fluttering cloak several times. Every time he passed by a crisis, I couldn't help but feel my heart tighten. The water and the copper tripod became calm, and the dark figure disappeared. Guyi stood up, Today's teaching ends here. I heard that you saw a lot of books in Wang's place. If you have the opportunity, you can try and practice them. I quickly stood up and followed Gu Yi. Then what do you want? Where are you going? Do you have any plans for today? I'm on vacation today, Gu Yi said with a smile. No one stipulates that mages can't take vacation. Ah, Comitage is actually more humane than most private companies. After returning to the dormitory, I was still thinking about the words of the ancient master. I turned over on the bed and thought that Bruce was fighting a group of people armed with dangerous weapons. He was always hurt. No wonder Alfred always lost his hair. It was all about him. Bruce Wayne is the main culprit causing hair loss in people around him. I closed my eyes and recalled in my mind the scene I had just seen in the bronze tripod. The whole picture unfolded in my mind, and the subtleties that were not observed during the conversation with Master Gu Yi emerged one by one. I couldn't help but reach out my hand, lie on my back and draw a circle. Those images became clearer and more detailed with the mechanical movements of my hands, as if I was standing on the scene and a corner of his cloak brushed my shoulders. I took a step forward towards him. The sudden falling feeling made me open my eyes in horror. A scream stuck in my throat and I landed smoothly before I could shout out. The distance was no more than 3 centimeters. I sat up on the dirty ground and looked around blankly. The sparking portal was closing into a point in front of me. Behind the disappearing sparks, 2 men in ninja costumes struck me head-on with knives. I only saw a flash of light piercing me, and before I could even feel the fear, I turned my finger, and a portal leading to the Sahara Desert stood in front of me, swallowing the ninja who attacked me with his knife. Thanks to Karmitage's morning exercises every morning for training my reaction speed, thanks to Madu's daily test, and thanks to Wang's regular taunts, it's amazing that I can survive until now because of you. I sincerely hope that the 2 ninjas who are lucky enough to enter the depths of the Sahara to experience the survival phase can rely on their own strength to walk out of the desert and towards civilization. I dusted myself off and took just one step in my slippers when a strong hand covered my mouth from behind. I was about to open a portal to send him and me to the Ancient One Master for on-site spell teaching, when I heard a suppressed growl in my ears. Why are you here? Ah! The hand let go, took me to hide in a corner, and covered me with a cloak. I smelled a strong smell of blood and frowned. Are you injured? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 25 Reincarnation Day 25. The time is midnight, and the location is my dormitory in Comitage. I successfully landed on the hard wooden bed with a big bat full of unpleasant smells. I sat on the bed and looked at him, and he sat on the bed and looked at me, relatively speechless. Even though the white film on his mask didn't move, I knew he had glanced around my room, maybe several times. I grabbed his cloak and tied it to the bed frame in a tight knot while he watched calmly. Don't run, I warned him. I'll get you a medical kit. After the hotel attack, medical kits were always available in my location, including in Kamitage's dormitory. When I came back with the medical box, he untied the knot of his cloak at some point, sat on the bedside, took the box from me, and said in a deep voice, I'll do it myself. My bandaging skills are far better than those of others. For a professional like Bruce, I had to sit next to him silently, holding my chin to find a topic. The attire of that group of ninjas looks similar to the people who trashed my room in the hotel last time. Are they all members of the League of Assassins? Bruce took off his cloak and the top of his tights uniform. Only the mask covering his face remained stubborn. Stay where you are. A deep wound with bone visible appeared in front of me on his side waist, which was previously covered by a thick cloak. In fact, there were many other small wounds on his body, but they were nothing compared to this wound. Yes, Bruce said. After saying this, he kept silent and concentrated on being a mute, treating wounds, as if his words were worth $100. I quietly handed him bandages and wound medicine, and curled up on the wooden bed. Behind the eyes, deep in the brain, something is beating up and down. with the possibility of overflowing at any time. I rested my chin on my knees, and the excitement of successfully mastering the portal disappeared. After thinking about it for a while, I can probably guess that he is entangled with the Assassin's League for the follow-up of the Kryptonite necklace. However, I learned the spell, but I was still powerless against the battlefield he was on. Karmatage emphasizes on using the soul to make up for the body. Can I share my soul with him? Among the many ancient books I have borrowed, can any of them tell me how to heal my wounds? I turned my head and stared at his shoulders that kept rising and falling with his movements. There was a laceration there, and the flesh burst open to reveal the hideous flesh and blood inside. As if he didn't notice it, Bruce just wiped it hastily with alcohol cotton twice, haphazardly stopped the blood stains, and then lowered his head to deal with the wound on his waist. He held a bandage between his teeth and rummaged in the medicine cabinet for catgut to suture the wound. I doubted that he felt pain, otherwise how could he show a calm expression while touching the wound with every movement? Am I willing to share my soul with this person? I put my hand weakly on the wound on his shoulder, and felt a feather lightly fall off from my heart, crawling out of my palm, like a wisp of breeze gently blowing through the flesh that was still seeping blood, and quietly blending in. The cracked skin grew from the fracture, and the muscles were glued and sutured with tiny white threads. The new skin tissue seemed like countless little spiders gathered together, biting away a crooked scar in the bloodstains on the shoulder. Bruce looked at me in surprise and even stopped moving his hands for a moment. I simply pulled his shoulder, put my hand on the wound on his side, and stared at the wound with wide eyes. The wound healed slowly at a speed close to that of an ant, and eventually grew into a twisted caterpillar, entrenched on Bruce's side. I was a little ashamed. I'm sorry, it's a bit ugly. It's my first time being a wet nurse. You are in contact with magic, Bruce affirmed. He turned to face me. Do you know how unstable the mysterious side is? I don't object to you learning how to protect yourself, but it is too dangerous to suddenly run into the battlefield like today. If you are not careful, you will be injured. I regretted treating him. I should have waited until he was too painful and exhausted to preach before taking action. I hope Mr. Bruce Wayne can remember that it was me, the new mage, who rescued him from the ninja encirclement when he was injured and helpless. The beautiful rescue hero doesn't expect you to commit yourself to him, but he only hopes to be less nagging from his grumpy mother. The mouth was still opening and closing, beeping constantly. How could a mouth with beautiful lip lines, red color, and kissable lips say such words that make people's ears tingle? I decided to physically plug that mouth. I snapped and covered Bruce's mouth with my hand. I could feel Bruce's glare through the wide film of my mask. He took my hand and said something else. I simply held his shoulders and moved closer to him, and stopped the nagging mouth myself. I knelt down on the bed and asked, "Do you still want to learn how to chant sutras like a monk?" He said angrily, "You can't." "I can," I said calmly. Bruce tried to clarify the seriousness of the matter to me. "This is not a topic that can be skipped casually." "Oh." I looked calm and kissed again. This time it took a little longer. I pulled out a tissue on the bedside table and wiped my mouth politely. "Is there anything else you want to say?" "Yes," Bruce said, with a slightly sinister tone. He leaned forward, grabbed the back of my neck, and pressed down completely with a weight as big as 200 pounds. "Why are vengeful men so unlovable?" "Because they are too vengeful, and modern society advocates peace." I sat on the bedside and confessed that I should not have brought people into Karmatage. Now that I've learned about portals, I should just kick the person into Wayne Manor and let Alfred teach him that a mature adult doesn't let others worry. After treating all his wounds, Bruce stood by the bed and put on his armor. I put on my slippers and said, "Where are you going?" "I'll open the portal to take you there." Bruce rejected my proposal with dignity. "I can do it myself." "Get out." "No," I said ruthlessly, "the temple does not allow idlers to hang out. If you don't choose a place, I will assume that you have to go back to the manor." Our eyes were locked in midair, and Bruce was about to speak. In my room, there was a knock on the door. Wang's voice interrupted my action of grabbing Bruce's cloak and stuffing him into the closet. "Master Guyi wants you to go to the side hall to meet her." He paused. "The gentleman in your room will also come with you." I stopped grabbing the cloak and swallowed. The only part of Bruce's chin that was exposed had innocent written on it. I have a hunch that I will never be able to take off this hat of love brain in front of the king in my life, in front of the omnipresent and omniscient ancient master. Bruce and I were like a young couple caught by the teaching director having a tryst in the woods. I lowered my head guiltily, and Bruce on my left cleared his throat uncomfortably. You have lived up to my expectations. Master Guyi showed a smile that was clear to his chest. I touched my nose and said, you really did it on purpose. It doesn't hurt to use some small tricks appropriately. Her eyes showed compassion. Sometimes I felt that there was nothing in her eyes and they were too empty. Sometimes I felt that the mage's eyes are filled with the whole world. Master Guyi asked me, do you understand the purpose of coming here? I understand, I said. My attitude was unprecedentedly sincere. I'm not here for other people, nor am I just following the crowd to seek excitement. I said seriously, I'm here to take control of my own life. If this world is too dangerous for me, then I need the power to protect myself. I didn't look at the people around me. I hope that one day I choose to leave someone because I no longer love him, because our personalities lead to irreconcilable conflicts between us, not because I am dangerous around him. Bruce adjusted his sitting position. The Ancient One Master nodded appreciatively. From today on, you leave your apprenticeship and become a mage. She did not ignore Bruce, who had been silent, but explained carefully. The protection of a blind man cannot bring about growth. You have to learn to believe in the power of others. Bruce pursed his lips. She has not received professional training. You can teach her, Master Guyi said. You can't avoid the people around you forever. And she is more special than you. Orange the red sparks were drawn into lines and formed into a small boat in the palm of the ancient master. A ship will encounter countless islands during its voyage. Sometimes they stay together through wind and rain and separate at dawn. Sometimes that island will become the ship's eternal shore and build a lighthouse for it in the darkness. The small ship formed by the gathering of Mars, it drifted with the wind, bypassed me and Bruce, and stopped in the palm of Guyi's hand. If you want a ship to dock on the shore, you need to give it a fixed point and an anchor. The ship sails to the shore and docks in a calm harbor. The anchor fixes it to the dock and prevents the wind and waves from taking it away. All the sparks gathered together and dispersed quietly, like a small firework. Bruce was thoughtful, and I was thinking even more. I am a ghost from the original universe that has inherited the memories of two lives. To me, everyone in this world is just a character in a certain comic book. In Gotham, I lost my family since I was a child and grew up alone. There is no place worth cherishing in Gotham, nor is it suitable for me to stay. The people who really made me feel like I belonged in this world, who made me stop here, were Bruce, it was Pepper, it was Dick and Tim, it was Matt and all the friends I had made. Without their existence, if I had the opportunity to return to the original universe, I would do it at any cost. They make this world no longer distant and become the anchor that keeps me here. I am no longer the social beast who lived in a peaceful world in my previous life. I am Lucille Crane, the current vice president of the Gotham Charity Federation. Sooner or later the word vice will be removed. Wang stopped respectfully at the door of the side hall and motioned for me to leave with him. I glanced sideways at Bruce. He looked serious. The Ancient One Master would probably have a conversation with him later. I stood up and followed Wang all the way to the exhibition hall where various magical instruments were displayed. Wang raised his chin and said, "Let's pick one." Ah! I touched the ring on my hand, but I already have a hanging ring. Wang looked at me like a fool who has lost his mind in love. Do you only buy one piece of jewelry in your life? That makes sense. I walked into the exhibition hall and curiously looked at the various exhibits in the display cabinets. They sleep in various display racks and glass cabinets, and there is no trace of their agility as magic weapons. An ordinary person walking into this place might think it is just a pile of garbage that no one wants. I walked past a dusty red cloak and found that my finger was hooked. One corner of the cloak was raised, and he gave me a friendly greeting, then flew up briskly, surrounding me. It is not my magic weapon, but it is a lively and cute little guy. Red Cloak and I walked past many magic weapons. Red Cloak introduced its friends to me diligently, but unfortunately none of them were destined to me for the time being. I stopped in front of a display cabinet, where an orange red bead lay quietly in a velvet box. I vaguely felt that it was looking at me, checking whether I was qualified to touch it. Behind that bead was a legendary creature, sizing up my possibilities as the new master. I tilted my head to look at it and suddenly took a step to the left. A trace of red light flashed, as if he was dissatisfied with my departure. So I stood back, and it was so quiet that it could compete with a certain caped crusader in the side hall for the championship of the silence contest. I was about to take a step forward, but it finally got impatient and bumped into me head-on in a panic. I clearly felt it penetrate into my left eye, sending out bursts of burning heat, before I felt pain. I took a breath and then calmed down. The red cloak was happier than finding its owner. It hugged itself and spun around in a circle, running around the hall. I opened my eyes to the reflection on the display cabinet, which was light green as always. It doesn't turn red and it can't laser. I was lost in thought. So when I chose the magic weapon, did I choose loneliness? Master Guyi would not take into account the grudges between me and Hong Zuzi. She just smiled as she had expected, and everything was under her control. I knew you would be compatible, she said, shutting me and Bruce outside the small wooden door of Commodage. Bruce and I looked at each other in shock when we were expelled on the first day. I raised the hand with the ring on it and said, "Do you want a ride?" Yes. I was completely rude at this time. The first portal opened in the back garden of Wayne Manor. I carefully stepped on the ground with my feet to make sure I didn't open the portal in midair. Bruce followed closely and walked out, looking at the fish-white sky. It's about 5 o'clock in the morning. The subtext was that I was going to bed, and Wayne Enterprises went bankrupt before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Don't even think of waking me up. Then, wish you a sweet dream. I waved. I'm going back too. Wait, Lucy. He stopped me, his voice hesitant. I stepped into the portal and looked back at him. His lips kept trembling, and he hesitated to say what he wanted to say. I moved a few centimeters more into the portal, and he reached out and grabbed my wrist. Lucy. I may have never shown it, but I liked him calling my name. It's different from the soft way Dick and Tim call me Lulu, and it's also different from the brisk way Pepper calls me Lucy. His voice was always low and deep, his lips were slightly opened, and he uttered 2 short syllables. Lucy. Bruce pursed his lips. Dick is upstairs. Why don't you go and see him? Preface retracted. I believe in him again. I personally leave the game and make Joshua an assistant. I'm leaving. Goodbye. The hand holding me tightened. Bruce opened his mouth and didn't speak for a long time, as if what he wanted to say was not words, but a pot of fresh and raw ice. He hesitated several times, and after my left knee was swallowed up by the portal, he suddenly said, "Let's get back together." Big news. Bruce Wayne said that what he said from his heart would not cause cerebral infarction or myocardial infarction. I smiled sweetly, but I refuse. I made a confused question mark in the silence. I took advantage of him to let go of my wrist and stepped into the portal. Within a month, I won't be able to provide Joshua with any writing material. Goodbye, White Moonlight Brucey. Chapter 26 Reincarnation Day 26. After many days, I returned to Gotham again. The documents accumulated during this period were enough for me to approve for an entire afternoon. It was rare that I didn't have to get up early to do morning exercises. I lay on a luxurious bed in my new home and slept until 10 o'clock at noon. Matt woke me up from my sweet dream with a phone call. I touched the phone sleepily. Hello, this is Crane. Two-Face's compensation has been approved and has been credited to your personal account. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. I buried my head in the pillow and yawned a little. Are you free at noon? I'll treat you to dinner. Of course you're free, Matt responded. I can imagine him on the other end of the phone reading the newspaper and raising his eyebrows. But you are not in Gotham during this period. The entertainment tabloids are spreading rumors that you were hurt by love and left sadly. Is it true? Sooner or later, Joshua will be cornered in an alley, bagged and beaten. Matt's work is over and he is about to return to Hell's Kitchen, New York. This meal is both a thank you and a farewell, but I have other ideas. As long as the salary is not paid, everything is easy. Matt picks out the mint and the drink. After all, I am just an affectionate spare tire who works silently without asking for anything in return. Read less entertainment tabloids. I took out my writing a check for a good amount. "Matt, you are indeed the best lawyer I have ever seen. There is no doubt about it." Matt took the check and stuffed it casually into the chest pocket of his suit. He leaned back and leaned on the backrest of the booth, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "I gladly accept your compliment and tell me what you have to say." I took the documents out of the handbag I carried with me and pushed them in front of him. Let's see what you think." Even though Matt didn't need it, I printed the document in Braille so he could read it more easily. He groped through page after page, a subtle smile slowly creeping up the corner of his mouth. After a while, Matt closed the file, took off his sunglasses, and looked at me seriously. "You have a great idea, but this is a long-term project." "I know," I said. "In that document was a new plan I drafted at Carmitage, regarding Gotham University's student aid program. The assistance plan is divided into two categories. Category A is support for graduates. The charity association will contact various companies and firms that have been reviewed to provide internship opportunities and intern subsidies for graduates. The charity association will also open up internship opportunities in various positions, striving to grab a handful of new talents from all walks of life in Gotham. Category B is financial support for poor students. Poor students who meet the standards in various assessments can apply for funding from the Gotham Charity Federation, but they must work at the Charity Federation for at least 1 year after graduation, and their wages are paid according to the standards of ordinary employees. In other words, Category B students are cabbage for charity. The funds to maintain the operation of the assistance program will be used from the Two-Faced People's compensation. Thank you, Double-Faced Man. There will be many interns and poor students in the future who will thank you for your efforts. Gotham is a city that has difficulty retaining young people. There is no stage for them to show their talents. Most people don't choose to join the trend, so they have no choice but to leave their homes. The charity association can provide the cabbage with space to grow. In exchange, the cabbage will work for me. A fair trade. Matt tapped the file with his fingers and revealed my purpose. "You want me to stay and work for you. You don't need to stay in Gotham." I chose the right words. "You understand, for the Charity Federation, we will cooperate with your law firm and hire you as a legal consultant for this project. In the future, we will also select suitable law graduates to be sent to your law firm for internship." "You are really a black-hearted capitalist," Matt said, shaking his head. "You just want to use me as the legal department of the clan." I coughed lightly. "Mature cabbage, cough. Young people must learn to cultivate themselves. And it is the legal department of the Charity Federation, not my private army. Anyway, do you want to do it?" Matt pushed the document back on his nose. "I want double the salary." "Deal." We shook hands above the dining table and drank lemonade, clink glasses of berry juice. Matt shook the cup and picked it up casually. "The takeout you ordered was left outside for 3 full days, and they were all taken away after the 4th day." He laughed and said, "You have a whole drawer of small stones and glass beads. Have you found out his identity and background?" "Jason Todd, his father Willis Todd is a bad boy. His temper is worse than not good, and his mother is Catherine Todd. She is a full-time housewife. The income of the family of 3 comes from the hard work money distributed by Willis's gang. There are rumors among the neighbors that Willis has a history of attacking his wife and children while drunk." I frowned. "This matter needs to be slowed down." "Slow down. Willis is a big trouble. Catherine's attitude will only be known after I get in touch with him." Thinking of this, I irritably poked my fork into the tomato. "Get all of the documents on Gotham's domestic violence law." I went to the office to put the table legs. Yes, Matt agreed. "You have one more thing to worry about, and you will never get off work." "Don't curse me," I said angrily, glaring at him. "I still hope that I can retire in 5 years and live a good life of coconut water on the sun and beach." Matt said sincerely, "I wish you can realize your dream as soon as possible. Although I am busy with work, since it is Bruce himself if he calls me, then I can't reluctantly spare some precious time to go on a date with him." When I received Bruce's call in the afternoon, the smile on my lips had not lasted for 10 seconds. "Say it again," I said doubtfully. "I'm sorry, I didn't hear you clearly." "Didn't you say, 'Let's go pick up Dick from school together'?" The silence on the receiver made people couldn't help but sneer. Bruce rephrased his words. I mean, we can go to dinner together and pick Dick up from school. You know what I'm thinking? I said calmly. I was thinking, Dick and I had dinner together. You can just stay at home. It would be great if you could help me change the signature on the adoption document to my name. Bruce pretended not to hear and said to himself, I'll pick you up later. Okay, you'd better do it. The crepe shop I like has opened a branch near Dick's school. We can have a crepe before dinner. I put my chin on my hand and said lazily, That's my shop, Bruce. Inexplicably serious, I'll treat you this time. I dug out the memory of the last time we had crepes together in my head. It was in the small garden below the hospital. Someone ate my crepe and wanted to break up with me. Someone deserves a mustard crepe. He deserves it. I lay on the table and rolled the lipstick around in front of my eyes. I want to add chocolate chips and pecan chips, and Dick wants them too, but you can't have them. Okay, he agreed. I'll add them in half an hour. Come pick you up. I raised my lips. 1 hour, then 1 hour. Bruce decided on the time. Dick can wait at school for a while. Dick won't thank you. Really, hang up. I stretched and put the lipstick back into the lipstick box. I had enough time to take a shower first and then pick out the clothes I wanted to wear tonight. Bruce's car happened to be parked upstairs when everything was ready. Exit. I walked downstairs with my bag and saw Bruce leaning against the car door, looking at my new home. For a moment, I thought I was in a place a few months ago, when we had just met and we hadn't opened our hearts to each other. How did things get to this point when I need a sweet-mouthed Brucky baby to help me get through this boring time? Hearing the sound of me going out, those jewel-like blue eyes quickly cast their gaze on me. He smiled. This smile was different from all the sweet and exaggerated smiles before. It was very light and faint, like the ripples caused by a dragonfly flying across the water. Your new villa can use some extra security system to prevent others from intruding. Bruce opened the door and said in a less picky tone, although the fence is high, it does not have a power grid or infrared rays. The location of the surveillance probe is too obvious and can be easily destroyed. That makes sense. I nodded. Do you have any professionals you recommend? Bruce looked at me without saying a word, his blue eyes that spoke unblinking. I chuckled. Are you recommending yourself, Mr. Wayne? Same as Wayne Manor, Bruce said, or you can choose an easier way. Move directly into Wayne Manor. He was really afraid that Joshua would starve to death at home. I looked at him and said in an incomprehensible tone, Did I have a special filter for you before? You didn't look like this. I thought for a while and said, a free-spirited person. Bruce didn't look at me and turned around. He used the action of lifting the handbrake to cover up his embarrassment. It's just safer. After the car drove a short distance, he suddenly said, You didn't accept the document I sent you this morning. Of course, I was catching up on my sleep in the morning, and at noon I was having lunch with my dear legal advisor to discuss the matter, and who had time to look at an anonymous package of documents he had sent me. I quickly took out my phone and opened the file package. What catches the eye are rows of names that are familiar to Gothamites. The Riddler, whose real name is Edward Nygma, is characterized by a black eye patch, a top hat and a green suit. He occasionally wears tights with question marks printed on them. The symbol is a black, purple or green question mark. I turned my head in surprise. Did you send me all the criminal information? You can take a look at it from time to time, Bruce said, while watching TV. It's always good to be prepared. Each 20G file package left me speechless for a moment. Is he an irritable old woman who comes to urge students to study? These are not confidential documents, he added. You can read it with confidence. Isn't this the essence of the problem? I pinched the bridge of my nose. I don't want to fall in love with Mom. It's not politically correct. Bruce's mouth curved. Mom won't allow you to go out to lunch with other men. He did it on purpose. I must have said that. Holding a grudge is not a good habit. You're out of crepes, I muttered under my breath. He deserves no crepe, Dick said. The little boy who was left to dry in school by his adoptive father for more than 10 minutes shared my hatred. Lulu, don't forgive him easily. I pinched Dick's face and rubbed it. Do you know that ghost children will be kidnapped by bats and monsters at night? Dick chuckled, quickly freed himself from my ravage, and jumped off the park bench. Bruce is buying crepes. I'll go supervise him and don't let him eat. He was afraid of being caught by me, so he ran away quickly, leaving me sitting on the bench alone. I shrugged helplessly, and out of the corner of my eye I caught a flash of color breaking through the evergreen bushes in the park. While Bruce was carrying the crepe, I stretched out my fisted right hand in front of him with a smile. I have a gift for you. He raised his eyebrows. This size doesn't look like a crepe. If you say no, then you won't. Even if Afu comes over today, you won't even be able to get dessert. I stood in front of him and suddenly let go of my hand. A butterfly fluttered its wings and flew high into the sky, leaving behind tiny colored scales that turned into an indistinguishable dot in the blink of an eye. I looked at Bruce with wide eyes proudly, and blinked. A butterfly in winter. This is my gift to you. There was the sound of something falling to the ground, and Bruce and I both turned our heads and saw Dick sluggishly standing aside. There was still cream on his lips that he had not licked clean. Excuse me. The child took a step back, his young face full of vicissitudes of life. You go to eat. I will go back to the manor to find Afu. Chapter 27 Reincarnation Day 27 Dick jumped out of the restaurant first, with his hands in his pockets and one foot on the flower bed. Bruce and I walked out from behind and took the little parting gift from the waiter. The candy bag is printed with a Christmas wreath and a small snowman that looks like a glutinous rice ball. Only then did I realize that the new year is coming, and in 2 weeks it will be Christmas. Turning his head to one side, Bruce was staring at the candy bag thoughtfully. Would you like to spend Christmas at the Wayne house? He asked. Let me remind you, Mr. Wayne. I shook my finger. We haven't reconciled yet. Dick walked over from the narrow flower bed and took one of my hands. But I want to see Lulu. But that's not possible either. No overreaching. I poked Dick's forehead to make him stick out his tongue and tilt his head, and glanced sideways at Bruce. No one would agree to a suitor who wants to pick up his adopted son from school as a date. You like it, Dick? I shook my head regretfully. Unfortunately, a little cutie can't dub your worth. I put my arm around Dick's shoulders. He can definitely come to my house for Christmas, Dick added in a low voice. And Afu? Yes, Afu can also come along. Just let Bruce stay in the manor to eat ashes. Bruce opened the car door for us and muttered pitifully. It seems that I am the only one on one side now. Yes, your butler and your adopted son are both on my side. I nodded seriously. Suggestion you give up resistance and surrender directly. Never give up is one of the most precious qualities of human beings, Bruce said and got into the driver's seat. My new home was in the opposite direction from Wayne Manor, and Bruce had to drive me back first, and then go back to the manor with Dick. I have a portal, and all I have to do to go home is draw a circle. But we unanimously ignored this and sat in the car chatting. Dick was a clever little wallflower. One moment he stood by my side and talked to Bruce, and the next moment he moved his heart of sympathy to say a few words to the lonely driver Wayne. This liveliness attracted me, so much so that when I returned to my empty new home, I actually felt a little deserted. Going to Wayne Manor for Christmas might be a good choice. Alfred is very good at cooking and I'm looking forward to his roast turkey and polenta. Dick told me that Alfred was English and that maybe I could get some of his special dried fruit tarts. I have been busy with work these days and haven't had time to go to Carmitage. Although Ancient One announced that I had left the army and did not need to stay in the temple, the hanging ring was on my hand, so I thought it would be very convenient to go back. I stepped into the library for my villa, where Wang was studying a thick classic. He raised his eyes from the book and said, "There is a fee for borrowing books when disciples come back, $5 per hour. I don't have any money, but I have a bag of candies." I threw the candy bag given by the restaurant to Wang. "Do you know what records of healing are there? A book on magic?" Wang glanced at me in surprise. "Our magic school has no theory of healing," he told me. "The healing that Carmitage can do is actually supported by magic. Human actions are not about repairing damage in the traditional sense. Just like the secret of Master Guyi's longevity is not that she cured her own aging and illness, but that she draws energy from somewhere to maintain her actions." He narrowed his eyes and looked carefully, looking me over. "Some books do record ways to heal others, but no one has ever done it." He grabbed one tome after another from the bookshelf, piled them all on the desk, and turned them over to me one by one. The premise for a mage to use spells is huge mental power. Spells can support people's actions and cells to repair themselves. The problem lies in the control of details and the fact that the vitality of the cells themselves is not enough to complete repairs. Wang as Kamitage's librarian has extensive knowledge of various side branches. Suppose someone can integrate his mental power into the cells, support it to complete this action, and provide corresponding energy, then healing is not impossible. I thought of the healing process of the wound on Bruce's shoulder, holding my chin and thinking, this will lose the user's mental power, and in the long run it will wear out the healer's soul. You can say that. Wang closed the book, but compared to death is a small price to pay. Do you still want to borrow the book? Borrow it. I nodded. Please register it for me. In the past, when I didn't learn magic, I thought that the wizard was omnipotent. When I really came into contact with the secrets, I realized that the more things you know, the richer the knowledge you learn, and the things you can't do will be multiplied. Everything has a price, the only difference is whether you are willing to pay the price. For example, if I want a leisurely vacation, the price is to work overtime for several days in a row. Before I worked overtime until I lost my mind. I received a reminder text message from the Gotham Police Department. The supercriminal Joker has escaped from Arkham Asylum, and the Gotham Police are pursuing it with all their strength. I hope all citizens will pay attention to safety when traveling. The Joker's escape from prison means that Gotham will once again be plunged into panic about some kind of disaster, and it also means that Batman will start a new round of searches. Just in case, no matter what clothes I wear, I always wear the hanging ring on my hand so that I can escape at any time. It is indeed dangerous for a criminal to escape from prison, but more people are worried about not having enough to eat tomorrow. Everyone knows that they may face criminals when they go out. Due to their livelihood, they still have to put on work clothes and leave the relative safety of their homes. The whole city operates in an orderly manner in a strange and peaceful atmosphere. I took the time to walk around the charity spot. The small jar on the windowsill contained half a jar of shiny glass beads and pebbles ground into triangles. The takeout delivery man delivered the takeout I ordered not long ago. It was placed next to the glass jar, and the aroma wafted out. There was a bang, and I immediately looked behind me. Who is there? There was no one behind me, as if the noise just now was just my imagination. I touched the hanging ring on my hand and walked step by step towards the source of the sound. When I almost reached the corner of the alley, a thin arm stretched out from behind the wall, followed by a pair of big and lively blue eyes. Is the probability of encountering blue eyes in my recent life too high? The boy Matt told me his name was Jason poked his head behind the wall, keeping a wary distance from me. In his hand he held an old button that looked like it came from an adult's coat. I held the takeaway in my hand and spread my other hand to signal to him. Jason reluctantly handed me the button and quickly pulled the takeaway into his arms. This time he didn't take the takeaway and ran away immediately. I looked towards the path on the other side of the alley. It's not very peaceful recently. Let me take you home. People like you are the fat sheep in our eyes, Jason said. I said angrily, go home quickly, miss. I have bodyguards. I showed Jason the emergency contacts on my phone. Underneath the 210-pound contact name was Bruce's cell phone number. I took back the phone and asked, what's your name? The boy pouted and looked down at the ground. I kindly reminded, we have been partners in many transactions. He rubbed his toes and took a long time to find a name. Jason Peter Todd. Okay, Jason, I said happily. I'm Lucille Crane. I looked at my phone. It's 6:20 in the afternoon, and it will be dark in a little while. I'll take you back home. My bodyguard will pick me up. Okay? He looked at me cautiously and held back a lot of words, probably thinking that I was a stupid fat sheep who didn't understand the world. The little boy decided to protect the silly fat sheep for future food. Although he was leading me in the direction of his home, he was always paying attention to what was going on around him. Once someone laid eyes on us, he would be vigilant and take me another way. I noticed that he was in better spirits than the last time we met, and there were no visible wounds on his exposed skin. As he approached the door, Jason was noticeably more relaxed and his steps became brisk. I asked casually, Isn't there anyone in your family who cooks? He looked over with sharp eyes, and I raised my hands to show that I meant no harm. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. I'm just too curious. Jason looked at me, then looked at the takeaway in hand, finally decided to give in to the food, and said awkwardly, Mom went to work, and my dad got into trouble. Don't look at me with pity. Jason he ran into the corridor in small steps. It's a good thing he went in. Mom and I don't have to be beaten. He ran a few steps, looked at the sky outside, and then ran back to me hesitantly. It's too late now. It's not safe to go back alone. Just sit at my house and wait for the bodyguard to pick you up. I originally planned to come to his house to understand the situation and find a way to solve the problem of his father's domestic violence. Now his father has been dealt with well and was sent directly to prison by the police to eat free meals. Looking at the boy's worried eyes, I swallowed back the words I wanted to refuse. Okay, I'll bother you. His eyes lit up slightly. He rushed up the stairs in 3 steps, and pulled out his clothes when he reached a certain floor. A key hung around the neck on a string. Mom went out to look for work a few days ago, and it's not time for her to come home yet. He opened the door and found me a pair of old cotton slippers. I observed the situation in the room calmly. The house is fairly tidy and there is no dust on the floor. There are several gaps on the edge of the wooden table, which must have been pulled out by the man who was serving prison food with the metal belt buckle of his belt. The ashtray on the table was cracked in half, and the men's jacket hanging outside the window was missing several buttons. Maybe they can all be found in my little jar. Jason put a meal on the table. You sit on the sofa, I'll get you some tea. He found the dry kettle, put on his slippers and ran to the kitchen to get a pot of water. This kettle is very old. It will take a while to boil the water. Please wait. I noticed a small school bag placed in the corner of the sofa, which was bulging with textbooks. Are you in school? Yes. He stepped on the stool and ran to the cupboard. Looking for tea. School is very good. Going to school is fun. The sound of the kettle purring covered his ears. Jason was only looking for things and did not hear the slightest sound coming from the bedroom. I turned my ears to identify it carefully and confirmed that it was the sound of a person's heavy breathing, accompanied by a small moan. I touched the ring on my hand and secretly raised my guard. Jason, are you really sure that there is no one at home? Jason turned his head blankly, stood on the small stool and looked towards the bedroom. Mom, are you there? At home? He jumped off the stool and ran into the bedroom, his tone first full of surprise, then turning to confusion, and then panic. Mom, Mom, Mom. The situation was not good. I rushed into the bedroom and saw Jason kneeling in front of a woman who fell on the floor. He was helplessly pushing the woman's shoulders. Wake up, what are you doing? Yes, let me see. I knelt next to her and held the woman's neck. The thin woman had a strange smile on her face. Her eyes widened blankly, looking towards the corner of the ceiling. I looked back at the ceiling and there was nothing there. Her heartbeat was so fast and she was so excited that she couldn't even hear Jason calling her from the side. The woman lay limp on the ground as if she had no bones, and neither Jason nor I could lift her up. I pulled up her sleeves without expectation and saw several pinpricks on her arms. One of the spots hadn't gone away yet, and she might have given herself a shot just before Jason went home. I bit the inside of my cheek and discovered the difficulty of the problem. In Jason's eyes, mothers who work outside the home are likely to be addicted to drugs. Chapter 28 Reincarnation Day 28. Jason and I were sitting on the lounge chair outside the consulting room. I looked down and could only see a small whirl on the boy's head. I pretended to open my handbag, used the hanging ring to open a portal that only allowed one hand to pass through, and grabbed some snacks from the snack cabinet at home. I piled small snacks on Jason's lap and said, "You haven't eaten anything tonight, so you should put some food in your stomach first." The boy seemed to want to refuse. He moved his mouth and whispered, "I have nothing to give you back." Perhaps due to his personality and origin, Jason has a sensitive self-esteem. He doesn't yet know that there is no shame in accepting help from others. I simply opened the package of the cookies and handed them into his hands. "This help is not free. You can pay it back to me in the future." I smiled like a cold capitalist. "When you graduate from college, you will work for me. You will help me approve documents every day. You will get up at 9 in the morning and go to bed at 9 in the evening. You will work 6 days out of 7. He pinched his fingers, forced a forced smile, and muttered, "I knew you had bad intentions." I pressed her shoulder and looked up to see the doctor opening the door to the ward and walking out. She winked at me, and I pushed Jason aside knowingly. "Your mother is awake. Go inside and see her." Leslie Tompkins is the only doctor in the slum and the closest doctor to us. She has superb medical skills but serves the poor voluntarily. Leslie held a medical record sheet. She has been taking drugs for a while. She has passed the early stage of addiction and has a certain tolerance to the drugs. She showed a headache. My suggestion is to send her to drug rehab as soon as possible. She is being treated, but Catherine is not going to take my advice. If she is sent to a drug rehabilitation center, her drug abuse history will be recorded, which may affect her work in the future. Powerlessness and anger came to my heart, and I said angrily, "Then the last thing she should do is take the drug again and again. She's not even in the early stages." "Do you want me to leave a 5 or 6-year-old child in the same room with an addict?" After saying that, Leslie's expression showed I felt even more helpless and irritable, and I immediately realized that I should not vent my anger on this innocent doctor. I turned away. "Sorry, I'm a little out of control." "It's a good thing for young people to be a little bloody," Leslie said. "I know young people who are more stubborn and troublesome than you," she said earnestly. From time to time it seems that Catherine had a history of drug abuse when she was abused by her husband. I'm not saying that she did it right, but she was indeed one of the many victims. "I understand. I was bored," he said, "but I still think it's best to go to a drug rehab center for a period of treatment. I'll go and persuade her. I can pay for her if necessary." I put my mind back together and walked into the clinic. Jason was lying on his mother's bedside, with visible attachment on his face. This boy is willing to do anything for his mother, even if she cheats on him and abandons him. He never thought about why his mother who went out to work would not come home with food. Maybe he knew and was just willing to maintain the life for Catherine. Jason wasn't born a thief. I'm just angry that Catherine pushed him down this path. The pale woman was stroking Jason's head and speaking to him warmly. After I came in, she glanced at me quickly, then turned to Jason and said, "Can you pour me a cup of hot water? You all want to get rid of me. Don't think I can't tell." Jason said a little aggrievedly, "Keep your mouth shut." He was a good boy in front of his mother. Although he was a little dissatisfied, he quietly left the room. Now only Catherine and I were left. She greeted me awkwardly. "Thank you for your help, kind lady. Please sit down first." I didn't want to talk nonsense with her, so I sat directly on the only chair beside a hospital bed and got straight to the point. He said, "If you are worried about funds, I can pay for the entire cost of treatment in a drug rehab center." "That's not the reason." Catherine lowered her head in embarrassment. "It's about the criminal record and the fine, which is $10,000. We can't afford it. It will be difficult to find a job in the future. You should have thought of this at the time." I almost felt sad for her. "When we brought you to the hospital, you didn't even recognize your own son." I pinched the bridge of my nose. "He is still so young, and his father is a scumbag and went to jail. After losing you, he can only be a street kid on the street. You don't know the situation of street kids in Gotham, right?" Placed in front of Jason, it's definitely not a smooth road. Catherine covered her face in collapse, and it took a long time to say, "I'm sorry." She raised her head, with tears in her eyes, and begged me, "I will detoxify at home, and I will get better for him. Once the file is written, if you leave traces, we will be finished." I was disappointed. "Why didn't you think of this when you pretended to go out to work and found a drug dealer to buy drugs?" I can't accept leaving a child next to an addict. I don't feel at ease. Just when I was about to say something, a small whirlwind rushed in from outside the door. Jason threw himself next to Catherine and looked at me in horror with his thin blue eyes. "Can you not take my mother away?" he begged softly. He was too young to understand the significance. All he knew was that it would make his gloomy mother happy. He only knew that he had gone through the hard days with his mother, and he did not understand that her mother had abandoned him long ago. I was about to speak when Leslie tapped me on the shoulder from behind. "Let them try," she said in a low tone. "You can only help here, otherwise no one can save her." I looked at Catherine. Can you promise not to hurt him? Catherine's lips trembled. After a while, I murmured, he is my son. I tried my best to hold back my sigh, squatted down and handed my phone to Jason. If something is wrong, just call me or run to the clinic. I touched twisting the hair on the back of his head. Protect yourself, and leave the rest to the adults. Leslie reassured me. I will check on them regularly. Jason lowered his head and did not dare to look at me, holding the phone tightly. I'm sorry. I pinched his little face with a forced smile. It's too early for a kid to say this. I'm still waiting for you to work for me in the future. I walked out of Leslie's small clinic. It is rare to feel confused. I don't know if I did the right thing. Maybe I should have been tougher and send Catherine to rehab. It would be better if Jason stayed at my house or at Leslie's little clinic. This is a class difference. As a member of the upper class, I cannot understand their difficulties and cannot truly empathize with them. I walked past the first corner in front of the clinic and was about to open the portal to go home. A black car stopped at the alley, and the driver's window slowly lowered before I became alert. I ran over in surprise, lowered my head and looked through the car window. Why are you here? I reacted the next second and started rummaging around on my body. When did you place a position on me again? Bruce stretched out. He stretched out a hand and twisted the earring on my earlobe, then retracted his hand obediently, trying to change the subject. Get in the car. I opened the car door angrily and funny. Well, you can just give me a subcutaneous injection. Positioning. There is no need for redundant transformation processes. Is it really possible? Bruce asked knowingly. But even so, I still recommend you to bring the other ones, just to be safer. Shut up, I said ruthlessly. Just one more thing and you can spend Christmas by yourself in Wayne Manor with bats. The vehicle reversed and drove out of the alley. Bruce was as quiet as a cowering quail. When the car drove onto the road, he pressed a button, and a new barrier rose up on the inside of the window. You're unhappy? No, I just saw you in Leslie's clinic and was worried about you. You can just call me directly. I pointed out the loophole coldly. Don't try to cover it up. You violated my privacy. I paused. Tell me honestly, what tricks did you do? Bruce glanced at me guiltily. There are only 3 surveillance cameras outside the villa, and all the jewelry I gave you has been modified. Past. I crossed my arms and pointed at my arms impatiently. What else? That's it. I raised my eyes coldly. I don't believe it. That look with a hint of guilt made him. There was a bit of ferocity in my smile. Your snack tray, Bruce admitted. You sometimes carry candies with you when you go out, so I made tricks in the paper sticks of the lollipops. This answer was so outrageous that I was confused for a while. He actually couldn't get angry. I looked at him again, and finally chewed on my fingernails. Bruce watched my face in the rear-view mirror a little warily. Fortunately, I was very familiar with his stubborn nature, so I wasn't actually too surprised. You must be hiding something else, I said firmly. He began to pretend that he was a pathetic mute. I was silent for a while and then started another conversation. I was wondering if I did something wrong. He listened to me quietly. Others don't want to choose the path that I think is best, but I don't trust the choice they make. Am I too self-righteous? I thought about it and changed it to a more friendly word for myself. Too many nosy? Bruce raised his eyebrows in surprise. I thought I was the most nosy person in Gotham. I corrected his wording. The whole world. Okay, the whole world. He don't hesitate to admit it. The car drove to the road below my house and stopped in a corner. Bruce parked the car, put his hands on the steering wheel and turned to look at me. It's a pity. Bats are ranked in the top 3 most hated in the world. If you want to compete with me, you will need years of preparation. Wow, I said in a weird voice. So confident. He chuckled, reaching out to push my messy blonde hair behind my ears. Sometimes we don't have the chance to think too much before doing something. It seems you are very willing to accept the status quo, Caped Crusader. I teased. With you in front, at least I will never be the least popular one. It doesn't matter. He didn't pay attention to my sarcastic remarks, and he held me up with the hand behind my ear. The back of his neck made me lean towards him. Gently, our foreheads touched each other. My reflection reflected in those blue eyes. Don't you love me the most? Chapter 29 Reincarnation Day 29. You're back together," Pepper affirmed on the phone. I coughed a few times with a guilty conscience. "No, that's just a rumor in the tabloids." Unfortunately, Pepper knows me as well as I know her. She hit the nail on the head. "It's not getting back together. That's on the way to getting back together," she teased. Did lawyer Matthew squat in the corner and wipe his tears? He squatted in the corner and counted the money happily. I twirled my nails and said, "I don't want to give money to Joshua." When I said this, a message from Bruce popped up on the screen of my phone. I cut out the call interface and clicked on it to take a look. He sent 2 photos. The first photo shows a jaw with teeth marks. The second photo was a ball on the sofa. I looked carefully and found that it was Dick curled up into a caterpillar with a smile. There are no words, and the accusation is clear. I typed confidently, "This is the price you pay for harassing single women, sir. Director Gordon is ashamed of you. Thanks to you, Joshua is now the richest paparazzi in the United States, and Tony orders it every day." A newspaper only reads the entertainment section he serialized. Pepper said, with a hint of admiration in his words, "Do you know how rare it is for people like Tony to be willing to read printed newspapers? He doesn't have any gossip about himself." "Very little," I murmured. "Tony Stark is a big fat sheep when it comes to giving money to entertainment reporters." Pepper sighed. "I heard that he has recently been thinking about starting his own company. Maybe soon. It's time to retire behind the scenes. Joshua, without you, the American people's entertainment life would be so boring." The new year is coming, and I plan to try to implement the Gotham College Student Assistance Plan after the year and conduct the first batch of trial operations. A few years ago, the Charity Federation was only busy with the Adoptive Family Return Visit Plan and the annual summary. What really wasted time was the various boring banquets led by local charity associations. I was so busy that every day I had to put on my professional fake smile and toast to my fake friendship with a group of passers-by at various cocktail parties. Catherine was undergoing self-directed detoxification under the supervision of Jason and Leslie. I contacted Leslie several times and she told me that Catherine's withdrawal symptoms were severe, accompanied by pain and insomnia. Fortunately, Catherine was in good physical condition and there were no other complications caused by her frailty. If things go as planned, at least Catherine can live a normal life after quitting drugs. As much as I feel resentment toward her, she was a really good mother when she was sober, otherwise Jason wouldn't be so attached to her. In fact, the method of independent drug detoxification is only suitable for early-stage addicts. I soon received a call one day. The caller was Jason. The child's voice was mixed with tears. He tried his best to suppress his emotions and described the current situation to me clearly. "My mother just took away the family's money and ran away. I don't know where she ran." I heard the sound of running footsteps and hurriedly warned me. He said, "Are you outside? Don't run around now. Go to the clinic to find Leslie. I'll be there soon." I was at a dinner held at a charity meeting. When I got the call, I didn't even have time to change my clothes. I put on my coat to wrap myself up. Wearing evening clothes, he found a hidden place without surveillance, opened the portal and left in a hurry. Catherine must have taken the money to buy medicine from a drug dealer, but there is a deep drug sales chain hidden in the East District. The three of us alone cannot find Catherine. Only when you are looking for someone do you know how good a location tracker is. For a brief second, I forgave Bruce for inserting a spot in my earring. I teleported outside Leslie's clinic and rushed into the clinic on my high heels. Jason was sitting on the lounge chair, with a bandage wrapped around his forehead, and Leslie was picking up the medicine tray for disinfecting him. Anger burned in my heart, mixed with guilt and regret. "She hurt you, didn't she? You didn't catch up with her because you lost consciousness." "No." Jason grabbed his hand, his eyes averted, and he pursed his lips. "I accidentally dropped it myself." I didn't pursue his behavior of covering up for Catherine. Jason's skills are very flexible, but he lacks professional training compared to Dick. When Catherine grabbed the money and ran away, he probably wanted to stop her, but was pushed away by his mother and hit somewhere. From the day she took drugs, Catherine was no longer his mother. I took a deep breath. My top priority was to find Catherine and stop her from relapse. I half knelt down in front of Jason and held his shoulders. Do you remember those people your mother has been in contact with recently? The pills she buys may be among them. Jason's face became more guilty. I don't know. My mother doesn't let me have contact with them. There are very few people at home, and my mother always goes out to work. I pinched my forehead with a headache, and Jason bit his lip. She was fine the past few days. I tried very hard to keep her away from drugs. When my mother was addicted, she would lock herself in the room. I was afraid that she would be hungry, so I stuffed snacks into her clothes. I recalled the last time I went to Jason's house. It was difficult to find anything to fill my stomach, let alone snacks. I seemed to find a little hope and hurriedly grabbed Jason's shoulder. "Is that the snack I gave you last time?" Jason nodded blankly. I breathed a huge sigh of relief. "Wait a minute, I might be able to find her." I hurried out of the clinic, called Bruce, and got straight to the point before he could say anything. "You can find the location of the lollipop?" The voice on the other side paused for a few seconds. "The location is moving. I'll send the location to your phone. Sorry to trouble you." I hung up the phone without saying a single extra word. After Carmitage learned the portal, in order to facilitate activities in Gotham, I took note of the landmark buildings in various districts of Gotham. I didn't have time to change into high heels, so I stepped into the portal. Just as I was about to close the door, another little foot wearing a worn-out sneaker rushed in recklessly, and the corner of my clothes was almost cut off by the portal. Jason grabbed the hem of my coat and stared in horror at the portal that disappeared into Mars. Then he firmly grasped the hem of my coat and said, "I also want to find my mother." I knocked the child's head helplessly. Since we couldn't throw him back through the portal, we could only hold the child in one hand and run to the location with the phone in the other. Behind some trash pile in a dark alley, we see Catherine and Drughead. I covered Jason's eyes to prevent him from seeing the ugly scene in front of him. Catherine knelt down at Yetu's feet, trembling all over, with a miraculous smile on her exposed lips. She doesn't look like an adult with autonomous actions, but like an animal being kept captive by drug addicts for money. The woman sitting on the hospital bed praying to me seemed like a shadow reflected on the water, shattering at the touch of it. The medicine head was leaning against the wall, with a cigarette in his mouth, and he was counting the money contentedly. The little body was shaking under my hands, and my palms were wet with some kind of liquid. Catherine shatters Jason's illusions once again. Just when the kid thinks his life is about to get better, Yetu noticed us and looked up at us. He didn't recognize Jason, but instead focused on me, who was wearing only a coat and evening gown. His eyes were evil, and he walked towards me step by step. "Hey, miss, are you lost here?" I held down Jason, who was about to rush out, without saying a word, like a docile lamb waiting for the drug to hit me. Just when he was only one step away from me, I suddenly reached out and slapped his chest with my palm. It's not very powerful, it should be said to be weak compared to Batman's Iron Fist, but Yetu's body quickly fell down, and he fell limply to the ground as if he had lost consciousness. My eyes could see his soul standing beside his body blankly, scratching and shouting in fear at the body on the ground, trying to stuff himself back into the body. I took out the magnetic handcuffs produced by Stark in my handbag, cuffed the two hands of the drug owner's body together, and called the Gotham Police Department. "This is 155 East Park Road. I am reporting someone for drug use, goods business." After telling me the address, I looked at Catherine curled up on the ground in embarrassment. She was immersed in the hallucination, unaware of what was happening around her. I didn't pull the hand away from Jason's eyes. Not letting him see Catherine's ugliness was not to maintain Catherine's dignity, but to protect a child's last fantasy of the role of mother. I sighed. "Jason, we made an agreement. If your mother doesn't keep her promise, I will send her to a drug rehabilitation center." Jason took away my hand that was blocking her eyes, and wiped the water from the corners of his eyes. Looked at Catherine steadily. "Excuse me, thank you for your help." He thanked me. He is only 4 or 5 years old, only a few years older than Tim, but he has experienced so much. Life never seemed good enough for him. Catherine stayed overnight in Leslie's little clinic, and the next day we sent her to a drug rehab facility, where she would first receive treatment and then spend several months in isolation, before she entered the drug rehab center. She seemed to finally remember her mother's identity. Instead of letting Jason watch her back and leave, she chose to beg Leslie and me to drive her there while Jason was at school. Catherine was not here, and I did not intend to let Jason live alone in the slums. After discussing with Leslie, I took him back to the small villa after school and made him a cup of hot cocoa. The child was sitting on the sofa, holding a cup and sipping a drink. I held his head and rubbed it vigorously. If nothing else, don't just run into the suspicious circle next time. It's too dangerous. I rubbed Jason's hair into a ball of weeds, and he grabbed me. I held my hand and whispered, "Is that magic?" "It's a spell," I corrected. "Then can I learn it?" "You can't ask me that. The sect where I am is not allowed to teach outside at will." I scratched his nose. "When you grow up, you can come and become a disciple in person. After you learn the spell, just come back and work for me." "You are really a black-hearted capitalist," he murmured while sipping hot cocoa. "It is illegal to employ child labor." I smiled slightly, and the doorbell of the villa was rang at this moment. I looked through the video doorbell and saw that Bruce had just withdrawn his hand. On the left was Dick sticking his head out, and on the right was Tim grabbing Dick's clothes. The three of them stood outside the door. Dick hid behind Bruce and shouted into the microphone, "Open the door, Lulu. We know you're inside." Is it my imagination? I thought Dick's tone was a bit strange. I opened the door and asked, "Why are you here? Why is Tim with you?" The two children took the lead in changing their shoes and ran into the living room. They did not forget to greet me. "Good evening, Lulu. We are here to give you something made by Afu. Big dinner." Bruce looked tired with a child. Drake and his wife went on a business trip and temporarily entrusted Tim to the care of Wayne Manor. He pinched the bridge of his nose. "Afu made dinner. The two children said I want to come to play with you and bring you Afu's roast chicken with orange peel." His eyes wandered. "Two kids? That's terrible." I didn't say anything because there were more than two kids present. Just as I was trying desperately to say something in my head, several children's exclamations came from the living room. I sighed and followed the curious Bruce to look inside. Dick, who was carrying the basket, Tim, who was following Dick like a little duck, and Jason, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at each other with three pairs of blue eyes. Bruce patted me on the shoulder and said in an incomprehensible tone, "Why do you have a child here?" "Well, are you embarrassed to ask me this question? Are you really sorry, Mr. Wayne?" The Unmarried Adopted Son. Chapter 30, Reincarnation Day 30. After explaining that Jason was my friend's child and had recently stayed at my house temporarily, the three little boys quickly started playing together. Three black-haired heads sat in a row on the carpet in front of the sofa, staring intently at Tom and Jerry on the TV. The 3, 5 and 8-year-olds were equally fascinated. Bruce and I cleaned up the messy dining room table. I have to say that he really deserves to be a man raised by a housekeeper. I can actually find a human being who is more clumsy than me in housework, and Alfred is indispensable. We put all of the dishes in the dishwasher, and to match its terrible cleaning power, I didn't buy any spray-painted dishes. Bruce made an envious sound. "It is indeed very convenient." I turned my head and saw his blue eyes flashing with thought, and asked curiously, "Don't tell me that Wayne Manor can't afford a dishwasher." "Alfred is a traditional British gentleman," Bruce said in a subtle tone. "He is a hand-washing sect and believes that parents and children doing housework together can enhance their relationship." I understood this sentence to mean that he and Dick often stood in front of the sink, exchange feelings. "My dear Batman, is washing dishes more difficult than going to Arkham to catch criminals?" The kitchen is on the first floor, looking out the window towards the garden outside the villa. It is winter now, and the garden is deserted. There are no flowers in bloom, only some evergreen shrubs for decoration. I suddenly thought of a question. There were so many people at the dinner party we first met. Why did you strike up a conversation with me? Is it because I was the cover girl of the month? Bruce tried to avoid it and pushed the question back to me. Sighed. "You happily agreed to my request for a relationship." I lifted his chin, looked at this perfect face, and said matter-of-factly, "Of course it's because you are good-looking and have a good figure. Otherwise are you after your money?" I thought about it and changed my words. "It's not impossible to be after money. My second uncle might be happy to see me embezzling Wayne's family property." Bruce narrowed his eyes slightly and held me with both hands. With his waist, he easily lifted me up to sit on the countertop, allowing me to look right into his eyes. Wearing the cotton slippers I wear at home, I lightly kicked his knees. "Don't change the subject. Please answer my questions head on. Gordon's men lack a persevering police officer like you." He looked away and was struck by me. He grabbed his tie reluctantly and said, "To be fair, I told you my answer, and you have to tell me yours." Someone who was half a head taller than me began to dodge his eyes from left to right, as if he was playing super with his eyes. "Mario." I grabbed his tie and pulled him closer, my voice rising. "Huh?" He used my action of pulling him closer to get closer quickly, kissed me on the lips like a dragonfly, and then left. Bruce seemed to think that he could get rid of this disaster. Looking around, "Let's go to the living room and see them." "Do you have any misunderstandings about me?" I raised my eyebrows. "I'm not the type to use a kissing a little girl who can be ignored." I grabbed his tie and pulled him towards me. A few minutes later, I kicked his knee again. "Are you going to tell me?" Seeing that he couldn't get rid of it, he coughed lightly. "Tulip." "Well, what do you mean?" Realizing my confusion, he prompted. "At the party we met, the flowers used were white tulips." I remember this. I played with his tie with my fingers. "But this has nothing to do with me." "What's the matter? Do you want to tell me that you're into tulips?" Bruce held his forehead and sewed his mouth shut again. It wasn't until I tugged on his tie with dissatisfaction that he spoke reluctantly. "Behind the booth where you were sitting that day, there was a bunch of white tulips decorated." "Then what?" Faced with my questioning, he couldn't help but unwilling to speak. He was determined to remain mute to the end. Just when I was about to lose my patience and resort to my last resort, several muffled wows came from the direction of the door. There were 3 heads hanging by the door, neatly arranged from top to bottom. 3 pairs of bright blue eyes looked at us expectantly, like 3 little birds huddled on a branch and tilted their heads to look at the intruder. Bruce took the opportunity to escape, untied his tie, and threw away the expensive piece of fabric that cost several $100s. "Children should not pay attention to adults' affairs," he thought to himself guiltily, holding Dick in one hand and Jason in the other, followed by a laughing Tim, and fled the kitchen as if running away. I sat on the counter and hummed in dissatisfaction, "Oh, don't be a jerk." After asking Leslie and Jason for their opinions, we agreed that Jason stayed with me while Catherine was in a drug rehab. Most suitable. Dick and Tim were about the same age as him, and the 3 boys were perfect playmates. Dick is indeed a former circus star. Not only Tim, but also Jason is his little fan. Jason usually concealed himself very well and never showed surprise or expectation in front of Dick. Only in private, I saw him secretly hiding the snacks brought to him by Dick and Tim under his pillow, reluctant to eat them. I took the time to go to the drug rehab center to submit an application, and met Catherine through the glass. The gentlewoman looked haggard, and the nurse told me that her withdrawal reaction was severe. Fortunately, she was gradually getting rid of her dependence on drugs, and she might be able to be discharged from the hospital normally in a few months. She held the phone and thanked me solemnly. "Thank you, Miss Lucille." "I'm just doing my best," I said. "What are your plans after you come out?" She remained silent, and I sighed slightly. "Catherine, forgive me for investigating your family background without permission. You still have family members alive. Don't you plan to meet them?" She pondered for a moment, then showed a bitter smile. "Thank you for your kindness. I'll forget it. I'm afraid they won't accept Jason, but I'm not willing to give him up." She made her own decision, and I couldn't interfere. I could only nod. "Don't worry, Jason is staying with me temporarily. He is very kind." Safe. Most charities in Gotham do not accept applications from people with a history of drug abuse. This was one of the reasons why Catherine was reluctant to enter a drug rehabilitation center before. Without jobs and subsidies, she and Jason would have a very difficult life in the future. Leslie might be willing to accept her staying at the clinic as a helper, and I could figure out a way around Jason's schooling. Although it is difficult, their mother and son's lives are always on the right track. A winter day ends very quickly, and every time I return to the villa, I can see the dark sky outside the window. Gotham is a city that rarely sees sunlight. The buildings stitch together a rugged undulation in the sky, Cutting through the sunset and dusk, Jason and I were hiding in the warm little villa. He was sitting in the living room doing homework, and I was lying on the sofa reading today's report, or choosing delicious takeaways on my phone. I didn't agree to Bruce's reconciliation, so Alfred, a worried old man, prepared good meals from time to time and asked Bruce to drive them over. There are usually two little tails, Dick and Tim, in the car. I was willing to take Jason to Wayne Manor for Christmas, and Alfred would have to take at least half of the credit for the various desserts he bought me with. On the afternoon of Christmas Eve, the car parked in front of my small villa. I locked the door of the villa and turned on all the security systems. Jason, wearing a Christmas sweater, was like a hare breaking out of his burrow, dashing out the door to reunite with his friends. The Drakes returned to the manor for the holidays before Christmas, and while holding back their laughter, they loaded Tim, who was reluctant to leave, into the car and took him away. Only Bruce and Dick came to pick us up today. When I got in the car, two little heads in the back seat were whispering together. I heard Jason suddenly say unhappy, "You have bruises on your arms. Did anyone hit you in school?" "I can hit you back with you," Dick immediately denied. No one bullied me. "I can hit you very well." "Yes," he patted his chest to assure himself, and also sought Bruce's approval. "I'm pretty good, right, Bruce?" I felt suspiciously that the young adoptive father who had been roped in as a guarantee glanced at me and hummed softly. He said, "You still have a long way to go, Dick." My instinct told me that Bruce and Dick had some manly secrets that they were hiding from me. But today is Christmas, so I decided to give them a break. Alfred was undoubtedly the happiest person to know that we were spending the holidays at Wayne Manor. The old man looked forward to the stars and the moon, and finally looked forward to a lively day in Wayne Manor. He stood under the ornately decorated oversized Christmas tree in the garden, wiping his non-existent tears with a handkerchief. He expressed emotion on the surface but actually said, "I thought I would never see more than one child running around in the manor in my life." "Why is Mr. Bruce an only child?" Bruce pretended not to hear and pushed Jason and I's luggage open the door of the mansion. I gave the prepared tea to Alfred. "This is to thank you for the delicious food you prepared for us during this time." I blinked. The Christmas gift is in Bruce's hand, and he will help me put it under the tree. "You will know what it is as long as you open it tomorrow." Alfred took the tea and smiled happily at me. "Master told me that you liked the roast chicken you sent last time. I must tell you, now, the roasted ones are even more delicious." We walked into the room side by side, and Alfred closed the door to block the cold wind outside. In the warm spring room, Dick and Jason lay on the carpet, playing checkers, a game that Dick had been enjoying recently. Next to the carpet is a smaller Christmas tree placed in the indoor hall of Wayne Manor, nearly 2 meters high. Bruce is placing the gifts we prepared under the tree. I found that everything in front of me was no different from any other family in the world. It was still some time before dinner started, so I leaned against the bay window in the living room and looked out. From the slightly bright sky, pure white snowflakes floated from top to bottom, sprinkling clusters of white in the dark gray with the sky as the background. The first snowflake fell on the top of the tallest Christmas tree in the yard, followed by the second and third. One hand pressed the steaming black tea into my hand. Bruce stood behind me. "It's snowing." I heard that the first snow is a good time to give gifts. I looked up at him. "Should you show some expression?" He silently touched the middle of his suit. A flat box came out and opened in front of me. It was a set of emerald jewelry. I seemed to feel something. My eyebrows raised higher and higher. "Full set. Positioning. Are you serious?" He took out a brand new mobile phone from his pocket and handed it to the hand that wasn't holding the tea. "Seriously, is he Erman? It has the location of my subcutaneous tracking locator, and it is also connected to the camera on my mask, so you can know my location at any time. Iris fingerprint, voice print triple unlocking, destruction command is the day we first met plus you." Bruce looked at me, suddenly lowered his eyes, and then turned his eyes back for a moment. He didn't speak, and just stood quietly in front of me holding a box. "I won't accuse you of buying and selling by force." I put down the teacup and mobile phone, took the box and fiddled with the gems on the necklace. "Then do you have any gifts you want?" He looked at me and stretched out his hand to put on the necklace. "On my neck, I just want you to be safe." Snowflakes were flying outside the window, hitting the window and melting into crystal water drops. I looked up at him and saw that Bruce was looking at me as if he wanted to hide me in his pupils. Chapter 31 Reincarnation Day 31 I stretched out a hand under the quilt and quickly retracted it after touching my sweater. Alfred chose the Christmas sweater. Mine is red and white, with a deep red base embroidered with snowflakes outlined in silver thread. The hem is covered with snow of different shades and a little snowman with a carrot nose poked at it. Bruce mumbled something inaudible sadly, like an ostrich burying its head under the quilt. I sat on the bed and carefully inspected his not-so-good sleeping posture. I took pictures with my mobile phone and then ruthlessly lifted the quilt and said, "Merry Christmas. Please go back to your own bedroom to sleep." Ostrich held the handle with his hand, the pillow pressed against his face, showing his attitude that he would never get up. "You have to sleep in the guest bedroom," he complained, his voice gradually getting lower due to sleepiness. "Otherwise I don't have to come here at the risk of being discovered by Alfred." I sneered and flipped the whole sheet off. The quilt, regardless of Bruce's whining complaints, stepped on the plush carpet and opened the curtains. Outside the window, everything is covered with white snow. The withered mountain forests and lush shrubs are all covered by the color of snow. Next spring, they will show a new and vibrant scene. The heating was on in the room, so I poured myself a glass of hot water. While drinking, I picked up my phone and read the news from last night. Bruce rolled up the quilt sleepily and sat up, without any clothes on, exposing his upper body covered with scars. I shook my phone at him. The Gotham Charity Association is holding a New Year's party this afternoon, but it will end early. And it will definitely be in time for the Christmas dinner in Wayne Manor. He looked at me with a blank face, and after an epiphany opens his eyes wide. Shocked version of Gotham Baby, unclothed limited edition. I took another photo with the cell phone he gave me, and then lazily walked out of the guest bedroom. Before stepping out the door, I turned around and kindly warned, "Remember to pick a good-looking suit." Joshua's writing is good, but it's a pity that his photos are never satisfactory. Of course, I couldn't give it to Joshua. It's an opportunity to put the stand and triangle photo into the entertainment sector. The main reason why Bruce was invited to this New Year's party was that Matt was busy with other cases in Hell's Kitchen and could not be there. But it was just a minor problem and Bruce didn't need to know. I was the second to last person in the family to get up. Dick and Jason had already finished breakfast and were sitting under the Christmas tree opening presents one by one. I contacted the stylist to have my dress delivered directly to Wayne Manor, and we departed directly from Bristol County to Miller Harbor to board the cruise ship that served as the banquet venue. The morning news was playing on the TV in the living room, and a spokesman for the Gotham Police Department who was connected to the program said that they were fully searching for traces of the Joker. It has been a month since the Joker escaped from prison. Just thinking about this murderer still wandering somewhere in Gotham, Christmas seems to be cast in a bloody shadow. Bruce, who had dressed and came downstairs, was standing next to me. I glanced sideways, and his lips pursed into a tight straight line. I understood and said, "I can't be here. I'm a busy person." "Yeah," he nodded apologetically. "There are new clues from the police station." He looked at me and said, "This time I broke the appointment. You go when attending a New Year's party. You must remember to wear the hanging ring on your hand at all times." To match the hanging ring, I specially chose a black dress and gloves. I asked the stylist via text message not to bring a matching men's suit, and took back the phone and snatched it away. The cookie in Bruce's hand, "The jewelry you gave me last night can barely match my dress." The clown didn't show up for a long time, and everyone who knew him knew that he must be preparing one big move. I contacted the person in charge of the banquet at the Charity Association and repeatedly confirmed that there were no problems with the banquet venue and security measures. In order to take care of the guests' mood of rushing home in time to spend Christmas with their families, the cruise ship departed from Miller Harbor in the morning, only made a circle offshore, held a lunch at sea, and then returned the same way. After getting the approval from the person in charge, I put on my jewelry and hanging ring, got dressed and set off on the cruise ship alone. The originally reserved male companion did not come, So I was alone with a group of old fritters pushing and pulling each other with business fake smiles. The cruise ship sailed into the ocean amidst our polite greetings. Various dishes and desserts are served on the buffet table in a flowing manner, with cutlery and dishes on the side for guests to take. Before the buffet lunch, the charity will conduct a New Year's summary, and I will also go up to speak. I reviewed the manuscripts on my phone and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. I originally just wanted to be a completely flat salted fish and enjoy the wonderful life of eating and waiting to die. Why have I ended up as the spokesperson now? Is it because I'm not lying down hard enough? After the speeches, the luncheon officially began. Visitors gathered in twos and threes in the booths scattered around the hall to eat the meals on the dining table. I sat with several senior officials of the Charity Association, took a piece of cake and took a few bites of it, one spoonful at a time. It's winter now, and the temperature at sea is slightly warmer than on land, but it's still cold just wearing a dress. Therefore, there are 2 banquet halls on the ship. We chose the indoor banquet hall on the first floor, closed the doors and windows and turned on the heating. The heating temperature may be too high. Many people, including myself, had beads of sweat on their foreheads. Perhaps because of the temperature, I felt a little dizzy, so I got up and contacted the venue staff to ask them to adjust the air conditioning temperature. Something seemed wrong. I pushed the side door of the hall hard and found that someone had locked the door from the outside. You can't see any staff walking outside the lobby from the windows. The dizziness that came over me gradually intensified, and I heard a man's artificial cough coming from the radio. "Dear citizens of Gotham, dear citizens of Gotham, can anyone hear me?" There was only one person standing on the field. One after another fell down, and I also fell down beside the side door. The voice on the radio said to himself, "It's so rude. You should remember to answer when others ask questions." Politeness. Politeness is very important. Even adults must respect the fruits of other people's work. Food and air conditioning and heating. There is a problem. I discovered the problem too late. I am afraid that the person in charge who contacted me from the beginning was the undercover agent prepared by the clown for this event. My vision slowly darkened, and my mental strength was not enough to support me in using large spells. I curled up my body and moved my fingers slightly using the barrier of my body. The hanging ring opened a very small portal and cut off the pendant around my neck. I have read through the information on previous large-scale cases and know that there must be devices on board to block signals. I sent the pendant overboard to at least give Bruce a hint of my current location. After doing this, everything in front of me fell into darkness, and I lay unconscious on the cold floor. When I opened my eyes again, the cold wind made my hands and feet stiff. I regained my ability to think in the chaos and found myself and a group of people being shackled to chairs, with metal collars with red dots flashing in the center hanging around their necks. The location we are in is no longer a banquet hall on the first floor, but a party hall on the deck with ventilation from all sides. It was still daytime, but the atmosphere was dark and cold. The red velvet curtains were in tatters and fluttering in the wind. The floor of the lobby was split in half with red and green paint, and comical graffiti was painted on it with fluorescent spray paint. The pungent smell of paint stimulated my brain, and I moved my feet. Under my feet was the sticky feel of wet paint. I looked up everywhere and saw the vast sea. There were only a group of men and women in gorgeous clothes sitting in 2 groups in a specially decorated hall. The scene was ridiculous enough to be featured on the news. Everyone realized what had happened to them, and their blood froze with fear, freezing into ice as the big screen lit up on the host stage. The screen is divided into 2 panels. The left is us handcuffed on the deck, and the right is pitch black. I moved my fingers and found that the hanging ring was still on my hand. I calmed down a little and started to observe my surroundings. I only briefly glanced at the list of guests attending this New Year's party, but including the staff on the ship and the Charity Association's own employees, there were definitely dozens of people in the party hall. There was a buzzing sound from the radio overhead, and then there was the knocking sound of a person slapping the microphone angrily. A voice that sent chills down the spines of all Gothamites sounded from all directions. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Mr. Clown's surprise New Year's party. Thank you all for coming, and thank you for your active participation." Creepy laughter, the sound of swallowing saliva, and the microphone hitting something. The terrible sounds above were mixed together, like a huge sky that was gradually pressing down above our heads. Some people couldn't resist the invasion of fear, trembling and whimpering softly, as if hearing the response to fear. The person lying in the studio laughed with satisfaction. In order to repay everyone's enthusiasm, I decided to hold a small game to heat up the place. Yes, everyone likes games. There is fun only when there are games. Countless people wearing funny hoods came up with swords, guns and sticks, surrounding us, and the party hall became a scrawled arena. The clown took a sharp breath, as if he was really the host in the entertainment venue who was working hard to bring laughter to the audience. There are 3 rules. The first one is that each person from the red team and the green team will take turns to compete in the arena. Use a coin toss to decide who gets the weapon. The person with blood on his body loses, and the loser will take his head and neck with him. Whoever survives the most will be the winner. Everyone looked at their feet and found that we were divided into 2 groups of equal numbers. He pretended to think for a moment. He smiled and said, "You will gradually get used to the exciting scenes. If you quit midway, you will lose." The second rule is that people who leave the venue are counted as quitting midway. This is a bad moral character in playing games. So I give you guys don't mind if we're all a little shackles, right? The metal collar hanging around my neck became increasingly cold, and the soft sounds followed by the flashing red dots kept tapping on my cerebral cortex. Those things enlarged and shrank in my eyes, and finally settled into a little scarlet, hanging around each of our necks. The darkness on the right side of the screen suddenly lit up, and the banquet hall, which was decorated the same as the party hall, was filled with people. Unlike us, they had no restraints except the collars around their necks, and each had a weapon in their hands. Everyone is like a red-eyed hunter, chasing the prey in the field. They tore at his cloak, stabbed into his pauldrons, and aimed their guns at every joint. All lives are tied to one person. A city sucks blood from one person. The sunlight shines into the banquet hall floor from the window, just in time to distinguish the 2 color blocks of red and green into black and white. Has the game started here? The person who planned everything pretended to click his tongue in surprise. I'm really anxious. Okay. The third rule, no matter who kills him, you will be the winner. I heard a gunshot and shuddered. 2 desperate facts stood before me. First, the angle of sunlight coming in from the banquet hall where Batman is sitting is completely different from that of the party hall where I am, in the opposite direction. We are not in the same boat. Second, the person who was moved was me. He found the ship after chasing the pendant floating in the sea. He chose me and therefore became a prey to be slaughtered, and I, all the people on our boat participating in the game, will become the timer of the hunt, using the countdown of my life to urge the hunt to reach a conclusion. A clown subordinate stood in the middle of the field and glanced at us one by one. Who comes first? No one said anything. I touched the hanging ring on my hand and my teeth chattered. I'll do it. The other man roughly unlocked the shackles on my body and pushed me to the center of the field. A strong man was pushed out on the other side. I didn't recognize him. He must be a sailor on the ship. I estimated the possibility of using the portal to teleport everyone away, but I hesitated because I didn't know the specific conditions for the bomb to detonate. Does it explode automatically after leaving a certain range? Is it controlled by a switch, or is it timed? I have too little information. The clown subordinate who pushed me onto the stage took out a coin and was about to toss it up to determine the ownership of the weapon. That flash of silver flashed before my eyes. No matter what, it was impossible for me not to recognize that thing. 1922 Gotham City commemorative coin, a once lost to Two-Face in the choice of fate. Only then did I realize that the field beneath our feet was divided between red and green. Just like the same person with 2 faces. There are 2 ships, and 2 villains. Here I am, Two-Face will choose me. In a desperate move, I did something crazy. I'm right here. Aren't you going to see what happens to me with your own eyes, Harvey Dent? The field was quiet for a very short time, when the man who tossed the coin pressed his gun against my temple. A door opened behind the podium in the party hall. The man who opened the door wore a suit with completely different sides. Half of his face was handsome and the other half was twisted and knotted. I saw that he was holding something in his hand. That's a remote control. Chapter 32 Reincarnation Day 32. My first priority is to ensure my own safety, and the second is to get the remote control from Two-Face's hands and prevent them from detonating the bomb. The two-faced man did not speak. He stood on the podium with the best view and disdained to pay attention to me, a defeated general who would soon die at the hands of others. The person I was facing off against was a strong sailor, and I was far inferior in terms of physical ability and experience. The Gotham commemorative coin flips over. Face up. The weapon is not in my hand, and the victory or defeat seems to be a foregone conclusion. My focus was not on my opponent, but in my peripheral vision. There was an impasse on the other side of the big screen. Unable to fight back or leave, I watched as Batman's wounds increased. The sailor held the knife handed to him by the clown's man and looked at me with red eyes. I realized that my situation might not be better than Batman's. The sailor's fingers tightened on the knife. I hold my breath and grit my teeth. If he still has some blood left in him, the moment he attacks the Joker's men with a weapon, it will buy me a few seconds, and I can use the portal to find a breakthrough from Two-Face. However, he just grabbed the knife as if he wanted to grab the last straw, roared and slashed at me as if he had the courage to do so. My shadow was reflected on the blade that passed by in the blink of an eye. I stumbled to the side to avoid it, and the blade grazed my flesh and slashed dangerously. I took off my cumbersome high heels as soon as I decided to play. I ran barefoot on the sticky, wet paint, and my heart beat faster and faster due to the physical exertion. Just when I decided not to wait for the opportunity, the right side of the screen suddenly went dark, and the crisp sound of something smashing through the camera attracted the attention of everyone present. This is the opportunity I want. I didn't think too much at that time, and if I thought about it any further, I would miss the opportunity and courage. The purpose of my training at Kamal Taj was not to turn myself into a beautiful doll to be slaughtered. The sword flashed in front of me, as if it was about to split me in half. What comes to mind is not the knife or the murderous sailor, but the remote control hidden in Two-Face's palm. The sparks scratched a circle in the sky. The moment it spread, it suddenly shrank. The cutting of space is the sharpest weapon in the world. The hand that Two-Face was playing with the remote control was swallowed up by the void, leaving only a neatly cut broken elbow and spilled blood. At the same time, the knife in the sailor's hand pierced through the flesh and bone, and the tip of the knife penetrated from the other side of the arm, and drops of blood were thrown on my face. I resisted the nausea that surged into my throat, threw away the arm of the Two-Face that was stuck on the blade, and the remote control that controlled the life and death of a ship fell into my hand. Only then did a harsh scream come from the podium, which was quite unfamiliar. The sense of urgency gripped me before I relaxed. The person on the stage was not the real one, but just a substitute pretending to be Two-Face. Portals with twinkling sparks appeared at the feet of the clown's men. They stepped on nothing and were thrown into the sea by me. My mental strength is not enough to allow me to think about whether they can survive or not. I just want to prioritize keeping innocent people alive. In front of life, concealment is not important. And nothing is important. Before my ears could hear the sound of bullets piercing the air, an inexplicable inspiration urged me to set up the magic circle. The Ring of Ragador is one of the most popular and common spells of Karmatage, and it was also the first spell I learned. It is an extremely sharp weapon in the hands of Guyi and Wang, but it can only be used as a mediocre shield in my hands. Under the cover of the magic circle, I followed the sound and saw that the Two-Face man was hiding in the small room behind the podium, raising his gun and shooting at me. I saw the layout of the room, and saw his finger pulling the trigger. Before my brain could react, I raised two fingers together and made a light stroke. Beep, beep, beep. The countdown sound came from the metal collar around my neck. It filled my world and I couldn't hear anything else. I just followed the original plan mechanically. Two-Face didn't know that I had learned spells before, and his understanding of me was still that of a helpless hostage. He didn't pay attention to his feet, so he used the energy whip to sneak up from under his feet and entangle his hands and feet. Grab your right hand, pull it aside, and avoid the gun. The body sinks. Don't worry about his left hand returning to defense. The target is right in front of you. My fist greeted his chest. When Guyi taught me this move, She told me that the core point is not the strength of the body. Although she can knock a man away with one punch when she performs this move, the point is to use magic to expel the soul hidden in the body. I clearly saw two people flying out of Two-Face's body. One was a young and handsome man, and the other was a ferocious-looking monster. The man was stunned for a moment, and was pulled back to his out-of-control body by a force from somewhere. He opened his eyes, and I gasped, grabbing the gun that fell from his hand and pointing it at him. The energy whip pulled at the joints of his limbs. The monster was standing outside his body, trying to get back but could only howl helplessly. The blood from the wound on the side of his face stuck to his face due to the burning, causing pain and numbness. I can breathe. This is revenge for your disrespect of a lady's beauty. The two different faces had the same expression, and Two-Face, or rather Harvey, raised his hands to show that he was not a threat. He said sincerely, "I'm sorry for everything in the past. But the top priority is to defuse the bomb on you, right?" He looked at me carefully, trying to convince me. The remote control in your hand is just a switch, focusing on receiving signals. The main controller is deep in the pipe system. I observed Harvey's expression, trying to find a flaw in it. The half of Two-Face's soul is still trapped outside his body. Maybe I can trust Harvey because he's Bruce's friend and because he was Gotham's best prosecutor. I knew in my heart that I couldn't use the gun. With my wrist strength, the recoil of the shot could destroy one of my hands. I used one hand to unload the bullet with difficulty and humor, threw the bullet into the sea through the portal. Take me there. When I saw the light of the main controller go out, a big stone hanging in my heart finally fell to the ground. I didn't dare to touch it. The magic circle covered it in all directions to prevent anyone from doing anything else. Harvey and I returned to the deck. He stopped moving and allowed me to handcuff him to the railing. The employees and guests at the New Year party, as well as the sailors on the ship, all looked at me with strange and awe-inspiring eyes, and I had no time to pay attention to them. Physical fatigue is not the most unbearable thing. Spiritual distress is. I leaned on the railing and gently rubbed my hand over the wound on my face. It hurts a little. The hem of my dress was torn by myself for the convenience of movement. My feet were red from the cold when I stepped on the cold deck, and the soles of my feet were covered with tiny wounds from bumps while walking. I don't know where the other ship is, but if I can do it, then surely Bruce can get out of his current predicament. A flat black spot flew far away from the sky, and the black spot was getting closer and closer to us. I was nervous at first, but after I saw the black spots in full, I rubbed my face in embarrassment. Harvey whispered, "The bat is coming." When he came, it meant that the matter on the ship was resolved. The drum beating behind my head finally stopped, as if the drummer had lost his strength. There are still many problems that have not been solved, such as the main controller hidden in the pipe system, Harvey, the soul of Two-Face, who has left the body, and the bomb collars fastened around the necks of me and the hostages. Oh, and maybe the Joker's men that I threw into the sea. The shadow of the bat jumped out of the plane, and its cloak cast a shadow. I tried my best to smile at him. Did I do a good job? He walked towards me quickly without saying a word. There was only nearly 10 meters between us. A sharp laugh broke the calm. A man in a suit suddenly showed a distorted expression and laughed wildly at us. "You didn't choose them, you killed them." He took out a remote control with only one button from his suit and pressed it hard. Although it was only a very, very short time, less than half a second, all the clues were connected in my mind like a connected circuit. The Joker never intended for us to survive in the first place. No matter what, everyone on this ship will die without Batman. He had placed an undercover agent among the guests in advance, waiting for Batman to resolve the riot on the first ship. The moment he stepped onto the second ship, the undercover agent would use the backup master controller in his hand to blow up all the hostages on the second ship. This was a backup plan arranged by the Joker, and even Two-Face didn't know it. Even if he is defeated by Batman, this backhand will give Bruce a heavy blow. I saw Bruce rushing toward me like crazy, and in my peripheral vision, blazing fireworks engulfed people I knew or didn't know. Then it engulfed Bruce's face. Oh, that's it. It swallowed me up, along with everything about me. All perceptions are separated from me by a thin film and become no longer distinct. Sorry, Bruce. Sorry, Pepper. I should be dying. The vivid heat almost burned my left eye, and the whole world was covered with a bright orange-red color before my eyes. It returned to one point and spread again, covering the torn limbs in the air. The pieces of flesh from the stumps were pieced back to their original positions before losing their vitality, and the muscle tissue was bonded into complete skin and flesh, just like a craftsman repairing a piece of porcelain. Hidden in my left eye is the magic weapon I got at Kamadash. Ancient One did not tell me its name or purpose. She just said, "It's going to work someday," and it's working now. There was an orange-red thread between me and the injured people, and something was taken away from me and provided to the injured people. The magic weapon that occupies my left eye is like a fountain, filling my vacancy endlessly. All are mended and at peace. I fell to my knees, my vision blurred until only large patches of color remained. Someone was talking in my ear, but I couldn't hear clearly what he was saying. I just felt it was noisy. The temperature in my left eye instantly rose to a level that I couldn't bear. My vision went dark and I simply lost consciousness. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.